In this video, I'm going to show you how to create the ultimate course platform. For example, we have lots of different products we can purchase. Some of these products have multiple courses in them, while other products only contain single courses. So we already have the ability to sell individual courses, bundles, and so on with this entire system, and it all works flawlessly. Let's say I want to go ahead and I want to buy this bundle. Well, I can click Get Now, and of course I need to sign in or create an account. So I'm going to sign in with the account that I already have using GitHub. I'm going to sign in with that real quick, and you can see immediately I get brought to the purchase page to purchase this product. Now I can go through and I can create a purchase for this. So let's just create some placeholder information inside of here. There we go. And we're going to click pay, and that's going to process my payment using Stripe, hook up to our database using webhooks and everything that we need to make sure everything processes perfectly. And then you can see it says the purchase was successful. I can view all my different courses, and you can see here are the courses that I own. Now I've already made partial progress on one of these courses. So you can see that this JS Simplified course, I've already completed half of the videos for, while I haven't watched any of these TS Simplified videos. So let's go into the JavaScript Simplified course, and you can see lesson number 0 right here is the one I've completed. It's marked as complete. And section 2 down here I have not completed, so it is not marked as complete. Now, if I wanted to, I could click on lesson 2 and I could mark that as complete. And now it's going to show up as complete on the sideline. And if I go back to my courses, you can see I now have 100% of that course complete. I can also go ahead and view my purchase history, and you can see that I've had some purchases refunded and so on, but you can see I have my purchase. And if I click on that particular purchase, I can see all the details for that purchase. I also have full purchase parity for this application as well. If I go back to my purchase history and I click on this original purchase, you can see it had purchase parity applied of 50% because I was emulating that I was from a country with a 50% discount. I can actually really quickly just change one line of my code to emulate that I'm coming from a different IP address. And now when I go to the homepage, you notice all my prices are automatically reduced by 50%. And when I try to purchase this, they will have a coupon automatically applied, reducing that price. Now I'm also currently logged in as an admin user, so we can take a look at what the admin side of things looks like. You can see I get a nice dashboard with all the information related to sales, refunds, and so on. And I can also modify the courses as well as the products, because like I said, I can sell products that contain one course, multiple courses, and so on. So I can make bundle deals. I can sell individual courses. It's super flexible. I can change the status of things. So for example, I can change this to private, click save, and now all of a sudden this will no longer show up for sale anywhere. Also, I can go to my courses. I can modify what courses I have. I can change the order of different sections. I can change private status versus public status. So I can change this to private or public. I can also make certain lessons preview lessons. So for example, this lesson is set as a preview lesson, while this lesson is set to hidden, and this one is set to public. This is really important because if I'm not logged in, I can access certain courses in preview lessons even if I'm not logged in. And then also I can access all of my sales information and refund people. For example, I'll send over a refund to Kyle for that purchase that he made, and now it sent that money back to him and refunded him inside of Stripe. All of this is hooked up and automatic for you, and it's super easy. We also have this really custom cool multi-select built into Shadcn that I created. So there's a lot of stuff to show you in this. And also if we just go back to the main homepage, I sign out of my account, I can show you what that preview section looks like. So for example, we can go to this JavaScript Simplified course. I can click on the not get now button because we don't want to purchase it, but I want to look at one of the preview lessons. For example, lesson 0 is a preview lesson. So you can see I can preview and view this lesson, but if I try to access, for example, lesson 2, it shows me that it's locked and that I need to purchase the course in order to access this lesson. There's a ton of features built into this, all of it from the user sign-ins to the PPP discounts to how all the different products and courses interact. It's a massive course. All of it's built using the latest and greatest Next.js features. We're actually using the Canary version of Next.js to get all of their brand new caching features. This is going to include tons of best practices as well. And when it comes to building a large project, this is pretty much going to include all the best practices and everything you could ever want. Welcome back to Web Dev Simplified. My name is Kyle, and my job is to simplify the web for you so you can start building your dream project sooner. And for this project, we're going to do things a little bit differently than other project tutorials you've seen, because I'm not only going to show you what code you should write, but I'm also going to explain exactly why I'm writing that code, what that code does, and we're going to be focusing really heavily on best practices and using techniques that allow us to develop quickly while still having highly easy to maintain code. Now, before we get started, I do want to mention that this video is sponsored by Arcjet and also by Clerk. We're going to be using Clerk for all of our user account and sign in, sign out, user management, all of that. And then we're going to be using Arcjet to handle some basic security practices, rate limiting, as well as doing PPP discounts based on the country that the user is accessing our site from. These two companies were kind enough to sponsor this video, and this sponsorship means that I can actually give you this entire video entirely for free, all the source code for free, everything else entirely for free. So I highly recommend you check out Arcjet and Clerk. They're going to be linked down in the description below. So the very first thing we're going to do is create this application using Next.js. So we're going to say npx create next app, and I'm going to be using the Canary version of Next.js just because I want to make sure I have the latest and greatest features for caching. If the use cache directive and the dynamic IO features are already in the normal Next.js, you don't need to actually use the Canary version. But for me, at the time of recording this, these features are only in the Canary version. So I'm just going to click yes, get all these default values here. Everything's going to be just fine. And that's going to give me a brand new Next.js application that again is allowing me to use those dynamic IO features. Now to use those features, I need to enable them inside the config. So we're going to come here with experimental, just like that. And specifically inside of here, I want to enable dynamic IO, set that to true. And then we're going to have auth interrupts, and I'm going to set that to true as well. The thing that auth interrupts does is it pretty much works just like the not found function inside of Next.js, but you can do things like unauthorized, forbidden, and so on. You'll see we use this very slightly, but it's not super important to the tutorial. Now, the next thing I want to work on is the database portion of our application, just so we kind of get a base level of how everything is going to work together. So the very first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to install Drizzle. So we're going to say npm i-d because we want to install this as a dev dependency. And we're going to install Drizzle kit. Now, I personally really like Drizzle, and I think it's one of the better typed database ORMs out there. I prefer it to Prisma just because it gives me a lot more flexibility and a lot of other stuff around it. Now, also to use Drizzle, we're going to need to install the Postgres library because we're using Postgres. So I'm going to say npm i-pg, and that's going to install Postgres for us as well. Now, the last thing I need to install is the Drizzle ORM, and that just allows us to do all of the different things related to the ORM inside of Drizzle. Now, I'm going to put all my code for Drizzle inside the source folder, inside a folder called Drizzle. And we can make sure that's inside of our source folder just like that. So now our app is containing all of our pages and so on, and this Drizzle folder is going to have all of our Drizzle content. And inside here, I'm going to create a folder for migrations. This is where all the migration code goes. So for example, if I run a migration to add data to my database, it'll go inside of there. I'm going to create a schema folder for where we can put all of our different schema files. I'm going to create a db.ts. This just allows us to use our database in our application. I'm going to create a schema.ts, which will be how we hook up all the schema files we put in this folder. And then finally, I'm going to create a schema helpers.ts, and this is where we're going to put common things like a created at field, for example, is going to be inside of here just to make it a little bit easier to work with. Now, before we go about creating our schemas and our migrations and all that, we first need to be able to hook Drizzle up to be able to use it in our application. So we need to create a config file for that, which is called drizzle.config.ts. And inside of here, we want to export default the define config function. And this comes directly from Drizzle. So let's make sure that we import that at the top of our file here. We can say import define config. If I can spell properly, there we go. And we want to get that from Drizzle kit. There we go. Now this is where we hook everything up. So for example, we want to say where we want to output all of our migrations. Those are going to be in the ./source/drizzle/migrations folder that we just created. Then we're going to define where our schema file is, and that is going to be in the ./source/drizzle/schema.ts, again, the file that we just created. Next, we can specify strict, set that to true, and verbose, and set that to true. All this does is whenever we try to run migrations using Drizzle, it'll tell us exactly what's happening, and we have to confirm that we want to do things like delete columns and so on. It's just a slight security feature to help us out. Then finally, we need our database credentials. Now I'm going to be using Docker to run my database. You can run your database however you want, hosted on a server, directly on your computer, but I'm going to be using Docker. So in our case, we're going to be passing in things like the password and so on manually. So we're going to get our password, which is going to come from our environment. Now we could say that we want to use process.env. For example, db password. And that will work fine, but I'm actually going to go ahead and later in this video, just after we set up Drizzle, set this up to use an actual env that'll do validation for us. So let's come in here and we're just going to copy down all the stuff we need. For example, we need to get our user information. So we'll make sure that's capitalized over here. There we go. We're going to need to get our database name. That's called database. We need to get our host, and we need to get whether or not this is an SSL. So for SSL, we're going to set false here because we're doing this locally. For our database, we're going to call this db name. And here we're going to have our db host, just like that. So that's all the different properties that we need. Now to fix the different errors that we're getting, we're going to be using that env library that I talked about, and that's coming directly from T3. So we can run npm i at t3-oss/env, and then since we're using Next.js, we can put Next.js at the end here. That's going to install the T3 open source library for handling environment variables. And to do that, I'm going to come up into my source folder here. I'm going to create a folder called data. And then inside of here is where I'm going to define all my different env variables. So I'm going to create a folder called env where we're going to put all our env stuff. And I'm going to create a file for my client. And I'm going to create a file for the server just so we can make sure that we keep these two environment variables completely separate from one another. Now we're going to be using a export const env here, and we're going to call create env. That comes from T3. And in here, we're going to pass along all of our server information because all of these different configuration variables are from our server. So we're going to have all these different variables, which is like db password, for example. And this is coming from Zod. So we want to install Zod as well. So I'll say npm I Zod. That's going to be our validation library that we use. So I can say z dot and whatever I want to do. For example, I want this to be a string. And this is a string that has a minimum value of 1, just like that. So now we have our database password. I'm going to pretty much copy this down for all my other database stuff. We're going to have our user. We're going to have our name. And then finally, we're going to have our host. So these are the 4 different credentials that we need. And then to make sure we hook this up, we can use this experimental runtime environment feature, pass in our process.env, and that'll hook up our process env and validate it with all the validations that we created here. So now if I come back into here, I can actually use that env variable that we just created. I can make sure I import that from that server file. And now I can use that instead of our process env, and it should get rid of all those different errors we had. Now, the reason we're still getting an error here with SSL is because we need to specify the dialect that we're using. In our case, we're using PostgreSQL. So now if we specify that, it'll actually know that we're using Postgres here, and all of this will hook up properly. So now we have our entire config set up. Now we can move on to actually creating all of our different schema files, our database file, and so on. Now, since we're creating a course product, probably the best table to start with for our schema is going to be a course table. So inside of here, I'll call a file course.tss. And in here, I'm going to export a constant called course table. We can call it whatever we want, but it's going to be calling PG table. And this allows us to create a table. We'll call this table courses. And now we can define all of our different columns that we want. For example, we're going to have an ID column, which is going to be a UUID. It's going to be a primary key. And we want to default to a random UUID every single time. So we have our ID column. We also need to have a name for this. So we'll say text and make sure we import this from the correct location, which is the PG core, just like that. And then we can say we want this to be not null. Next thing we're going to have is a description. And this is going to be essentially the same thing. Text, not null, just like that. And then finally, we want to have a created at, and this is going to be a timestamp, just like that. Make sure I get it from the right location. We want to make sure it contains a time zone. So we'll say with time zone true. The only reason we're doing this is in Postgres, storing a timestamp with and without a time zone take up the exact same amount of space. But by using a time zone, it allows us to convert from a timestamp in one time zone to another time zone so we can store things in the local user's time instead of storing it in the server time. And for this, we want to make sure that it's not null, and we want to make sure it defaults to the current value. So we'll specify default now. The next thing we want to do is an updated at field, very similar to created at. So we'll come in here with updated at. It's going to be very similar. It's going to default to the current value. The only difference is that we're going to call this on update function. So it's called on update, just like this. And this allows us to run JavaScript code to create a new value anytime we do an update. So anytime that we update our fields, we want to make sure that we call this function, and it's just going to use a new date anytime that we're doing an update. Now, this is our entire course table taken care of for us. The next thing I want to do is I want to export a constant called course relationships. And this is just telling Drizzle how our table relates to other tables. So we're going to call the relations function. We're going to pass in the table we want to do our relations for, our course table. And this is going to take in a function that has a one and a many property. So we can determine things like one-to-one relationships and many-to-many relationships and so on. So I'm going to come in here and we want to specify all of our different relationships. So it would have a name like this, and we'd either call many or we would call one. Now for now, we don't have any other tables set up, so we don't have any information to put inside of here. So for now, I'll just put test and I'll just call one for now, even though it's not going to be correct, but we'll come back to that in just a little bit. Now, before we move on to creating the next schemas inside of our application, I want you to realize that we have this ID column, this created at, and this updated at column that are probably going to be the exact same, if not very similar between every single one of our tables. This is why I created this schema helper. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, copy it down. And what I want to do is I want to create a variable called ID. And we're just going to set it equal to that. And we're going to export this. And I want to do the exact same thing. Export const created at is equal to that. And then finally, export const updated at is equal to that. Remove these commas at the end to make sure everything is going to work just fine. There we go. And now if we make sure we import all the different functions that we're using here, there we go. Now we have essentially 3 different ways that we can easily create an ID, a created at, or an updated at column. So here, we don't need to define all this information. Instead, we can just import that ID function we created. Same thing here for created at. We can just import the created at function. And finally, for updated at, exact same thing. This is just going to make it much easier for us to actually define things that have an ID, a created at, or an updated at field, because now we don't need to redefine those things all over the place. And if we need to change them, we can change them in one single place. Now, one thing you may have noticed when we were creating this course table is that this doesn't have information like the price of the course, the image for the course, or anything else. And that's because I'm doing a little bit of a unique approach here that I haven't really seen in any other tutorials that cover these course style platforms. And that is, instead of selling a course directly, we're going to be selling products that link to courses. This means that I can create a product that has one course or multiple courses. So imagine that I'm selling on my website a course for JavaScript and a course for React and a course for CSS. Well, I could create a product that links to my JavaScript course. I could create another product that links to my React course, and I could create another product that links to my CSS course. So 3 products, 3 courses, it's a one-to-one mapping. But what happens if I wanted to sell a front-end package that includes my React course, my JavaScript course, and my CSS course? Well, that is where the idea of products come in. If I only had prices on my courses, I could only ever sell a course on its own, and I couldn't sell a package of multiple courses. So by using a product, I can link together multiple different courses under one product, and now I can sell the same course on its own, inside of a bundle, or even inside of a different bundle. I can sell the same course in multiple different places, which means I have the most amount of flexibility for pricing my different options and selling different bundles of my courses at maybe discounted prices. So we're going to create that table next, which is going to be our product table. So we're going to call this product.ts. And this product is going to be pretty similar to our course. I'm actually going to copy this over because we're going to have a lot of similarities. First of all, we're going to have a product table and we're going to call it products, just like that. It's going to have an ID and a created at and an updated. It's also going to have a name and a description, but we're going to have a few other properties on here. For example, an image URL. This image URL is going to be a text field that is not null. It's required to have an image. We're also going to have a price in dollars, and this is going to be an integer because we don't want to allow people to do pennies. So make sure we import that from the right location up here, integer, just like that. So it's going to be an integer and it cannot be null. And then finally, I also want to have a status property on here, and this is going to be an enum. So to create an enum inside of Drizzle, we're going to export up here, const product statuses, and this is just going to be a JavaScript object, which is going to have our statuses, which are either public or it's going to be private. Essentially, we want to be able to have products that are private, so that way when we're creating a product for the first time, it doesn't show up on our sale page until we're ready to actually sell it. I'm going to set this as const, so now the actual type of this is essentially either a product or a private object. That allows me to create a type for this, which is going to be called product status, and we can set that equal to the type of product statuses, and I want to get specifically just a number field from there. So now this essentially is just saying it either has a value of public or a value of private. This just allows me to create a TypeScript type that I can use in forms and so on to make sure that people are only passing one of these 2 specific values. Now finally, I need to create the enum, so we're going to export that as well. It's going to be product status enum, and that's equal to pg enum, and we want to give it whatever name we want, so we'll call it product status, just like that. And we're going to pass in our array of all of our different product statuses. There we go. So now I have this product status enum I can use right here. So let me make sure I put that down on the correct line, product status enum, and I want to make sure that this is not null. And we're going to set the default value here, and you'll notice I get autocomplete. We're going to default it to private. So when we create a brand new product by default, it's going to be set to private until we make sure it is publicly available for people to buy. Now come down here for our product relationships. So we'll call this product relationships, and a product is going to have a many-to-many relationship with our courses. Now, unfortunately, in Drizzle, we can't just set up a many-to-many relationship unless we create the join table between the two. So the next thing I want to do is create a join table that joins my courses to my products, so we know which products have which courses and which courses are in which products, because a course can be in many products and a product can have many different courses. So we'll create course product.ts. Now this is going to be a little bit of a different table because it's just going to be a very simple join table. So we'll export a const called course product table, set that to pg table, just like that, and we'll call this course products. There we go. And inside of here, I want to specify the course ID because it's going to link between courses. That's going to be a UUID. It's not going to be null, and it's going to reference specifically our course table. So we'll say course table.id. So this is just telling us, hey, we're creating a course ID and we're creating a foreign key reference to our course table in the ID column. Now what I want to do is specify an on delete. what happens if I try to delete, for example, one of my courses? What should I do? Well, if I try to delete a course and that course is inside of a project, well, I want to restrict that deletion. Essentially, I do not want to allow someone to delete a course if we're currently selling that course on a product. It should be removed from the product before we actually are able to delete the course. Now I'm going to do a very similar thing with our product ID. So we'll come in here with our product ID. That's going to link to our product table, but this time instead of restricting, I'm going to do a cascade. And that's because if I delete a product, I essentially want to delete all the relationships between that course and product. Because if I no longer want to sell a product and I want to delete it, well, I want to get rid of all of the relationships between which courses are in that product. So if I delete a course that's in a product, I want to restrict, but if I delete the product, I'm okay with cascading that. Now I'm also going to throw in here our created at and our updated at fields, just like that. And then finally, instead of creating our own ID field here, we know that our course ID and our product ID are going to be a unique identifier we can use as our primary key. So we can come down here and we can get our table and we need to return an array of all the different things we want. In our case, we want to return a primary key specifically from Postgres. So we're going to get primary key just like that. And we specify what are the columns for our primary key. Well, it's our table's course ID and our table product ID. So now we've just created a unique primary key that associates our course ID and our product ID together. And that way we can never have two tables with the same course ID and the same product ID. It'll automatically throw an error if we ever try to insert a row that has the same course and product ID that already exist. Now the next thing we can do is set up our relationships. So we can say export const course product relationships. And that's equal to calling that relations function on our course product table, just like that. And again, it's going to get that one and many property. In our case, we only have one-to-one relationships because this is going to, or one-to-many technically, but this has one course ID and one product ID. So we can say here that it's going to be course, and we have exactly one course, and that links to our course table. Now inside of here, we need to specify our fields. The fields is essentially what does this reference inside of our current table? Well, that references our course product table.course ID. So we're saying a course is related on this particular field, and then we need to say, what does it reference in the other table? So it references the course table.id, just like that. And let's make sure that we actually return this object. So we'll wrap it inside of parentheses, just like that. So we're saying that we have one course, and now I can copy this and do the same thing for product. So we can say we have one product inside the product table, and it uses the product table ID, and it uses the course table or course product table's product ID. So this just allows us to link these things together. It's a little bit of boilerplate code. If you're used to Prisma, you'll notice you don't have nearly as much of this boilerplate code. But once you get all this boilerplate code written out, Drizzle is so much more flexible. And honestly, this doesn't take that long to write, especially because it's something that you only do one time. So now that we have these relationships set up, let's go over to our product and set up the many relationship because this can have many course products. So here, I just want to say course product. There we go, course products, and it's going to link to the course product table. There we go. And that's how easy a many relationship is. We just have to do one single line just like this. Now I'm going to copy this, go up to my course here, and do essentially the exact same thing. Just like that. This has only many-to-many relationships, so we'll get rid of that many here, and this is going to link to that course product table, just like that. So now we're saying a course can have many course products, a product can have many course products, and a course product has exactly one course and one product. This allows us to do all of our different complicated queries between these different values. Now the next thing I want to work on is what is inside of a course. So if we open this up, we can create a course section.ts because each course is going to have sections, and inside those sections, we're going to have lessons. So this allows us to really easily organize all the content in our course by section and by lesson. A lot of the tutorials I've seen only focus on putting lessons inside of courses. We're going to be putting sections inside so we have extra levels of organization, and it makes the course more appealing to lots of different users. So instead of typing all this code out, I'm actually going to copy over the bulk of it, and I'll explain exactly what's going on inside the code here. Let me just get my imports in place. So we're going to make sure we get all of these different values imported. There we go, get the course table imported, and then finally our created at and our updated at. So this course section stuff is relatively straightforward. We have a brand new table here. I'm going to call this course underscore sections to make it a little bit more self-explanatory. We have our ID field, we have our name field. So every section has a name. A section also has a status, and that's going to be either public or private. Again, that way when we're modifying or editing an existing course, we can create a private section, put all of our new content inside of there, and then once we're ready to release that new content, we can set it to public. This makes sure we never have in-progress draft stuff being shown to users that already own our courses. This is something I, again, don't see in very many tutorials. Next up, we have our order, and this is just going to determine what order these sections show up in. It's just going to be a number between essentially 0 and infinity, and we're going to order our sections based on that. That way you can drag around what order sections go in and make sure, for example, basics come before the advanced stuff. Finally, we have a course ID, and that just links to the course. So if we ever delete the course, we want to make sure we delete all the sections for that course as well. Now, the next thing to focus on is the relationship section. So I'm going to come down here with our relationships, make sure I close off everything related to our relationships, just like that. So you can see here, we have one single course. So we're just doing a one reference right here. Let's make sure we import that just like that. So we're just referencing that one single course based on our course ID that we have here. Now, we already talked about how courses have sections and sections have lessons. So let's work on our lessons next. So we'll say lesson.ts. Again, I'll copy over this code and then explain exactly what's going on inside of it. We'll get rid of some of the stuff that we don't need for now. As you can see here, again, a lesson can have a status, but this actually has 3 statuses. We have public for publicly viewable, private for something that is in draft status, nobody should be able to view it, and then we have preview, and this essentially is letting people preview lessons from the course before they purchase it. So if something has a preview status, it means it can be viewed even if the person doesn't own the course. This is very common on lots of course platforms. You want to be able to preview a lesson before you purchase the course. That's what this feature lets us do. Now, the next thing we have is a name and description, relatively straightforward. Description actually can be null, and that's only because if we want to add things like links and so on, we can add those. Then we have our order and status, just like before, and we have a section ID pointing to the section of this thing. Now, the one big difference with a lesson is we have a YouTube video ID. Now, we could use our own course hosting platform to render and host our videos, but that's going to cost money and be lots more difficult. So instead, I'm just using YouTube directly inside of here because it's going to be free and easy for us to use. Now, there may be certain things in the terms and services against doing this for certain types of courses and so on, but for our particular use case, I think it's going to be fine what we're doing. And if you ever wanted, you could easily replace this with your own custom hosting service or platform. It doesn't really matter. But for this video, we're going to be using a YouTube video ID because it's relatively easy to set up. And the next thing I want to focus on is going to be all of our different relationships. And again, we have a one relationship where each lesson has exactly one section inside of it. Let me just make sure we close off everything just like that. So up until this point, the actual status and structure of our application is essentially we have a product. A product can have many courses. Each course has many sections, and each section has many different lessons inside of it. Now we've pretty much got the structure of all of the content on our site. We have products, we have courses, sections, lessons. The next thing we need to do is to figure out how users can interact with that content. So we have our content, now we need to have the user interaction. So we should create a user table to store all of our user information. I'm again going to copy all of that information over and explain what's going on. First of all, we have an enum for the role. We can either have a normal user or an admin user. And an admin user is going to be able to do things like add courses, create products, modify prices, and so on. Now for our particular user themselves, the table is relatively straightforward. We have our ID, and we also have a Clerk user ID. And that's just because we're going to be using Clerk for all of our user management. So we're storing not only our database ID, but also the ID of the Clerk user inside of Clerk's system as well. Next, we have an email and a name, relatively straightforward, that role, as well as an image URL, and this can be null. So we have an optional image. And then finally, since we don't want to actually delete the users from our database, we're going to be using a deleted at field. This makes it so that we can keep track of different sales that we've had, different things like that with a user. So for example, if a user purchases a course and then they delete their account, we still want to know that somebody purchased that course, even if we don't know who the user is. So this allows us to keep a user field in our database while still deleting all the information about that user. I'll show you what happens when we get to that point, but it just allows us to keep integrity in our database for things like sales. So that way, if a user deletes themselves, it doesn't delete that sale from our database as well, because we need that for certain accounting purposes. So now we have our user table complete. The next thing I want to focus on is going to be the actual table that associates users with the courses they have access to. Because we don't care about the products that they own per se, we care about the courses they have access to. That way, as soon as they purchase a product, it'll give them access to all the courses inside of that product immediately. So we can come in here and we can say course access, and we specifically want this to be user course access, just like that. We'll create that as a TS file. And again, I'm going to copy And then we need to essentially do the exact same thing for our user as well. So we'll save that and come down here. And for our user, we're going to have a relationship that points to this table as well, because each user is going to have multiple user course accesses as well. Now, the next thing we need to associate with a user is going to be any purchases that they make. So we'll create a brand new file for that. We'll call this purchase.ts. This will allow a user to view their purchase history, as well as allow us to view any sales data that we have as well. So inside of here, we have a purchase table, and this purchase table has quite a lot of information inside of it. First of all, we have our price paid in cents. The reason we're using cents here is because that's how Stripe handles everything. So we're making sure we show the price paid in cents. Also, it's very common that if we use coupon codes, for example, which we will be covering in this course, we're going to be showing price in cents because a coupon could drop a price from $100 to, for example, like $57.2. So then next we have our product details. Now you may be wondering, why do we have product details when we also are pointing to a product ID? The reason for this specifically is because the product could change. Let's say that someone buys my course when it costs $20 and it has the name of JavaScript Simplified. And then in the future, I change my price to $300 and I change the name to JavaScript Simplified Super New Course with brand new name. It doesn't really matter. Either way, the price has changed, the name has changed, description, email, imaging, all that stuff has changed. So I'm storing the original information for the product at the time they purchased it. That way, when they go back to the receipts, they can see, okay, I remember purchasing JavaScript Simplified, but if I change the name to something completely different, they may not recognize that. So we're just storing the original purchase information and the original purchase price, so we have all that information directly available to us. Next, I'm storing the user, obviously, and then finally, we're storing the Stripe session ID. This just allows us to associate this user and this purchase with a particular Stripe purchase. That way we can do things like refunds and show different information about the coupons that were used. Lastly, we have this refunded field. If they refunded this purchase, we're going to make sure we mark that as whatever date they refunded it at, so we can show that inside of our UI to track different sales analytics and so on. Now, lastly, we just have a one-to-one relationship where, a user can have many purchases, or so a purchase has one user and a purchase has one product. Now, kind of the very last thing we need to be able to associate is when a user has completed a lesson, because we have the ability for users to mark a lesson as complete, as well as having them automatically marked as complete when they finish them. So we need that inside of our database as well. So we're going to create a user lesson complete.ts table, just like that. And inside of here, again, this is a very simple table. It's just a join table. We're joining our user to a lesson ID, creating the primary key, and then we're doing our relationships down here. This is just a generic join table. We've done this a million times. The last thing that we need to do is to make sure we hook that up. So inside of here, we can have user lessons complete, because I can have multiple complete lessons. That's a many reference to that table we just created, which is user lesson complete table. There we go. And inside of our course section, we can have many lessons. So we're going to say lessons is going to be a many relationship to the lesson table. Make sure I get all of that information saved, and that should be all of the different tables created for our application. I know this seems like a lot, but as we start diving into code and using each one of these tables, you'll see exactly why we created them the different ways that we did. So now let's go ahead and set up our schema. Right now, all of our files are in their own individual schema file, and we need to move them all into one file. So the easiest way for us to do that, let me just make sure I save all these files, is to go to our schema.ts. And what we're going to do is we're going to export everything from each one of these individual files and put it in here. So if we were to create a brand new table, all we would do is copy this down, put the table name inside of here, and we'd be completely done. This just takes all of the information inside of these files and put this into one single file so that we can use this inside of Drizzle. Now, technically, I could have taken all this schema code and put it all in one single schema file, but this makes it a lot easier because everything is separated out into its own individual sections. Now, the next step is going to be our DB here. This is going to be the last time I copy paste stuff for quite a while. And the reason I'm copy pasting it is because we've essentially already done this. I'm just creating a connection that hooks up my password, username, so on and everything to this. And then I'm importing my schema. So I'm importing star from that schema file. So everything that's inside that schema file we just created, I'm importing as this schema variable and passing that to Drizzle. That way I can do things like db.query, and you can see I get access to like my product table or all my other different information inside of here. This is why we created all of our different schema stuff, because it allows us to hook up everything super easily. And now anywhere in an application, we can use this DB variable to access our database information. And that's everything to get our database set up. So let's go ahead and actually migrate this and push this into our actual real database. So the first thing I want to do is go into my package.json, and we're going to add 3 simple scripts. We have db generate, which runs drizzle kit generate. We have db migrate to run drizzle kit migrate, and same thing for studio to run drizzle kit studio. So if we run the db migrate command, so npm run db migrate, and actually let's do generate first. There we go. That's going to generate a migration for us. Now, of course, I need to save this to make sure the script is there. But what this is going to do is it's going to generate a migration for us. But you'll notice we're actually getting some errors because we don't have these environment variables being saved inside of it. And that's because we're using that T3 environment variable thing. So anytime it tries to access an environment variable, if it can't get it, it's going to throw an error, which is exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and create those environment variables. We'll call a file.env, and we need to create a db password. We need to create a db user, a db name, and a db host. So we need to specify all these different values. And I'm specifically going to come up here. I'm going to call this database. So we have a little bit of organization inside of here. So for my password, since this is just local, I'm just going to make the password. Our user is going to be the generic Postgres user. We're going to call this our course platform video, just like that. And then we're going to run all of this on localhost. So this is just going to give us all the information for our database related stuff. Now, if we do that, we should hopefully see that this generate command is going to work for us. So we run generate real quick, and you can see it says no schema changes, nothing to migrate. I believe potentially the reason for this is because right now we're not hooked up to any database. We have no running database or anything on our computer. And since I said we're going to be using Docker, we can create a Docker compose file. So it's going to be docker compose.yml, which stands for YAML. And that's going to allow us to do any Docker related stuff that we want inside of here. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy paste this. Again, I said I wouldn't be doing too much copy paste. This should be really the last thing that I'm copy pasting. But again, it's just because typing it out is not important for you, but I will explain what it does. First, we're specifying our image. We're going to be using Postgres version 17. So we're using image Postgres 17.0. Our host name is going to be localhost, and then our port is going to be, we're just going to take 5432 and map it directly to 5432. That's because by default, Postgres runs on port 532. So we're just saying, okay, take what's running on our Docker image and expose that to the world on port 5432, which is the default port for Postgres. Then we're hooking up our environment variables for our user, our name, and our password. And then finally, we're just saying that we're creating a volume called PG data, and we're saying it points to this particular location. And this is just where our database stores our data inside of Docker. That's all this does. And if you were to go to the documentation for setting up a Postgres image, it should include all this information there for you. I pretty much just copied this directly from the documentation and added my own environment variables. Now with that done, we should just be able to run the command docker compose up, and that should create our brand new Docker environment for us and set everything up that we need. Now you can see it ran through and set up everything that we needed for us, but I think there's an easier way to do this, and that's by using the Docker desktop utility. So I'm just going to bring this over. It might be a little bit small. Try zooming it in a little bit. But you can see here that we have all the different Docker containers I've been working on. This course platform project is the brand new one we're working on. That's the folder we're inside of. So I'm just going to click start, and that's going to start up this container for us. We can even click on it and view all the information about this container, such as everything that was going on over here. But now we should see that we have our database actually being set up, and we should be able to try to run information to access it. So now let's go ahead and create that generate command and see if that works for us. Okay, so I figured out what the problem was with when we were trying to run the generate command and it wasn't working. The only issue is I never saved this file. It's that simple. I just forgot to click save, but now you can see that when I run generate, it's generating all these different tables. It's generating courses, products, so on, everything, but it hasn't actually migrated this for us. It's created a migration, and if we open up our migration folder, you can see here is all the SQL code that needs to run to actually migrate this information into our database to create all the tables, the enums, the connections, all those different things. So now if I run db migrate, that's going to run the migrate command, which is going to push all of that information directly to our database. And that hopefully should have worked. And if we run npm run db studio, we should be able to access our database and view all the different tables and make sure all the different data we want is there. So let's just open this up real quick. I'll bring this over for you. There we go. And now you can see, I'll zoom this in quite a bit. On the left-hand side, we have all of our different tables, and you can see it's created all of our tables with all of our columns at the very top that are exactly what we expect these columns to be. So it has linked everything up. Obviously, there's no data inside of here, which is perfectly okay. So we'll just close out of that. But at least we have our entire database set up, and we can start working on some more interesting and more enjoyable things in our application. The next step I'm going to work on is going to be getting Clerk set up in our application, so we at least have user accounts. This is a relatively easy process to do. I'm just going to kind of minimize all the different stuff we have here. Bring this over to the side, and we just have Clerk open. I'm going to create a brand new application. We can give it whatever name we want. I'm going to say course platform Video, that's the same thing I named my database, and we can specify what different people or users and so on we want to be able to interact with. Like, do we want Google authentication, email? Let's just go ahead and say that we're going to do Google, we're going to do email, and let's find GitHub on here and enable that as well. And then we're going to come down to the very bottom, create the application that's going to hook everything up. And we can say we're working in Next.js, and this is going to bring us all the different steps we need. For example, we need to install this library. So I'm just going to close out of this, install the library we need for working with this. We're going to copy over our different environment variables. So I'm going to come over to our environment. I'm going to come in here, label this as Clerk, and then paste down all the different environment variables we have. We have our public variable and our private variable. And again, to use these variables, we need to make sure in our data environment folder, we create our Clerk secret key, which is going to be a z.string, and it's going to have a minimum value of 1. So that means it's just required essentially. And then we also want to do essentially the same thing for our client version here as well. We're going to get rid of a lot of this stuff. This is going to say client instead, and this is going to have all of our different process envs, but we need to hard code each one down here. So we can come over to our env. We know this is called next public Clerk publishable key. So we can specify that right here. And then we can say that is going to be equal to process.env.this. So essentially, all we're doing here is we're hard coding, okay, this environment variable name is associated with this particular environment variable. We only need to do this on the client just because of the way Next.js works. But once we have that done, we've now hooked up our different environment variables. We save that, we have that done. Next, we're going to move on to updating our middleware. So we're just going to copy over this code and we're going to paste it into our middleware, which right now we don't have any middleware. So we're going to create a brand new file, middleware.ts, and we're going to paste this code down directly inside of here. Now you will notice we're currently getting an error. The main reason for that error, if I scroll up, is because we're essentially working on the Canary version of Next.js, and currently there's no support for the Canary version of Next.js in Clerk. That makes a lot of sense. Why would they support the Canary version? So what we're going to do is we're just going to make sure that we force this install to happen by coming in here with force, and that's just going to make sure that it's going to install this even though the dependencies don't line up exactly one-to-one. Now, normally you wouldn't want to do this, but because I know that the Canary version of Next.js is almost identical to the current release version of Next.js, minus those extra features we're going to be using, everything should work just fine. As you can see, it removed all the different errors that we had. Now, we're going to make more modifications to this eventually with making sure we have different public and private routes and so on. But for now, this is just going to make it so that everything is publicly available, but we have access to our logged in user. Now, if we scroll down a little ways, you can see we need to add a Clerk provider to our application, and it can show is right here, wrapping our application. So I'm just going to come over to our layout page. So in our app and our layout, I'm going to wrap our entire application inside that Clerk provider, just like this. There we go. Make sure that we import this up here. And now we have access to all of our Clerk related information in our entire application. Now, while we're inside of this layout file, I want to clean things up a little bit. We're not going to be messing with any of the different font information here, so we can get rid of all of that. And instead, we're just going to have our simple anti-aliased function right here for our class name. And that's all that our body and everything is going to look like. Now, if we scroll down further in the documentation, we can continue on to the Next.js guide. And this is just going to give us more information, for example, how to create our own custom sign-in and sign-up pages, which is what we're going to do. But instead of following the documentation one-to-one, I'm just going to show you how to do it. For now, I'm going to copy over these environment variables, though, because we will need them. And essentially, all these are doing is saying, hey, where's our sign-in URL and where's our sign-up URL? And it's just directly into those particular locations. So we can come in here with our public sign-in URL, add that to our client in variables. So here, this is a z.string .min of 1, just like that. I'll copy that down because this is going to be our sign up URL. And then here I'm going to do essentially the exact same thing. Copy that down. This is for our sign in URL. And then we're going to have our sign up URL. Just again, linking all those different environment variables to each other. Now I'm going to make this a little bit wider so it's easier to read and see because we don't really need the content on the right side of our screen nearly as much. Now we're going to give that a quick save and we're going to go ahead and we're going to work on creating our sign up and so on pages. So I'll just copy this code. What we want to do inside of our application is we'll create a brand new folder called Auth. This will allow us to create our very own layout and everything that we want related to Auth without affecting our actual URLs. Then inside of here, we're going to create a brand new folder. This folder is going to be called sign in, just like that. And then after that, we're going to create essentially a catch-all route called sign in as well. And that's just because of the way that Clerk handles all of the different authentication. We need to have not only our route, as well as a catch-all route for things like GitHub authentication and so on. So now we can create our page.tsx inside of here and paste in that sign up code that we just copied. In our case, this should actually be the sign in code instead of sign up. Now I'm going to copy everything down because we're going to do the same exact thing for sign up. So we'll say sign up. This right here, we'll say sign up, just like that. And inside of our page, we'll copy over the sign up code. So now we have a sign up page as well as a sign in page that all they do is render out the clerk page for sign in and sign up. We'll come back and later create a layout for our authentication and so on, but this at least is giving us a good starting point. Now, in order to be able to test our different sign up and sign in capabilities, instead of creating a simple test page, what I'm going to do is just go ahead and work on the actual structure for our application. Now, our application is broken into two parts. We have an admin side of things and we have a consumer side. Now, the consumer side, I'm going to be using a route group for because I don't want to modify my URL. I don't want my URL to say /consumer/courses. I want it to say just /courses. While if I'm in the admin page, it'll say /admin/courses. That's why I'm using a route group here for our consumer. And we're going to create a brand new layout TSX, and we're going to create, well, actually, we don't even need to create a page because we already have a page right here. We'll just have this page export default function home page. And right here, instead of our home page, we'll just have it really simply return an H1 that just says hi, just so we know we're on the home page. But now in our layout is where we can create our entire layout for our consumer section. So we're going to export a default function. We're going to call this our consumer layout. And this consumer layout is going to take in all the children, just like any other layout inside of Next.js. And this children is going to be a read only specifically. So we'll say read only. And we're going to get our children, which is a React node. There we go. Make sure I close that off. And now we have our consumer layout. And inside of our consumer layout, I essentially just want to render two things. First, I want to render my children. And above that, I want to render out a navbar, which we're going to create. So we'll say navbar. And down here, we can create a function called navbar, just like that, where we can render all of our nav related information. Now for our navbar, we're going to return here a header element. And this header element, since we're using Tailwind for everything, we can just say flex. We're going to have a height of 12 on it. We're going to specify that it should have a shadow, and we're going to make sure the background is set to our background color, just to make sure that if there's anything that goes behind it, it will have that white background. And then we're going to say z index of 10, again, to make sure it shows up over top of anything else that would possibly be behind it. Now inside of here, we're going to have a nav. This nav is going to have a flex with a gap of 4, and we're going to specify the container property just to make sure it doesn't have too much width or anything going on with it. And speaking of the container property, I'm actually going to make some modifications to our Tailwind config to make our container work a little better. So inside of our theme, where we want to specify our container, we can specify our container by default is going to be centered. So we'll say center true. It's going to have a padding of 2 rem. So we're going to say padding 2 rem just like that. And we're going to say that for screens, it's going to have small as our only screen size, and we're going to set that to 1500 pixels. So essentially what this is doing is it's making sure that my container will either be 100% width, but it'll max out at 1500 pixels. That's all that this is doing for us. So we've just modified our container to be 100% width with a max size of 1500 pixels and some padding on the left and right of 2 rem. So now that we have that done, we can focus on the content inside of our container. So the very first thing I'm going to put inside of here is a link. We're going to be using Next.js's links for this. We're going to specify a class name here, margin right of the auto. We're just going to be pushing everything off to the right of this as far right as possible. This is going to be our left side link essentially. I want the text of this one to be large. I want to have a hover of underline, and then I want to have a flex with an items of center and a padding on the left and right of 2. And actually, I don't believe that we need this flex information here. We can just use that padding of 2 just like that. Then I can specify what we have for an href, and this is just going to lead back to the home page. And finally, inside this link, we can have it say Web Dev Simplified or whatever it is the name of your course product. So now we can come in here and we can actually start running our application. npm run dev, and this should start up our application if I spelled dev properly. There we go. So we can at least see kind of what this looks like. Up here, I should probably return this content just like that. There we go. That fixes that issue. Now let's open this up on localhost. And after a few seconds of loading, we should see that we're getting an error actually. I believe the issue for this is because here I forgot to add a period. This should be 3 periods followed by sign in. And down here, this should be 3 periods followed by sign up. That's just the way that Next.js uses these catch-all routes. Now, if we give that a quick run, that should hopefully mean that we get no more errors. And if we refresh this over here, everything should work properly. You can see it's running through our middleware, it's compiling our homepage, and it should hopefully just render out a really simple navbar at the top. And we're not quite getting our navbar yet. The reason for that is because our page right here should actually be inside this consumer folder instead, so that way it knows what layout to use. So let's make sure that we don't save that, we save this, and if we refresh, we should hopefully now see we get our navbar at the very top of our page, just like that. Now you will notice that our text is currently not centered inside of this navbar section, it's at the very top of it. We can actually fix that by adding that flex with items center back in, and now you can see our text is in the dead center, and we have our high text directly below. I'll zoom this in quite a bit just for now so we can see how this is working. Now the next thing that I want to do is I want to add information for the links on our right side. So we can just add in new links. But these links are going to be a little bit different because I want to only show links if we're signed in versus if we're not signed in. Luckily, this is very easy for us to do inside of Clerk. We have a signed in component, just like this, that'll only render if the user is signed in. And inside of here, we can render out things such as links that lead directly where we want. So I'm going to come in here with a class name. This is going to be a hover, background, accent, and it's going to use 10% opacity, flex, items in the center, and a px of 2, very similar to what we had before. And inside this link, we're going to specify an href. This is going to go to the courses page, just like that. And it'll say my courses. So only users that are logged in are going to see this particular link. So that way, when we save, you'll notice we don't get any link over here, but we do get an error. And this is because of the brand new canary features inside of Next.js. If we open up our error, you can see a component access data headers, params, search params, or a short-lived cache without suspense boundary. So essentially what is happening here is we're accessing the information for our user using this signed in component. And the information for our user is stored probably inside of a cookie or a header somewhere. And to access that information, it is asynchronous. Anytime that you want to, for example, access cookies inside of Next.js, we can call the cookies function, but we need to await this function because this is an asynchronous function that returns to us a promise. Now, the new feature with that dynamic IO that I talked about with the canary version of Next.js and the way they do caching is every time you access asynchronous code, whether it's cookies, a database, a fetch request, and so on, you need to make sure that you either wrap it inside of a cache or you use a suspense boundary around that thing. Now, I'm assuming that by the time that Next.js Canary is stable, that Clerk is going to have this feature built into it where it automatically does suspense wrapping for you. But currently, it is not doing that. So we need to just wrap this in a suspense boundary. So we can come in here, wrap this inside of a suspense, and now what's going to happen is it's going to load a shell of our page, but as soon as it gets the user information, it's then going to load in this. And we could put in a fallback here if we wanted to, and we could just have a fallback that says loading, and it's going to load that loading text in the meantime while it's actually loading, and as soon as it's done loading, that fallback is going to disappear. Now in our case, we don't need a fallback because while the information is loading, I'm just not going to show any information to the user. So we're just going to wrap that in a suspense boundary, super straightforward, and we're going to get all of our different links. So I'm going to copy this down because we have one other link we care about, which is our purchase history, just like that. And this link is going to go to our purchases page. There we go. So now we have our two links that are only going to show up if we're signed in. If I remove this signed in section, you can see those two links show up. If I expand this a little bit, you can see that they're showing up just like that. Now you will notice they're not getting any background color. That's because our accent color by default doesn't really have any coloring to it. So we want to modify what our background color is going to look like. And actually, the reason we don't have an accent color is because we don't have Shadcn installed. And we're using Shadcn inside this project. So let's go ahead. We're going to install Shadcn. We're going to say npx Shadcn. At latest, we want to call init, and we're just going to use -d to give us all the different default values. That's going to work fine for our particular use case. That'll actually give us an accent background color, and then we're again going to change that accent background color to the particular color that we want to use in our application. Now you will notice here, because React 19 is brand new, not all of the components inside of Shadcn are React 19 stable. They don't have the library updated, but they still work in React 19. So we're just going to say use force. Essentially, that's going to force us to download these libraries, even though the dependencies aren't quite perfect. Again, the same thing we had to do with when we were working with Clerk. And that's because the canary version of Next.js. It's just got a lot of really new features that aren't quite in all libraries yet. So now we have that working, and we should see if we refresh our page here, we're still not getting any background color. So let's go into that CSS file, and we want to modify what our accent color is going to look like. And we're not going to bother with a dark mode. So we're just going to take all this dark mode code and completely delete it. So we can just come up here, delete all that dark mode code, and we're going to only work on our accent here. Now for us, I'm going to copy over my accent to this particular color, and I'm going to get my accent foreground as well, which is going to be this particular color here. And now if I save and hover, you can see we get this very light purple color showing up around our links. And that's because our accent color is going to be purple for this entire application. So now that we have that done, obviously if we zoom this out, it'll look a lot better and more like an actual site. I just have it super zoomed in so it's easier to see. But as you can see, we have our links and everything is working. If I click on it, it'll bring me to that page, even though it doesn't exist. Now the last thing I want to do is I want to create a div that's going to have a class name. This class name is going to be size 8. And it's going to be self-center, so it centers itself vertically and horizontally. And what we want to do is render out the user button that's directly from Clerk. So the user button, and the only thing I'm going to modify is the appearance of a particular element, and that is the user button avatar box. All I'm going to do is make the width 100% and the height 100%. And that's because I specified my height and width right here. So I'm just going to make sure that it's going to respect that height and width. And now what's going to happen is it's going to render out a button for my user when I'm signed in. Now I'm not signed in, so obviously that's not showing up. So let's make sure we bring in that signed in component again, so we don't render any of this content if we're not signed in. So we'll say signed in just like that. And we'll put that down here right above our suspense. So now all that stuff is hidden because we're not signed in. And instead, I'm going to create a separate suspense boundary that's going to be around our signed out component, just like that. And if we're signed out, well, I want to render my button for signing in. And we're going to be using a Shadcn button. So I'm going to say that we want to run npx Shadcn at latest. I want to add the button. That's going to add that brand new button component. Again, we want to make sure we force install that information. There we go. That created a button. And now we can come in here with the button just like that. We can say the class name on this is self-centered. And we want to render this as a child because we're going to render a link inside of it, which has an href that goes to our sign in page, which is just sign in, just like that. And we'll call this sign in. There we go. Now you can see we get our sign in button. Now we can actually make this even easier using Clerk because they have their own component for sign in button that'll read us directly to the sign in page. So if we do that, you can now see we get our sign in button showing up, and we can even change what text we want inside of it. For example, I can make it say sign in with a capital letter. There we go. Now you can see it shows sign in. And when I click on that, it brings me directly to my sign in page. Now, obviously the styling on this page is not there yet. We're going to get to that. Don't worry about it, but it's bringing us to that page, which is exactly what we want. Now, the final link that I want to add to my page is going to be a link that specifically links me to my admin page. So here you can see I'm linking to the admin page just like that. So if we're logged in, we can link to that. I only want to show this when the user is an admin user. We'll get to that in a bit when we start dealing with roles and so on. But for now, we have that link right there, and we can come back and modify how it's going to render out. Now we could go ahead and we could create the layout for our admin pages as well, but I'm going to focus specifically on the consumer pages first. And next I'm going to work on creating a layout so our auth looks a lot better. So for this particular layout, all we need to do is create an auth layout with the same children, React nodes, so on stuff. Doesn't really matter. And then inside of here, we want to return a div that's just going to center everything for us. So we're going to say class name min h is going to be screen. We're going to have flex in the column direction. Flex column, just like that. We're going to justify everything in the center, put our items in the center. There we go. And then inside of here, we're going to render our children. So this is just a really easy way for us to center our content. So now when we click on sign in, you can see that this is directly centered inside of our page. No matter how much I'm zoomed in or zoomed out, it's perfectly centered inside of our page. Now, the next thing I want to do before we start creating users with Clerk is I want to configure how our users are going to be set up. So if we come into our Clerk dashboard here, we can go over to the configure section and we can configure a lot of different stuff. For example, do we require an email? Yes, we do. So we're going to leave that marked. We have a password option. We could remove this if we want and make it email only login. It's entirely up to what you want. We also are making sure we're doing email verification with a code. We can come down here and specify that we need users to have a name. So we're going to require them to have a name. So whenever they sign up, they must have a name, which is important because we want to be able to show the name in our application, and we can let users delete their account and so on. So we could remove this password, make it email only. Let's go ahead and do that. It'll be a little easier for our particular use case. And then we have our email verification code and our name and so on. So that's all the stuff that I want to do here for our particular user. We'll make sure that that's saved and everything. And now we can go ahead and we can create a user. Let's go ahead and sign in with GitHub, for example. So I'll click on this GitHub link to sign in, and it's going to do some redirecting magic. And there we go. We're now signed in with GitHub. You can see I can click here. I get all my information. If I manage my account, you can see that I can update all the information for my profile and so on. Now, one thing you'll notice is it doesn't actually have a name for my profile. And that's because I forgot to click the save button over here to actually save that I needed to have name as a required field. So to go ahead, we're just going to come into my user. I'm going to delete this user completely. So we'll just come in here. We'll delete the user. There we go. And I'm going to emulate creating a brand new user doing the same thing. Sign in with GitHub. And now hopefully we should get that name information for us. You can see it's doing all the different sign in. And now since I don't have a name, it's saying, hey, what's your name? I'll say that my name is Kyle Cook and continue, and it's now going to fill in that information for me. So now when I go to manage my account, you can see I have my name of Kyle Cook directly listed right there, just like I want. And now you can see my different links are showing up because I am logged in. And if I were to sign out, you can see those links go away. And now if I sign in with GitHub again, it's going to sign me in and show me all those different links. And if I wanted to, let's go ahead and sign out, and we're going to go to the sign up page. I could come in here and create my own first name, last name, email address, and sign in that way. But using the GitHub sign in, I think is going to be the easiest. So that's what we're going to focus on for our application. There we go. Now, the next thing that I want to focus on is hooking up our Clerk users to our actual database, because right now there's no information in our database about these users. They're only stored inside of Clerk. So the best way for us to do this is going to be using webhooks and creating a bunch of other stuff. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to create a brand new folder called features. And this is going to be a feature folder that stores all the different features in our application. So for example, how do products work? How do courses work? How do users work? So we're going to start with a new folder inside of here called users. And inside of here, I'm going to create a folder called DB for all of our database interactions. I'm going to create two files. I'm going to create a cache.tss and I'm going to create a users.ts, just like that. So the cache is going to be all the caching related information I'm going to handle in this application. It's rather complex, took me a long time to brainstorm different ways to do it. I'll show you the full system I have in a bit. And this users file is just for interacting with our database. How do we insert users, create users, update users, and so on. So the first thing I want to do is I want to export an async function, and we're going to call this insert user. It's going to take in some data, and the data of that user is based on my user table, and we want to infer specifically the insert data, just like that. So this is saying all the data for inserting a user is what we require here. You can see name, clerk ID, and so on. It's giving all the information inferred from our database. Then what we want to do is we want to await calling db.insert, and we want to insert into our user table, and we want to set some specific values. So we're going to say we're going to pass in specific values, which is our data. So insert this data into our user table. And then we can call returning, and that's going to return that user object for us. So we can say const users is equal to that. And this is going to always return an array of values. You can see here it is an array. And we are only inserting one user. So we want to make sure we have just the very first user from our array, which is our new user, just like that. Now, technically, inside of TypeScript, by default, it's saying that this is not undefined. It's saying that it is always going to be a value. But technically, this could be undefined if, for example, it does not insert properly. So what I want to do is I want to go into my TypeScript configuration. I want to make some modifications. So inside of here, in my compiler options, I believe there is like no unaccessed, unchecked index access. There we go. I want to set that to true. This is just going to make sure that when we check an array for a particular value, it's going to make sure that it could be undefined, because obviously this could be undefined. Now you can see it has the or undefined type at the end. So I need to make sure I check for that. So what I can do really simply is I can say if my new user is equal to null, well, then I can throw an error, and it just says failed to create user. Now I won't always throw an error. It's actually pretty rare that I will throw an error. But the reason I'm throwing an error in this case is because I also want to come in here with an on conflict do update. And that's because if there is a conflict, for example, if a user already exists in my database with the clerk ID, all I want to do is update the user and not try to create a new one. So I shouldn't run into any errors where it's unable to insert a user. So what I can do inside of here is I can specify my target. This is the thing I'm checking for conflicts on. I'm going to say user table.clerk user ID. So anytime I try to insert a duplicate with this user ID, I'm just going to update them instead. And all I want to do is set the data. So what this is saying is try to insert a brand new user. But if I already have a user with this clerk user ID, instead of creating a new one, instead update the user with that clerk ID. And then we're just returning the information in this new user. And down here, I can return my new user, just like that. So now we have the ability to insert a user. I can copy this and do essentially the exact same thing for update because it's almost identical. This is going to be for an infer, and it's going to be our insert, but this one we particularly want to have a partial. So I'm going to come in here with a partial value. And that's because when we do an update, we could do less data. We don't need to do a full insert. We could update just the name, for example, and nothing else. So I want to do an update. And I want to set specifically all of the different data that I have inside of here, but I want to do a where clause. So I'm going to come in here with a where, and I want to check equality. So I'm going to say where equals my user table dot clerk user ID is equal to my clerk user ID. And that's because I'm going to be passing along my clerk user ID. So we're going to say clerk user ID is a string. There we go. So this value takes in the clerk user I want to update and all the data to use to update them, just like that. And we don't need to worry about this on conflict stuff because we're just doing an update. And then we're returning that user, and we'll call this our updated user instead. And we can say here failed to update user. Again, there shouldn't be an error, but if there is, we're going to throw an error. Now, the reason I'm updating a user specifically on the clerk user ID is because all I want to do is when someone creates a user, or for example, they go into here and they manage their user and they change their name to something else, I want to make sure that I'm going to be tracking those changes based on the clerk user that changes all that information. That's why I'm doing everything based on clerk user ID here. Now, the next thing I want to do is a delete function. I'm going to copy this over. And this will be our final function inside of here for deleting a user. And this is again going to take the clerk user ID for the user that I want to delete. Now inside of here, this is not actually going to delete the user, but instead it's going to update their information because we're using a deleted at field. So we have that deleted at, which we're just going to set to whatever the current date is. And then I'm going to take their email and remove it. So we'll call this redacted at deleted.com. Again, I just want to remove this information. Name is deleted user. We're going to have our clerk user ID, which is going to be set to deleted. Again, trying to completely remove all traces of this user. And then our image URL is going to be null, just like that. So I'm essentially taking all the identifying information about this user, completely wiping all of it, but I'm keeping the user ID for the user so I can link to like the purchases they made and so on. Then finally, this where clause is exactly the same, and I want to return this user. And here we'll call this our deleted user, just like that. We'll throw an error failed to delete user, and then we can return that deleted user down here for whatever we're getting rid of. So now that we have our database functions to be able to create, update, and delete users, how do we actually hook this up to Clerk? Well, to do that, we're going to be using webhooks. So let's go ahead and expand over Clerk over here. We want to go to the configure tab to be able to configure all of our different webhooks. Click over here, and we can scroll all the way down until we find webhooks right here. And this allows us to create a webhook for our application. So once this loads up, we can add a brand new endpoint, and this endpoint is going to be whatever URL we want. Now, obviously we can't type in localhost here, that won't work. So what we want to do is inside of VS Code, we can click on this ports tab and click on forward a port. Now we're running on a port 3000, so we're going to use port 3000. That's going to create us a forwarded address, and we can actually copy this particular URL. So I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste this into here, and this gives us a URL that's publicly accessible. Now to make sure it's publicly accessible, we're going to change our port visibility to public. So now anyone that goes to this URL can access whatever we're running on our particular computer, which is great for this particular webhook. Now we're going to use the /API/web hooks/clerk URL. This is what it's going to point to. So we're going to create a brand new folder called API webhooks clerk. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to come into our source in our app, a brand new folder called API/webhooks/clerk, just like that. And we're going to create a brand new route inside of here, route.ts. And this is what's going to be called by this particular webhook. Now, what I want to search for is specifically all the user events for creating, deleting, or updating. Anything related to a user, I want to make sure it gets pushed along, and then we can go ahead and click create. So now this is going to create this webhook for us, and it's going to give us a webhook secret that we can use. So let's copy that and put that into our environment variables. So we can say here, let's move all of our public stuff down to the bottom and our private stuff to the top. There we go. So we have our private stuff up here. This one is going to be our clerk webhook secret, just like that. And then to make sure we can access this, let's put it inside of our env file. So up inside of our data folder, inside of our server env, we want to add our clerk webhook secret, which is a string that has a minimum value of 1 because this is required. So now we at least have that hooked up. Now we can go ahead and work on creating this actual route. Now this route is something that is inside the documentation, essentially exactly how you want to create it. I'm going to copy over a lot of the documentation portion of things because that part is really not super important. So I'm just going to paste this particular section in, make sure we close off our function just like that. And I'll make this a little bit larger so it's easier for you to see. There we go. And the first thing we need to do is we need to specifically import all the different content that we're using. So we're going to get our header section. We're going to get webhook directly from here. And this webhook is actually something that comes from a specific library that Clerk uses. So we're going to npm I svix, just like that. This is a library that is doing different validation for our webhook related stuff. And essentially all this code is doing is it's getting all the information for the webhook, like who sent it, when did they send it, what is all the ID signatures. It's then saying, do we have that information? If we have it, verify that information is correct. So let's now import this. Once our import actually finishes, we should probably do force here because it looks like there's a problem with our different versions of things. So once we run force, that should work. Now we can actually do an import, and we want to import this specifically from the correct location. So let me make sure. Looks like it's trying to import env first, and then we'll import our webhook information. And I'll just manually import this because it doesn't seem to be working. So we'll import webhook from svix, just like that. Now we can get our webhook event imported as well. And that's all the different information that we need. Here's us verifying that this is an actual webhook. And if we have any errors, we're making sure that we're throwing those errors down here. So all this code up here at the top section, this is all pretty much copied directly from the documentation for Clerk. The next stuff is going to be what's specific to our application. So we're going to do a simple switch statement on our event.type. And we want to check for if we have a created event. So user.created is what we're going to do right here. And I also want to check for the case where we have user.updated at, because I'm going to treat these almost identical. They're pretty much the same. Now, the very first thing I need to do inside of here is get the email for my user. So my event event.data has an email addresses property, and I specifically want to find the email that is their primary email. So I can come in here and I can say email.id is equal to their email, or I'm sorry, event.data.primary email address ID. So what this is doing is it's getting the primary email address associated with their account. Next, I want to get their name. That's event.data. And I want to get their name. So we have our first name, last name. So I'm just going to combine these together just like this. There we go, first name. And we're going to get event.data.last name. And I want to make sure that I trim off any extra white space. So for example, if the first name and the last name are both blank, it'll return to us an empty string for a name. So now we can do a check. If our email is equal to null, then we want to return a new response. This new response is going to say no email, and it's going to have a status of 400 because we got sent bad information. Now, if our name is equal to an empty string, because it's always going to be a string, if it's an empty string specifically, well, then we have no name. So we're going to return a different error. But if none of that is true, then we're going to go ahead and we're actually going to create or update our user. So if the event.type is equal to create, well, then we want to create our user. So we'll come in here, we'll say our user is equal to calling await insert user and passing in all the information. So our clerk user ID is our event data ID. The next thing we have is our email. Then we have our name, our image URL, which is our event.data.image URL. And again, this can be null, which is perfectly okay. And then finally, we have our role, which is going to be user in our case, because we want to default them to this user role. Now you will notice we're getting an error with email, and that's because this email property actually is an object, so we need to get the email address portion from that for us to actually use. So now we have all the information for our particular user, and what we want to do is we want to sync this user with Clerk. Now it may seem strange that we need to sync our user with Clerk because this entire function is all about syncing our Clerk user with our database. But we want to tell Clerk, hey, our user has a role of user, and our user has this particular ID associated with them. So to do that, we can just come down here, and if we have a user, which actually I believe we always should have a user, so we don't even need this if check, we can just come in here and call sync clerk user metadata. And we'll pass in our user. And this is going to be an asynchronous function that we're going to create ourselves. So let's go ahead and create that. Now to hook up all of our different library related code, for example, Stripe and so on, we're going to do this inside of a services folder. So I'm going to create a folder called services. And inside of here, we're going to create a brand new file called clerk.tss for hooking up all of our different Clerk code. Putting it in one place will make it easier to work with. Now we're going to export an async function called sync clerk user metadata, just like that. And this is going to be a relatively straightforward function. It's going to take a user, and the user is going to have an ID, which is a string. They're going to have a clerk user ID, which is a string, and they're going to have a role, which is going to be the type of that user role that we created earlier, either user or admin. Then what we want to do is we want to call client, which is going to be coming from Clerk. So up here, we'll create a client, which is just equal to await Clerk client, just like that. So we're creating a brand new Clerk client. And what I can do inside of here is I want to update my metadata. So we'll call client.users, and I want to update my user metadata. And I specifically want to update it for this particular user. And I want to update my public metadata specifically. And inside here, I want to pass along my DB ID, which is user.id. I want to pass along my role, which is user.role, just like that. Now, currently I get no autocomplete on this. This just has a type of anything. I can type in whatever I want. And obviously, I don't want to be able to type in whatever I want. I want this to throw me an error. So we're going to use some fancy TypeScript related stuff to make sure that we actually type exactly what our metadata should include. But first, let's make sure that we return whatever this is returning. And technically, we don't even need to label this as async, even though it technically returns asynchronous stuff. So what I'm going to do inside of my data folder here, I'm going to create a brand new folder called type overrides, just like that. And inside of here, I'm going to create a file. We're going to call it clerk.ts. This is where we're going to put all the stuff related to Clerk types inside of here. So first of all, we can do an import of user role, and we want to get that from Drizzle. So we can say @/Drizzle/schema, just like that. That's how we're going to get our user role information. And then finally, we can export just an empty object. This is just going to allow it to actually hook up all of our different types. And here is where we can declare our types. And this again is directly from the Clerk documentation on how to do it. All you do is take your global type, and we want to define an interface. And this interface is called custom JWT session claims, just like that. And inside of here, we're going to paste in our DB ID, which is going to be an optional string, and our role, which is an optional user role. And we want to do the exact same thing for another interface, which is going to be for our public metadata, user public metadata, just like that. And again, optional database ID and optional role. The reason they're optional is because there could be a state where the Clerk user is created, but it hasn't synced with our database yet. So it could be that they have a null value. So now if we go back over into our Clerk section here, we at least have some type checking on our database related stuff. You can see here, this is going to be string or undefined, and our role here is going to have user or admin. So if I try to pass in something like this, it's going to throw me an error. So at least we have some level of type checking here. And the reason that I added in this JWT session claims is because when we want to access our user's public metadata from the actual token itself, we're going to be getting that using this particular interface. I'll show you that in just a little bit because that's the next step after we make sure everything here is hooked up properly. So let's sync all of our metadata. And now whenever a user is created inside of Clerk, it's going to tell our page that it's been created, and it's going to create that brand new user for us. Now we just need to make sure we handle what happens when it's updated. So let's just throw in a simple else here for in the case that we are updated. And essentially we want to do pretty much the same thing, but we only want to do an update in this case. So we're going to say update user just like that. It's going to give us our user information. We're going to pass it in our Clerk user ID, event.data.id, just like that. And then we need to pass along the information that we want to update. In our case, we only want to update the email, the name, the image, and the role itself. And this role is going to be coming from that metadata, event.data.public metadata.role. And again, this is why we did that custom typing, so we make sure we get autocomplete on all of this. And we don't even care about syncing back with Clerk because when we're doing an update, we don't need to tell Clerk anything because we're getting all the information we need. If the role changes in Clerk, we're going to update that in our database. So we don't need to tell Clerk that that role has changed because they are the one telling us. The only time we need to sync originally is the very first time we create a user because we're defining their role and ID and stuff like that. Now that gives us create and update. The very last thing that we need to focus on is the case, for example, where we have a user delete. In that particular case, then if our event.data.id is not equal to null, then we want to particularly come in here with a delete user function, just like that, pass it in our Clerk user ID, which is our event.data.id. This is about as simple as it's going to get. And then we can even throw in a break down here if we want, just like that. And for our updated at and created at, we should also have a break at the very end here, just to make sure it doesn't call the rest of our code. There we go. So now we're doing a simple switch statement where we're doing create and update, and we're doing delete. So we've handled all those different responses. The last thing we need to do is return a response. This response is an empty string with a status of 200, just to let Clerk know, hey, this was a successful request, and we actually updated, created, or deleted the user depending on what we needed. Now, since we just created this for the very first time, what I want to do is I want to delete our existing user. So we're going to come over to our users. I'm going to delete this user right here, and we're going to recreate them. So I'm going to come in here, delete this user. And now what we're going to do in our application is create this user, and we should see them show up in our database. So just to prove to you that there's nothing in our database, we'll run npm run db studio. This will open up our database for us so we can view everything inside of it. And we should see that if we look at the users table in specific, there are absolutely 0 rows inside of our user table. So now let's go ahead and sign in. We'll sign in with GitHub again. It doesn't really matter how we do our sign in process. I'll need to create a name for my user, Kyle Cook, click continue. And now what's going to happen is we have a webhook that's being posted to our application. You can even see here, we had a post that came through for this webhook specifically. And now if we look inside of our Drizzle Studio and I refresh, I'll even make this a little bigger, you can see we now have a brand new user inside of here with the proper email being hooked up, the proper name, role, image URL, and so on. So all of that information is being hooked up properly. And if we look inside of Clerk, we should see for this particular user, if we look at their metadata, we scroll down a little ways all the way to their metadata, you can see their metadata contains our database ID and our role. And that's because we're making sure that in our create, we're calling that sync function to sync between our database and the Clerk database to make sure they're both 100% in sync. Now, the next step for us to make sure that we're done with everything Clerk related that we want to do is we want to make sure that we have access to this database ID and this role inside of the actual JWT token, so the JSON web token that's being sent to us. We want to send along this information as well to make it easier to work with our user information. So to do that, we need to come in here and configure how we're setting up our JSON web token. So we can see here our session management, and inside of that we can edit what our session token looks like. So right now we're passing along nothing, and we specifically want to pass along what the database ID is going to be. So we'll say DB ID. And this DB ID, we want to get from our public metadata, and we want to get the DB ID field from it, just like that. And then we want to do the exact same thing with our role, and we want to get it from our database here. So we can come along and we can say we want to get the role from the public metadata. So this is going to give us all the information we want about our user. Let's just make sure that we save that. And now we've essentially told Clerk to send along that database ID and that role information every single time that we make a request to get our user's information. To show you the importance of that, let's go back into our application and we'll go to this file here. And we're just going to export an async function called get current user, just like that. And inside of this function, I can call this auth function. So I can call auth, which comes from Clerk, and that's going to return to us a bunch of information, just like this. And if I look inside of here, we specifically get our user ID, which is our Clerk user ID. We get our session claims, which are the things that we just modified. You can see that it has our JSON payload. If we look at our session claims dot, we can get our DB ID and our role information from there. And the only reason those show up in our types is because we modified the type right here to have those inside of there. So now we have that information, and we also have our redirect to sign in function. So what I can do inside of here is just return all this information to my user. So my Clerk user ID is just going to be equal to my user ID. I can pass along what my user ID is, which is like my normal database user ID, and that's my session claims.db ID. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm giving the user my Clerk ID as well as my database ID. I'm going to give them the role, which comes from session claims.role, just like that. And then finally, I'll pass along this redirect to sign in function as well in case they want to use that. Now, anywhere in my application, I can call get current user and I can get their ID, their role, and their Clerk user ID, which is actually the perfect thing that we need for our layout. So if we go back to our consumer layout, we have this admin link that we only want to show if the user's role is admin. Right now, it's showing up to everyone, even if they're not an admin. So we want to go ahead and we want to manage this particular link. So we're going to create a function for doing that. We're going to say function, make sure it's async function, admin link, just like that. And inside of here, we essentially want to return this admin link right here. So I'm just going to take this code, paste it down here, and I'm going to replace what we have up here with that admin link. So we come in here, just like that. So the code should still work exactly the same as before, but now we can actually get our current user inside of here. So let's just go ahead and say inside of here, our user is equal to await get current user, just like that. And then we want to determine if they're an admin. Now, the easiest way for us to do this would just be a simple check of user.role equals admin. And boom, now we can check if they're an admin. But what if I want to be able to let like moderators view my admin page or other things? I think the best solution for us to be doing here is to actually just create a really simple permission-based system. So I'm going to create a function called can access admin pages. I'm going to pass along my user. And if they cannot access admin pages, I just return null. Otherwise, I return my link. So for dealing with this permission, I'm going to create a brand new function. I'm going to do this inside my source folder. I'm going to create a brand new folder called permissions, just like that. And inside of here, this is just going to be our general permissions. So we'll say general.ts, just like that. And we're going to export a function that's called can access admin pages. And it's going to take in the role of our user. And this role is either a user role or it's going to be undefined in case that they have no role. And all we want to do is return if our role is equal to admin. Now, the reason that I broke this into a function, even though the function does the exact same thing, is because if I wanted to make it so that anyone that can access admin pages could also be a moderator, I could come in here and say, or role is equal to moderator. And if I added that moderator role, this would work. And I would only have to change it in one place instead of many, many different places. So now here, if I do a quick import on this, you can see that now only users with the admin permission will be able to access this link. And when I save my page and come over here, you can see the admin link has completely disappeared from my page. That's because this user is not an admin user. So let's go ahead and make this user an admin user. There's no way in our UI to do that, which is great. We don't want users to be able to just make themselves admins. That would be horrible. So instead, what we're going to do is go into Clerk and just manually change this user ourselves. This is how you would do this in the real world anyway, because you don't want other people to be able to create admin users. You want to have full control over that. So here, we're just going to edit our role to be admin. Now we'll scroll down, click save on that. That should call our database to actually update this user. And if we come back over here and give our page a refresh, you can now see the admin role shows up because this user is an admin user. So now we've set up all of our authentication. We've set up all of our roles. We synced everything with our database. We have a really robust system set up for dealing with all of our different permissions and so on. The very next thing I want to focus on is showing you how our caching is going to work. And you may notice there's been a lot of time in this video that we've spent to only have a single navbar on our page. I know that may seem like we're wasting a lot of time, but by setting up all of these building blocks and foundations early on in our application, it means that we can create things much quicker and change things quicker and work on our application quicker. So while the upfront time is significantly longer, the actual overall development time will be much shorter because we're working on making good foundations early on in our application. So So I talked about how inside this features folder, I have my users and I have my cache. And I said I would get to the cache in a bit. And now is when I want to talk about the cache. So the way the cache works inside of the new dynamic IO with Next.js is anytime you want to cache a function, all you need to do is at the very top of that function, you need to make sure it's an async function first of all. So we'll create async function. We'll just call it test. All you would do is put use cache at the top, and that tells Next.js to completely cache this function. Now, this is only somewhat useful because you probably also want to control when that cache is revalidated. And that is where the cache tag comes in. You can pass along any tag that you want inside of here, and then you can call revalidate tag and pass along that same tag. So if I called this tag test up here, every time I call revalidate tag, it's going to revalidate all my caches that have that tag so that they can be recalled again. Now, this is really useful, but creating a system that has easy to use tags and making sure you manage all those tags can be quite complex. So I spent a lot of time trying to figure out the best way to do this, and I've kind of taken the approach that I used in my Parity deals clone. I'll link it in the cards and description if you want to see it. That was built upon the older Next.js caching system. I kind of revamped that system for the new caching system, and I really like how this turned out. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of all the code inside of here. We don't need any of this stuff right here. What I want to do inside of my cache is I want to create all my different caching levels for a user specifically. So export function, we're going to call this get user global tag, just like that. And by default, pretty much every database entry that we're going to have is going to have a global tag. And this just means every single time that we access our data, this means we want to reset our cache anytime we change any user in our entire database. So this is going to be the tag that we're going to use for that. For now, we'll just return a string, but I'll come back and clean this up a little bit. Then we're going to have an export function here. This one's going to be called get user ID tag, just like that. And here we'll just return users and whatever the ID is, because we're going to pass in an ID, which is a string, just like that. So for now, I'll just concatenate this. Obviously, we'll clean this up in a little bit. But now I've created two separate tags. I've created a tag that says anytime we update any user or create a user or do anything to our user table, we want to make sure we revalidate that cache. And this says anytime we change one particular user, do we update them? Do we delete them? It doesn't matter. Anytime we change a user with a particular ID, then we want to update the cache for this particular user. So how do we make sure we're always revalidating our cache? Well, every single time that we do an insert, an update, or a delete, I want to call a function, which in our case we'll call revalidate user cache. I'll pass it in the ID of my user. So anytime I modify, update, delete, create a user, I'm going to call revalidate user cache. And it's just going to call revalidate cache. And actually it's going to be revalidate tag. And it's going to be using our user global tag. And it's going to be using our user ID tag and passing it in the ID. So the reason I have this system set up like this is it gives me defined tags that I'm required to use. So I'm always required to use this user global tag or this user ID tag when I want something to be tagged for an individual user or for all users. So I'm not just hard coding strings everywhere. I have specific functions that I'm using. And then I'm making sure every time I change a user object, I always call revalidate user cache, which revalidates all my different caching layers. So this is going to make sure that as long as you cache your function with a tag that is the most specific tag possible. For example, if I have a function called get user and I have use cache at the top of it, my cache tag for this would be the get user ID tag, and we pass it along whatever ID we get inside of here. So for example, this is what our get user function would look like. We cache it for this specific user ID. If I had a function called get all users, and instead for this one, if I'm trying to cache this, then I would just use a cache tag of my get user global tag, because this is saying anytime I add, update, or delete any user, I obviously want to rerun this entire function. So now I'm saying, okay, every time I update a user, it's going to revalidate my global tag, which makes sense, and it's going to revalidate the tag for that one particular user. So if I have two users, one with an ID of 1 and one with an ID of 2, I can call get user with both ID 1 and 2, and that's going to run 2 database queries, and I can call get all users, and it's going to return both those users. Then let's say I go ahead and I update user 2 and I change their name to something else. Well, when I call get user with an ID of 1, that's still cached because I have not updated that cache. But if I try to call get user with an ID of 2, well, since I revalidated my cache with an ID of 2, it revalidated this particular tag. So now it's going to get me a brand new user with that ID of 2. While this get all users function is obviously going to be revalidated because anytime I update any user, this is going to get revalidated. Now, I know this sounds really complicated and confusing, but as soon as you start seeing this in action, it's going to make a lot of sense and it's really easy to use. all you have to ask yourself is, what am I getting from my function? Am I getting all users, or am I getting a particular user? And that's all you need to ask yourself to worry about the caching, and everything else is handled for you behind the scenes in the system. So let's go ahead and make sure that we actually make these global and ID tags work a little bit better. To do that, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to create a brand new file in this lib folder right here. I'm going to call it datacache.ts. And inside this data cache, I'm going to export a few different types of functions. So we're going to say function get global tag. This is going to take in a tag, which is one of our different cache tags, which is a type we'll create in just a second. So up here, we can say type cache tag is going to be equal to, and here we just want to list all of our different things. So for example, products or users. For now, we're just going to have users because that's the only thing we've focused on so far. This is going to return to me a string called global, and it's going to put the tag after it. And then we're just going to make sure that is a constant as well. There we go. So now this is going to return to us either global products or global users. Now I can do the exact same thing essentially with an ID tag. So I can get my ID tag, which is going to take in a ID. So ID is a string, just like that. This is going to be called ID. It's going to take in my ID. And then it's going to have the tag directly after it. So you can see here, it's going to say ID, whatever the ID is, products or users. And I essentially want to do the exact same thing for my users as well. So I'm going to get a user tag and a course tag. So this is going to take a user ID, just like that, call this user. And this is going to take a course ID, and we'll call this course. Now, the reason I have specific ones for user ID and course ID is because sometimes I want to get all of the courses for a user. Well, that would be user tagged because anytime I change the courses for a user, I would want to update that cache. Or maybe I want to get all of the lessons for a course. Well, that would be cached based on the course ID itself. Because if I change the lessons in course 1, I don't want to revalidate my cache for the course 2. I only want to revalidate the cache where those courses are at. So that's why I have these different levels of caching. Global is for anything, ID is for one entry, user is anything cached specifically for a user, like what purchases did that user make, what lessons did they mark as complete, and course is things cached to a course. For example, what products contain what courses, what lessons are in that course, what sections are in that course, and so on. We'll get to using these other two in a bit, but for now, we are just going to be focusing on ID and non-ID. So we're going to say ID tag, which I think is get ID tag, just like that, and we're going to pass it in our ID and our tag, which is users. There we go. And this one's going to be called global tag. And we're going to pass in users. So now we just have a system for creating our tags to make them a little bit easier and more simple to work with. So now let's make sure we properly revalidate our cache anytime we update our users. So when we insert a user, I'm going to come down here and invalidate the cache and pass in my new user.id. There we go. Let's make sure we import this function. So now every time I create a new user, it's going to invalidate my caches. Same thing here. Anytime I update a user, it's going to invalidate my caches. And anytime I delete a user, it's going to invalidate the caches as well. So now let's go back into our Clerk middleware for our service here, not the actual middleware itself, but for our specific service. And I want to make it so get current user actually takes in an option, all data, which is by default going to be equal to false. And we also want to set this to an empty object by default as well. So now all data is essentially saying, if I want to get all data, return to me a user object. So I'm going to say return user here. And if all data is equal to true and my session claims.dbid is not equal to null, then what I want to do is I want to call a get user function. We'll create that in just a little second, and we'll pass in the user that we want to create or that we want to get. Otherwise, we pass in undefined. So this allows us to just get a particular user only when we want to, because we don't want to call our database unnecessarily. So only if we want to get all of the information for the user will we actually get that information. So now we can create that function, get user, and we can see how this cache is actually working. So we're going to say ID, which is a string, just like that. We're going to make sure that this uses cache, which means this must be an asynchronous function. And for our cache tag, we're going to get the user ID tag for this particular ID. So now it'll only reset this cache when we get a particular user and change that particular user. The very first time we get the user, it's going to set the cache, and then every other time it's going to use the cached value, so we don't have to actually call this function a bunch of times. I'll actually show you what I'm talking about by saying called right inside of here. So now let's go ahead and actually define our function. This is a very simple query function. So we're going to say db.query on our user table. And we want to find the first entry where equals our ID. We'll call this user ID or user table.id and our ID. So essentially, the very first user that has this ID is the one that we're going to be returning. Very straightforward. That's going to be calling get user, and that's going to be used up here. So to see this in action, let's go exactly to our application inside of our layout where we're getting our user. And instead, I'm going to be getting all of the data here. So we're going to say all data true. And we'll just come in here, console.log user.name, or user.user technically .name. There we go. It's a little bit messy, but it's going to work just fine. Whoops. There we go. Make sure that I get my question mark parentheses in the correct place. There we go. Because this user could be null if for some reason that we don't have that information in our database. But there we go. We're logging out the name of the user. If I inspect my page, actually not inspect, sorry, this will all be inside the console here. So there we go. You can see it's called it for the very first time and it gave us a value of Kyle Cook. So it called this function and got Kyle Cook back. Now, if I refresh my page, you can see it didn't call the function anymore because this user did not change. So it just says Kyle Cook. That works perfectly fine. Now let's go ahead and say that we modify our profile by changing our name by adding just a D to the end of it. Now, if I give that a quick save, we should wait a second. You can see it's called that webhook for us. And now immediately it called that function and got us the new information. Now, when I refresh, it's keeping that cached information and not refetching it. Now, the really great thing is, let's say that I sign out real quick and I'm going to create a brand new user. So I'm going to sign up with a user. We'll just put in some bogus information. There we go. That's coming through. I need to make sure I get that from my email. So I just copied the code from my email just so we can verify that this email exists. And now you can see it's created a brand new particular user account for me. Now I'm going to sign out of this user. I'm going to sign back into my GitHub user. And you'll notice over here, it never called that function again, because again, we're caching based on the user's ID. I created a new user, but that new user has nothing to do with my old user, so it's not refetching my cache. It's only when I manage and update this particular user or delete them or whatever it is that I do, that it's actually going to recall this information and get this information. So when I refresh now, you can see it's recalling that information. Now, this was mostly for demonstration purposes. We don't need all of the data for the user in this particular function, so we're not going to call it because there's no point in making unnecessary database calls, but you can hopefully see the power of this caching system. As long as we make sure that anytime that we use our cache, that we're properly revalidating the cache when we insert things and setting a cache when we get things, it's going to just work flawlessly for us. And it's a rather easy system to use. So I know it seems like we spent a lot of time to get to the point where we're at, but honestly, we have our database set up, we have our caching set up, we have our user authentication set up, we have all of the hard stuff done. So now we can actually just start cranking through all the different pages that we want to build. And to get started, I think we're going to start with our admin pages first. The main reason for that is because we don't have anything to show on the consumer pages until we have products and so on in our database. So let's go ahead. We're going to close out of all of this, minimize all this down. And inside of our application, we're going to go into the admin section and we're going to create a layout.tsx. And this layout is going to be very similar to our consumer layout. I'm actually going to copy it and paste it in. We'll make some changes, obviously, but this is going to be rather similar. So this is going to be our admin layout. And for our admin layout, we're going to come down to this first link right here. And I'm actually going to wrap this inside of a div. We're going to give it a class name, which is margin right auto. We're going to have flex items in the center. And we're going to make sure that we have a gap of 2. And I'm going to remove essentially these same classes from here. So we don't need margin right on the auto. We don't need our flex and item center on here anymore. And that's because inside of here, I'm also going to add a badge icon directly from Shadcn. So let's make sure that we get that from Shadcn. Close this down. We're going to make sure Shadcn. We're going to get the badge component as well. And that's because I want people to know that we're on the admin page. So here, I'm just going to create a badge that says admin directly inside of it. Then down here, we don't need to worry about any sign-in related stuff. We don't need to worry about an admin link. So we can get rid of all of that related stuff. So let's just boom, get rid of all that because you can never access this page unless you're signed in, obviously. So now we have our badge that says we are an admin user. The next thing is going to be all of our different links. So we're going to have a link that goes to creating courses, and that's going to be /admin/courses, just like that. We're then going to have all of our products. So that's going to be /admin/products. And then finally, let's create a link right here. That's going to be for our sales. And that's going to be admin/sales, just like that. And now if we come in here and we create a page, export default function admin page, and we can just return an H1 that says to do fix, because this is going to be a page that essentially has all of our different like analytics and dashboard data. And you can't really create a dashboard until you start to put data into your database. So now you can see we have that admin badge right here just to let the user know, hey, you're on the admin page. And now we can go to our courses, products, sales, and so on. So let's focus on products first. Or actually, I think we should focus on courses first because we cannot create a product until we have a course to put into that product. So inside admin here, let's create a brand new courses folder, just like that. And inside of here, we'll create a page.tsx. Export default function courses page. There we go. Let's make this a little bit bigger so it's a lot easier to see because we're going to put a lot of focus into this particular section. Now, the very first thing I want to do inside of here is we'll just do a return, a div with a class name of container. And we're going to have some margin on the top and bottom of 6 just to space out our content. So if we put something inside of here, you can see it's got a little bit of space on the top and it's inside of a container. So it's got a little bit of extra space there. It looks just like we want it to essentially. Now, one thing I'm noticing is the left side of this is not lined up with the left side of our text here. That's because we have a padding on the left and right of this, which we don't actually need. I'm going to remove that. And I'm also going to go to the layout for our consumer because I don't believe we need that in there as well. So I'm going to go to our consumer layout and I'm going to remove that padding on the left and right. I think we can get rid of that and it's still going to work fine. And now it's lined up perfectly on the left and right. So now let's go ahead. We're going to go back to that page we were just working on for our courses. There we go. Minimize all that down. And inside of here, what we want to do is we want to render out a page header. This is going to be a custom component that I'm going to create. We can give it a title, for example, courses. And this is going to be a component we're going to use lots of places in our application. So I'm actually going to put it in the top level of our application in this components folder. So we're going to create a brand new file inside of here called pageheader.tsx. So let's export a function called pageheader. And this page header is going to be relatively straightforward. We're going to return a div. And inside this div, we're going to just put a couple things. First of all, we're going to put an H1 that has whatever our title is. So we're going to come in here with a title. And our title is a string, just like that. So we're going to render out our title. And then we can specify the size for this. So we can say class name, text is going to be 2XL, and the font is going to be semi-bold. There we go. So it's just going to be a larger font for us. If we save both of these, make sure I import this properly, you can now see we get that larger text. But I also want to make sure I support having children inside of here too. So I'll say some children. If we have them, then render them inside of a div. And we'll call it children, just like this. Minimize that div, there we go. And then up here, we just need to make sure that we accept a child property. So we can say children is an optional React node, just like that. And that's because if I want to pass along like buttons and so on, I can. So inside of here, I'm going to add some different classes. And I'm actually going to use the CN utility. And that's because I want to be able to pass in any custom class names as well inside of here. So we'll say class name, just like that. That's going to be an optional string. There we go. So my normal classes is going to be some margin on the bottom of 8 to give me some space. I'm going to have some margin on the top, which is going to be 6 to give me some space from the top of things. Actually, we can just remove that. We'll only keep the margin on the bottom. I'll use a flex with a gap of 4. Items are going to be in the center. And then we're going to justify space between. So whatever the children are going to be put all the way to the right, while the text is going to be all the way on the left. Then finally, any custom class names I pass along are going to be put in there. So what I can do now is I can pass along any children I want, for example, a button for creating a brand new course. So inside of here, I can create a button just like that. We'll make this an as child button. And of course, we're going to use a Next.js link that's going to bring me to the admin/courses/new page. And it's going to say new course, just like that. And we make sure that this says admin. There we go. So now we have a new course button. And if I click it, it brings me to that new course page. Now, obviously, we'll want to put some content down here to what actually is going to be inside of our page. So I'll just put a little placeholder. This is going to be like where we put our table of all of our different courses and everything like that. But we don't have a course yet. So we should probably focus on our new course page to create a course before we start rendering it out on our page. So we'll create a folder called new, and inside of here, page.tsx. Now this new course page is going to be rather straightforward. I'll actually just copy it because it's very simple code. Essentially what we have here is our page header that says new course, and then we're rendering out a course form. So let me make sure I get my imports proper. There we go. And actually, the reason this is not working is because I put this in the wrong folder. This page header should not be in the UI folder. It should be in the components folder. There we go. Now all we need to do is create a course form that we can use for editing and updating our course, as well as creating a new course. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into my features folder here. We have a users feature. Let me create one for my courses as well. And inside of here, I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to put this inside of a components folder, and it's going to be called course form.tsx. There we go. Now to make this work with Tailwind, because by default, Tailwind does not check your features folder. If we look inside of our Tailwind config, you can see it only checks our source components, our source pages, and our source app. But we want to check our source features as well. So to do this, we can say we want to check the features, and we specifically want to check any folder inside of features, and we want to get to the components section. So we're going to be checking inside of our features any feature that we want, check the components folder of that feature for our Tailwind styles. This is going to make sure that our Tailwind styles work anywhere to define them, even if they're defined inside of, for example, here in our features folder. Now let's come in here and we're exporting a function called course form, and we're going to have to do some more boilerplate inside of here because we need to handle forms inside of Shadcn. So let's come in here, we're going to add forms, we're going to add inputs, and we're going to add text area as well as select. Those should be the main things that we're going to need for handling and creating all this. And of course, we're going to use force to force install all of these different things. That's going to install all of our different dependencies for us. And most importantly, this is going to include React hook form. So I don't want to overwrite my button, but as you can see, we get all of these different files being imported for us. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to create a form object using the use form hook from React hook form. And since we're using hooks, we need this to be a client component. Then inside of this use form hook, I want to make sure that we pass along all the information we need. So we're going to get a resolver. That is the Zod resolver. We need to make sure we import our Zod resolver from hook form. That's going to give us the resolver. And in here, we pass it a schema. Now I'm going to create a schema called course schema. Now we obviously haven't defined this. So inside my courses feature, I'm going to create a new folder called schemas, just like that. And inside of this schemas folder, I'm going to create a courses.tsx, or actually just ts, there we go. And inside of here, we can export our course schema. This is just going to be a z.object. Let me make sure I import this from Zod. And this object is going to contain just a few things. We're going to have a name, z.string, and a minimum of 1 with a message of required. There we go. I'm going to do the exact same thing with our description, just like that. And this again is required, so we'll give it a minimum of 1. So now I have that schema created. I can import that right here. And I can make sure for this use form, I can z.infer the type of my schema, course schema, just like that. So this is going to make sure that it has the correct typing information. You can see here it has a name and a description. Now the next thing we need to define is our default values. Now our default values are going to be essentially a name that is an empty string and a description that is an empty string. Super straightforward. So now we have all the information for our form inside of this one single form object, which we can use everywhere else. So down below, we can return a form object, and we want to make sure we get this from the component UI form. And we want to pass in all the information for our form directly into there. And then inside of here, we need to pass a normal form, which should have an onSubmit function, and this onSubmit should call form handle submit, and we pass it whatever we want our submit function to be. So we'll create a function called onSubmit, and we'll deal with that in just a little bit. So there we go, that's going to be that function. And we can pass along any class names we want. For example, a gap of 6 on a Flexbox container that is in the column direction. And we also want to make sure that we style this properly using CSS. And I'm going to be using container queries specifically for that. But this one's not going to need a container query because everything's going to be one line. So we'll just leave it just like that. There we go. Some of our other forms, we will be using container queries with Tailwind though. So now we have our form, and for each one of our forms, we need to specify a form field. Now the form field takes in a control, which is just form.control, super straightforward. It takes in the name, and this is whatever the name of our input is. Is it a name, a description? We're using our name input here. And then we have a render function. Now this render function is going to take in specifically a field property, and it's going to return to us some JSX. And this JSX is going to be our form item. So we'll say form item just like that. Each form item needs to have a form label. So we'll call this our form label, which will say name. And we'll also give this a required label icon. This is just a custom component we're going to create that allows us to mark things as required with a little red asterisk. So inside of our components folder right here, actually not that components folder, this one right here, I'm going to create that new file, .tsx, export function, just like that. This is going to take in some components or some props. We're going to have a class name prop that is going to take, as well as just generic props. And those are going to come from component props. And this is going to be without a ref. And we want to get the type of our asterisk icon. There we go. So essentially we're just saying, hey, it takes all the normal props that you'd normally get from the asterisk icon component, which is what we're going to render. So it's going to take all those props. And then for class name, all we're going to do is add our custom classes and combine them with the ones we passed in. So we're going to make it red by calling text destructive. It's going to be an inline element, a size of 3, and we want to align it towards the top of the container. And then finally, we pass in any custom class names that we want, and we can close this off. So this is essentially just giving us a red asterisk icon that allows us to modify it with extra classes if we want. But now we can pass in required icon just like that. And there we go. That's all we need for that form item for the form label itself. Now we should probably make sure we close off our form field just like that. So at least this will render properly. And now we can move on to our form control. So the form control is just the input. So in our case, we can render out an input just like this. Make sure we get it from here and pass along all of our normal field properties. So there we go. We now have our very first form field. And to make sure this is working, let's come in here and import our course form just like that. Give the page a refresh, and we should see here, we now have our name input properly showing up with that red asterisk icon showing that it is required. So we at least have that done. The next section is to create a brand new form field for our description. So I'm just going to copy this down and do the exact same thing, but this will say description instead. This is going to say description, and instead of using an input here, I'm going to be using a text area. So make sure I get that imported as well. And I also want to specify some custom class names. So we'll say min age of 20 and resize none to make sure that's not resizable. So now we got our name, we got our description. The final thing I want to do is I want to add in a section for our button. So we'll create a div. Class name here is self end. So it's going to show up on the right hand side of our screen. We'll create a button, and the button is going to be disabled if our form is submitting. So disabled equal form state dot is submitting. There we go. So if we're currently submitting, obviously disable this button. We'll give it a type of submit, and we'll just have it say save. So now you can see we have a save icon showing up on the right hand side of our screen, and that's going to call this onSubmit function right here. Now this onSubmit function is going to get all the different values based on the type that we passed up here. So it's going to be based on our schema. So this values is going to be a name and a description. And inside of here, we can call, for example, our create course function that we have created already to like insert a course. Now, obviously we don't have all this information yet. We're going to create a create course action that allows us to create a course by passing in all these different values that we want to do. So now we need to work on creating an action, databases, caching, and so on for our course. But we've already kind of created the groundwork, so it shouldn't be too difficult for us to do. So inside of here in our courses section, we're going to need to have a folder for actions. We're going to need to have a folder for our database, and we're going to need to have a brand new folder for our permissions as well. Now let's focus on our actions first. We'll create a brand new file inside of here called courses.ts. And we're going to export, or actually first we'll just put use server at the top so we know that these are server actions. And then we're going to export an async function called create course. It's going to take in our unsafe data because technically we don't know that this data is what we expect it to be because it could be passed in from the client. And we're going to get that from the exact same type of course schema. There we go. Make sure we get that from Zod, just like that. Make sure I spell unsafe properly. And now we can parse this data to make sure it's what we expect. So we can say success and data is equal to course schema.safe parse. And we want to parse our unsafe data. So what this is going to do is if our data is properly formatted like we expect, for example, we have a name and description passed in, the success will be true and data will be our data. But if there's an error, for example, our description is null or our name is null, it's going to give us a success of false and no data at all. So here we can just do a quick check. If it is not a success, well, then what we want to do is we want to return some form of error down to the user. So we can say error true, and the message will just say there was an error creating your course. There we go. So now if there was an error, we'll let them know. Next thing we want to do is we want to create our course. We'll just create a function called insert course in our database and pass along our data. And then finally, if that was successful, we're going to redirect the user to the admin/courses/course.id/edit page, because now they can do things like add sections, add lessons, and so on to our course. Make sure we get that imported properly from the correct location. It should be from Next navigation. There we go. And also we should probably check our permissions here. So, or if they cannot create a course, here we go. And we'll want to make sure we pass in our get current user into there. So if our current user cannot create a course, also throw an error that there was an error creating the course. So here's our permission, here's our database. Let's go ahead and focus on our permission first. So let's go ahead in our permission file and create that. Create a brand new file called courses.ts. And we're going to export an async, actually it's not even async, it's just a function called can create courses, which takes in a user, which has a role of user role or undefined, just like that. And we can actually just get the role portion of it. There we go. So this is going to give us a role. And if the role is equal to admin, well, then we just return that. So we can say return role equals admin. So they can create a course if their role is equal to admin, otherwise they cannot. And again, the reason I put this in a function is because if for some reason I have a role of moderator that I want to be able to edit courses or create courses, I can put that in one place and it updates everywhere. So now if I just import this, that's part of our fix is done. Next thing to work on is insert course, which is going to go into our database folder. So here we can create something which is just called courses.ts. And here I can export an async function called insert course, which has our data, which is the type of course table.infer select. There we go. Just like what we did for our users. I want to create a new course. And again, this always returns to us an array. So we're going to get the first value from our array because we're always inserting one user. Call db.insert. We're going to insert into our course table. We're going to get the values, which is just the data that we want to pass in. And then finally, I want to return my user that I'm inserting. So here we go, or the course, sorry. So this is going to get us a new course, or it's going to return undefined if for some reason it couldn't insert this person. So if our new course equals null, well, then we should probably throw some type of error. So we'll say throw new error, failed to create course. There we go. Then what we can do is we can do revalidation on our cache. So we can say revalidate course cache and pass it in our new course.id. We'll create this function in just a second. And then finally, we can return our new course to the user. So let's go ahead and work on our cache for our courses next. I'm actually going to put this in a folder called cache, just like that. And inside of here, we'll create courses.ts. Now I'm going to copy and paste the code for this because as you notice, the code for this is identical to what we did for users. We created a course global tag, a course ID tag, and then we're revalidating both those at the same time. And to make sure that this works with courses up here, we can just add courses to our list. And now we can make sure that this is working properly. So now we have the ability to revalidate our tags as well as to create tags for when we access our courses. So now let's see insert course. We can import that. That works fine. We can make sure here that we're importing this. That works fine. And now it looks like the only error we're getting is here in our data because something is not quite hooking up between our different data types that we're expecting. If I look at infer course here, I used infer select. This should be infer insert. That should fix my problem. And now we have everything working for inserting our courses. And if we go ahead and we make sure we go to our course form and we go and we have our action for create course, we should see that this should return to us some data or it should redirect the user. Now, if we have an error, I want to show this to the user in the form of a toast. So we're going to use Shadcn to import and add the toast functionality as well. Now to make this toast functionality work, all we need to do is go all the way up into our layout for our entire application, and we need to add in a toast provider. So we can get our toast provider just like that. And this would actually be technically called toaster, just like that. So we can get rid of this toast provider up here. We're using toaster just like that. Now I'm actually going to make some modifications to this particular file for our particular needs. And that's because I'm going to have lots and lot of actions that return an error as well as a message. And I want to just make a toast function that's going to handle that error and message properly for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into where that toast function was created, which is in my hooks, use toast. And what I want to do is I want to scroll all the way down. First of all, this actions type here should actually be moved right to here, just like that. We can completely remove this. This is just something that you don't actually need that comes with it. Then we can scroll all the way down to the very bottom, and I want to create a custom function that's going to work just like toast, but be slightly different. So we're going to call this action toast. And this is going to take in some action data as well as all the other normal props. So we'll just call this props, just like that. And I'm going to make sure I put that inside of the parentheses. There we go. And for the typing of this information, it's going to be relatively straightforward. What I'm going to do is my action data is going to be an error, which is a Boolean, and it's going to be a message, which is a string. We've already pretty much looked at that's the exact format pretty much all of our actions are going to take. Then I want to make sure that this is combined with our toast. So we're going to omit the normal properties you get from toast, which are going to be title, description, and variant, because all of those are going to be managed for us by this action data right here. So I'm just going to be omitting those properties by default. And I should make sure that this is a pipe symbol. There we go. So now we have our action toast, and we can just return calling toast, but we want to modify it with our particular information. So first of all, pass along all the props, and then we can say our title is going to be our action data dot error. So if we have an error, it'll say error. And if we don't have an error, it'll say success. There we go. Next thing that we're going to do is we're going to have a description, which is going to be our action data dot message. And then finally our variant, if we have an error, then we're going to use the destructive version, otherwise the default version. So it's either going to be red or our normal default version. And then let's just make sure that we export this information. So now we can come into here and we can just call action toast with our data just like that. and that's going to work just fine as soon as we import this function. There we go. Now, of course, we need to make sure that we await this, and we can come in here with async code just like that, and that's going to give us our proper data. Now, the last thing to do is to make sure we pass this along as our action data. There we go, because we can also pass along other props. As you can see here, there are tons of other things we could pass along, but we're just going to pass along the default action data. So now if there's an error, it will let us know. So by default, we get server-side error validation inside of here. So if I try to type something in and click save, you can see my description's invalid. My messages are not showing up. So to fix that problem, we can make sure that we have our form message at the bottom of both of our form inputs. So here and at the bottom of this one, there we go. So now if we have a message, it'll show up here. For example, if either of these are empty, it'll show me a message. Now what I can do to emulate what an error would look like is I can go to my action here and I can just say, or true. So always it's going to fail. So now we can come in here, click save, and you can see immediately at the bottom, there was an error creating your course and it's showing up inside of a toast, which is exactly what I want. Obviously, if you're on a larger screen size, the toast just shows up on the side, while on a smaller screen size, it shows up across the entire thing. And there you go. You can see that that is working like we expect. Now let's remove this so that we actually can go ahead and create this and it should properly work. So let's give this a actual name. We'll call it JS Simplified. There we go. And this is a simple JS course. Super straightforward, click save, and you can see it's redirecting us to the page for editing that particular course. And if we look inside of our database and we look at our courses, we should see that we have a brand new course inside of here. And of course, we get a network error because we're not actually running this. So let me run our studio version. And now if I refresh, we should see that we have one course inside of our database, just like that, with the name of JS Simplified. So that is working as we expect it to. And now we can go ahead and work on the rest of the pages for our course related stuff. Now, before we jump into this edit page, what I want to do is I want to go back to the courses page, and here I want to render out a table with all of our different courses. So to do that, we're going to be using the Shadcn table component to make this super straightforward and easy. I'm going to create a brand new component inside of here called course table.tsx, just like that. We can export a function called course table, and it's going to take in a bunch of courses. And courses are going to be a relatively simple object. So here we can get all the information for our courses. For now, I'll just call it an any array, but we can specify exactly what this type will be once we know what we want to have inside of our table. This is something that I sometimes do when I'm coding, just to make it so that I can actually create something and then type it out when I know what the type should be. So we'll come in here with a return, and we want to return the table object directly from Shadcn. We're going to have a table header for our table header content, and then a table row. And this first row is for all of our head items. So we'll say table head, not header. There we go. Make sure I import that, close that off. And our very first header is going to essentially just tell us if we have a course or courses, and it's going to tell us how many courses we have. Now, this is something that's going to be very common. We want to count how many of something we have. So it should say like 1 course or 2 courses. So to make this really easy, I'm going to create a function called format plural, just like that. And this is going to take in the amount of courses that we have, and then it's going to take in a singular version, which is course, and a plural version, which is courses. There we go. Make sure I close all of that off. There we go. And now we have this format plural function. So let's go ahead and define that. And to do that, we're going to come inside of our source here. We have this lib folder. Let's create some formatters. Now I'll just copy over this function because it's relatively straightforward. All we're doing is passing in our count, our singular, and our plural, and then we have an optional third parameter for if we should include the count or not, and by default that is true. So all we're doing is if the count is equal to 1, we use the singular form. If it's plural, we use the plural form. And then if we want to include the count, we're going to say count followed by the word that we created. Otherwise, we're just going to say the word. So if I call format plural and I pass it in 2, and I say singular is going to be course, and the plural is going to be courses, just like that. This is going to output to me 2 courses. That's the string it's going to output. But I can optionally say include count and set that to false, and then it'll return just courses instead of the number 2 in the front of it. Most of the time we want to include the count though, so that's why I left that as true. So now we can come in here, we can say format plural, just like that. And there we go, that gives us our course table. And let's go ahead and let's finish out what the rest of our header information is going to look like. The next header is going to be rather straightforward. I just want to have the number of students inside the course, and then we're going to have a section for actions for like an edit and delete button and so on. Then what we can do is after this row and after this header, we can go to our table body. And inside the table body, we just want to take our courses and we want to map through each one of our courses just like this. And we're going to render out a table row. So for each row, we need to specify a key. Luckily, we have an ID field we can use for that. And then we want to have our table cell. Whoops, cell, there we go. Make sure I get rid of that caption. We don't need that. There we go. So now for the very first table cell, this is going to be our most complicated by far because I want to list what the name of the course is, how many sections it has, and how many lessons it has. So we'll create a div, class name of flex, flex column, and a gap of 1. And the very first thing inside of here is going to be a div that's going to be semi-bold. Whoops, semi-bold, there we go. And that's going to be our course dot name, there we go. And then I'm going to have another div after that, and that's going to be some muted text. So let's say text muted foreground. And this is going to be where we have our different counts. So we're going to say format plural. This format plural is for our course, and this is how many sections we have. So our sections count. Singular is going to say section, and plural is going to say sections. There we go. Then I want to have the essentially exact same thing, but for formatting the count for our lessons. So this is our lessons count. Lesson, lessons, just like that. And I want to put just a dot between them. This is just a piece of text you can copy. That'll give me a dot between these. And now you can see, I can make sure I have a space as well on both sides of that. So just going to put this nice little dot between these two things of how many sections and how many lessons I have. The next table cell is going to be a really easy one. So let's say table cell, and this is just my course.students count, because I just want to say how many students do I have as a particular number. I don't need any labels or anything like that. And then my last table cell, this is going to be the one that allows me to edit or delete this particular course. So we can come in here with the div, class name is flex with a gap of 2, just like that. I'm going to add a button, and this button is going to be an as child button. There we go, because it's just going to be a link that leads me to the edit page. So my href, just like this, there we go, /admin /courses, course.id /edit, and it'll just say edit. There we go. Now we have that button done. The next button that I want to work on is going to be a custom type of button. I want to create an action button. And this is a button that essentially is going to perform an action, show me a loading state, and then finish that action out. So it's going to be just like a normal button, but it's going to have an action prop that we pass into it. So this is going to be our delete course action. We don't have this action yet, but we will create this delete course action. And we're going to make sure that we pass along the course ID that we want to delete by binding that as the first parameter passed to it. Now, the next thing that we want to do is we want to add in our trash2 icon, just to get us a trash icon, and then a span that is going to say delete. And this is going to be only for screen readers. So we'll say screen reader only. That way that people who are using screen readers know that this button is for deleting. Otherwise, they can just see the trash can icon. Now let's go ahead and create this action button. It's going to be a rather complicated component, actually. So we're going to come into our components, action button. This is going to be a really handy component that I think pretty much any project should have, especially if you're working in something like Next.js. So we're going to have our action. We're also going to take in a require are you sure prop, which defaults to false. And this is just going to pop up a modal that says, are you sure? So anytime that you have an action that you want to make sure only happens if they really are sure they want to do it, we can add this prop in there. And then finally, all the other props. And like I said, this is going to work just like a normal button. So I'm going to take my normal button. So I'm going to take component props, and we're going to do it with a ref specifically from my type of button. There we go. And what I want to do, make sure I import button. There we go. I want to make sure that I omit the onClick handler because we're going to add our own onClick handler to this. And then what I want to do is I want to add together all the other props that we have. So this is going to be the props for action, and action is just going to be a function that returns a promise, just like that. And this promise has an error and it has the message, just like all of our other actions that we've created. There we go. And then we're going to have a require are you sure, which is going to be a Boolean that defaults to false. There we go. So that's all the different props that we have. Let me make sure I spelled everything right. It looks like everything is spelled properly. So now all we need to do is just make sure we use all of this different information. To do that, we can render out a button. So let's just make sure we return a button just like this, pass it along all the different props, and our onClick prop for this specifically is just going to call our action. But we're going to create a function that we're going to call perform action because we're going to do some different loading states inside of here. And that's because we can use the use transition hook inside of React to help us manage our loading state. So we can say const is loading and start transition, is equal to use transition. And then we can create that function called perform action, just like that. It's going to call start transition. And this start transition is going to be an asynchronous function. And this asynchronous function is going to get my data by awaiting my action. And then it's going to pass along a toast. If, for example, the data was successful or an error, it's going to give us a toast with that action data, just like this. There we go. So now I can call perform action, and I can actually make sure that my disabled property here is equal to is loading. Now inside of this button, I want to pass along what my children would be, but I want to make sure that we actually add a loading state specifically in the case that we need to do some loading. So I'm going to create a component called loading text swap. And this is just going to allow me to swap between the loading text or the non-loading text. So instead of this is where we're going to pass all of our different children. And then I'm just going to pass along an is loading state, which is just is loading. So in the case that I'm loading, show a loading spinner. If I'm not loading, show the text delete or whatever I want. So this is going to be a function, loading text swap, just like that, is loading, and children is loading is a Boolean, and our children is a React node. There we go. Now I'm going to copy the text over for this, but I will explain exactly what each line of the code is doing, because essentially all we're doing is creating a rather simple CSS grid. So you can see we've created a grid with some items in the center, and this is just a 1 column by 1 row grid. And what I'm doing is I'm saying that the very first item, this div right here, which is my children, and this div, which is my loading icon, they should both take up the very first column and very first row. So they are both positioned in the exact same spot in my grid. The only difference is when I'm loading, my children is invisible, and also while I'm loading, the loading icon is visible. Now the reason I'm doing this stacking grid system is so that my button never changes size. It's very common for me to have a bunch of text inside my button, such as do thing, and then when it goes to loading, it'll say loading, like this. And you'll notice that this loading text is wider than the do thing text, or maybe my do thing text is really wide and my loading text is smaller. So when it swaps between the states, the size of my button changes between these two different sizes. By doing this, I will make sure that the size is always the size of my larger of the two elements. So if my text is larger, my button will be as large as it needs to be to fit the text. If my loading icon is larger, it'll make sure it's large enough to fit the loading icon. And when I swap between the two, the size of my button does not change at all. So that's essentially what this code right here is doing. Now we'll get to implement this require are you sure, because we're not using it right now. We'll get to that in just a little bit, but I'll go over here and I'll show you how this action button actually works. And we'll make sure, obviously we need to create a delete action. So let's do that really quickly inside of here. I'll just copy this code, paste it down. This will say delete course. It's going to take in a course or an ID, which is a string. We don't need to worry about parsing and a data. So all we need to do is just check can delete course with our current user, just like that. We'll say can delete courses. There was an error deleting your course. There we go. And then we have here our course from calling delete course, just like that, and passing it in our ID. And we don't even need to care about the course here. We can just return that the error was false. And we can just say here, successfully deleted your course. And here we can just say error deleting your course. There we go. Successfully. Perfect. So now we are deleting the course, and let's make sure we have our permission set up for this. It's going to be very straightforward, because essentially can delete courses is only true if you are an admin. So now we have all of this set up. Let's make sure that we import this function right here. Inside of here, we want to import this function, and hopefully that's all we need to do to get this action button set up. And our course table, let's see if we have any errors inside of here. It's just because we have this set to any, but now we have the action button set up and we have essentially our entire table done. The next step is to make sure that we actually use this table. So all the way, if we scroll up into our app, inside of our admin section, our courses page, we want to render out our course table, just like that. And this we're going to pass in our courses, which is equal to whatever our course data is going to be. We can get that up here. Const courses equals get courses. Let's make sure we await that and that this is an async function. And now we can create a function called get courses. There we go. And we're going to cache this function. So we'll use a cache, and then we can modify what our cache tags are going to be for this particular function. Now, obviously the very first thing is we're going to be getting all of our courses. So we should probably get the global user tag, just like that, or not user tag, get course global tag. There we go. This is the global tag for any time we modify any of our courses. And now we can come down here and we can turn all of our different database information. So we can say db.select. And of course, to use a cache, we must make this an async function. So we're going to say db.select. Let me make sure I import database. There we go, select. And we want to select a bunch of different columns. In our case, we need the ID, which is our particular ID. We'll get to that in just a little bit. We want to get that from our course table. Now our course table, right now we have two variables with the same name. So I want to come up here and say import course table. And we're going to call it as db course table from, and that's coming from @/drizzle/schema. There we go. So that's going to give us our course table named as db course table. So for our ID, we can say this is the ID column. We also want to get our name, which is just the name column. We want to get the description. There we go. Whoops, description, which is just our description column. We want to get our sections count, which is going to be counting the distinct properties from our course section table, just like that. We're going to do the exact same thing with our lessons, and we're going to do the exact same thing with our students. Make sure we put some commas on here, and this should be for our lesson table, and this is our user course access table. So we're just counting how many people have access to each course, how many people have, or how many lessons does each course have, and how many sections does each course have. Now to do all of these different countings, we need to do a bunch of joins. So let's do a left join here, and we're going to do a left join on our course section table, and we're going to do it where we have our course section table dot course ID is equal to our db course table dot ID. Make sure we import the equal. The reason I'm doing left joins here instead of inner joins is because if I have a course with no sections, I just want it to show up as 0 instead of not showing up in our results at all. Now I'm going to copy this left join. I'm going to do the essentially exact same thing, but on our lesson table. This is the section ID from our course section table. There we go. And again, I want to do another join. This one is going to be on our user course access table. I want to get the course ID from our db course table.id. There we go. That should be all the different joins we need. Finally, I just want to do a quick order, and we're going to order in the ascending direction based on name. So we'll come in here with our name, and then we'll do a quick group by to make sure our counting works, and we're going to group by the ID for our course table. That should be all the information we need to get for our specific courses, just like that. Let me make sure I get rid of any imports that I don't even need. There we go. And now I'm getting an error. I think I forgot to mark my action button as a client component. There we go. That fixes up that problem. And now hopefully we should see our content showing up. We have our delete button, we have our edit button, and so on. I do need to make some changes to different stylings though, and also to fix our any type right here, because now we know what type we're using for everything. For example, we're using an ID, which is a name, or which is a string. There we go. We know that we're using a name, which is a string. If we scroll down further, you can see we have our sections count, our lessons count, and our students count. So our sections count, we have our lessons count, and we have our students count, which are strings just like that. So we have these 5 properties that we're using, and it looks like I may have something incorrect. Sections count. That looks like it should be right. Why am I getting an error? Oh, of course, these should be a number, not a string. There we go. That cleaned up all the different errors that we have. And now for our action button, to make sure that this is a delete button, I'm going to pass in the variant of destructive. There we go. So now it's going to show up as red. Now, one thing I noticed is we're not using our description anywhere inside of here. So up here where we're getting our description, we can remove that because we don't actually need that particular value being returned to us. So now we have all this information showing up. We have a delete button that we can use for deleting things and so on. Now I'm going to change this delete button slightly. So I'm going to go back to my course table. I'm going to make sure that this is a destructive outline instead. There we go. And this is going to be a variant that I'm going to create myself. So here I'm going to create a destructive outline. Now I will quickly copy over the styles for destructive outline, but the destructive outline is identical to our outline. All I did is change everything to be destructive instead of our accent color. Also, I'm going to modify this outline one so that when we hover over it, our border becomes our accent border as well. Just a slight modification. Now with that out of the way, you can see we get this nice hover effect here for our destructive outline. We have 0 students, 0 sections, 0 lessons. That's working exactly as we expect it to. Now, if I go ahead and I click this delete button, we should see a loading icon show up briefly. So let's make sure that we actually slow down our code a little bit to make sure we see that loading icon in place. So I'm going to go over to my actions. This is going to be my delete course action. And all I'm going to do inside of here is throw in a simple wait condition. So we're just going to say await, and we're going to call a new promise. So we'll just create a function for this, make it a little easier. Function, wait, number, return, new promise. This is going to be resolve, set timeout, and it's going to call resolve after our number of seconds. So we can just say wait for 2 seconds so we can emulate what this is going to look like. And I'm also going to make sure that it always returns an error, so it doesn't actually delete anything quite yet. So let's go ahead, we click delete. You notice we get that loading icon showing up, and then immediately once it's done, it goes back to our normal state. That was the idea behind this. And the really important thing about this is if I come in here and I make this have a lot of text, so you can see our button is going to be very wide. And now I click to delete this, you can see the size of my button does not change. That's the really important thing with how I did all that grid stacking related content. So let's bring this back to how we had it before. Let's go back into our action button and make sure we have our require onshore working as well. And then we're going to go ahead and make sure we check to see if our delete is working. So for this required are you sure, we're going to be using an alert dialog for this. So we're going to get the alert dialog directly here and make sure, of course, we force that. And that should be all the information we need. Now we can go ahead and we can make sure we do this. So if require are you sure, then we want to return essentially a full alert dialog. So we'll say alert dialog, just like that. The open property is going to be set to is loading. If we are loading, then we're going to return true. Otherwise, we're going to set this to undefined, which means we're essentially going to let the actual normal Shadcn library handle if this should be open or not. But if we're currently loading, I want to make sure it stays open until the loading is complete, and then it completely closes. I'll show you why we do that in just a second, but let's make sure that we import this just like that. Then the next thing is I want to have my alert dialog trigger. We're going to use as child here, and this is just going to return to me a button that contains all of my different props, and this includes the children. So essentially, this delete button is right here. That's where it's being pasted into our code, is right there. Then we're going to have our alert dialog content. This is going to be all the content for our code. For example, our alert dialog is going to have inside of it our header, so we can get our header section. There we go. This will just say, are you sure? And then we can go below this, alert dialog description. There we go. The description will say this action cannot be undone. And we want to make sure actually that this section should be inside of a title. So alert dialog title. There we go. So now those are both inside of our header. And I believe I want to make sure these are imported from the correct location. There we go. Clean that up. Now after our header is where we want to have our footer. So alert dialog footer. And inside the footer, we're going to have two things. An alert dialog cancel. This essentially just closes out of our content, just like that. This will say cancel. This is just a normal cancel button. And then we're going to have our alert dialog action. This is going to be disabled if we are in the loading state. And then what I want to do is I want to have when we click this to perform our action. So we'll call perform action. And then finally, the content inside of this is just our loading text swap. And if we're loading, then we pass that into here so it knows which icon to show. And then finally, it should just say yes. There we go. So now, since we have require are you sure, we can pass that into our action button. So let's go all the way up to our page, specifically right here. There we go. Come all the way up to this button, and actually it's in our course table. There we go. So here, let's pass in that require are you sure. So now when I click on this, it's going to pop up this modal. Are you sure this action cannot be undone? I click yes. You can see it's going to rotate, rotate, rotate. And as soon as it's done rotating, you can see that it's going to close out of this. And the reason that the modal stays open, if we go back to this action button, is because I made sure that it's open anytime we're loading. If I remove this code, what's going to happen is I click on this and click yes, and it immediately closes, even though it's still loading in the background, which is not really what you want. That's why I left that particular state in there. Now we should probably make sure that this deleting actually works. So let's make sure we come back, remove this is true, get rid of the wait, we don't need that anymore. And let's see if it actually deletes our course. So we should see that it'll delete our course when we click on this, click yes. It's going to go through and try to delete that particular object. It's looking like it's taking quite a long time, so we may have had an error inside of our code. Let's go ahead and look inside of our code. Oh yeah, it looks like we're definitely getting an error inside of here. Let's expand this out We are scrolled all the way to the bottom. Actually, maybe we're not getting an error. So maybe there's just a caching issue with pages. So I'm going to refresh this because it could be that there was a stale pointer to the function that was being imported. And it looks like it's still not working. So I'm going to restart my entire server to see if that was the issue. Give that a quick second to load. There we go. And now we'll click on delete, click yes. We should see that that should hopefully work instantly. But again, it looks like we're running into a bit of a problem. So I'm going to again close out of our server. I'm going to make sure that I npm I next at canary. Sometimes when you're doing these forcing of things, it actually uninstalls the canary version, which causes different problems. So now I'm going to try reinstalling the canary version. So it's definitely on that canary version. We're going to re-render this particular page. And now hopefully we should see that this delete function is working properly. I'm going to click on delete. Make sure that I got my page refreshed. There we go. Yes. And it's still loading. And I'm not sure if it's actually working as we expect it to. So let's go ahead and go into that action and take a look at what this action is doing. First of all, it is getting our current user, seeing if they can delete it. Then it's calling delete course. So let's make sure that, oh, of course, it's infinitely calling itself because we're not creating this in our database. We want to call delete course from the database version. So essentially I created an infinite loop. So we'll call delete course as delete course DB, and we need to just define that function. Delete course, it's going to take in an ID, which is a string. We want to delete where equals course table.id is equal to our ID. Return the deleted course. We can then use that here. If our deleted course equals null, failed to delete course, and then we can revalidate our cache and return that actual course. There we go. That should actually fix the problem that we are running into. So now let's go ahead. We'll close out of our server. We'll rerun our server. And now hopefully this should work just fine. Give that a refresh. Click the delete button. Click yes. And we can see it still looks like there might be an error. And of course, I forgot to click save. So we still have an infinite loop. So now I'm going to refresh, hopefully for the very last time, since I actually saved my code this time. I run into that problem all the time. I always forget to save. There we go. Delete. Yes. And there we go. You can see it actually went through the delete, but it says we failed to delete the course. And I, of course, spelled delete wrong. So failed to delete course. There we go. Now it looks like it obviously did delete the course. So there may be something else that's going on. I'm just going to call this data real quick. We'll say const deleted course is equal to data of 0. So that part of our code is working the same. And I'll just console.log what my data is to see what's actually showing up here. So I'm going to create a brand new course. It doesn't really matter what the name or anything for this course is. Of course, it's going to take a little while to compile my page here. Click new course. For some reason, it's not compiling my page very quickly. There's a very long delay. I'm just going to try closing out of this and restarting it again, seeing what the delay is for that. Get our courses page, go to new course. I'm just going to try manually navigating there real quick. There's something going on with Next.js that's really not liking what I'm doing for some reason. I'm not sure what the issue is, but a lot of times when I run into weird Next.js related issues, I just delete the entire Next.js folder. That gets rid of all the caches and everything that's going on with Next.js, and that should fix our potential problems. I'm going to go back to that new page, and we should hopefully see everything is working as we expect it to. Especially since I'm using the canary version of Next.js and the canary version of the cache, this may happen. So let's just create some bogus information. I don't care what it is. We're going to save it. We're going to go back to our overall courses page. We should see that course there. And we're going to click delete and see what our actual output is. So you can see here, it is actually returning to us object that has that information. So I don't know what was going on. This should have all been correct. I'm guessing something weird was cached, but this all should still work just fine. So I'm going to try again, create something, save, bring me back to the particular page I'm supposed to be on, click delete, yes, and it did delete everything successfully. So everything worked as we expected it to. That's really good. Now let's go ahead, create a course, JS simplified, and we're going to say this is a simple JS course. Boom, create that particular thing. And now we're on the edit page, which we can work on next. So let's go ahead and actually create this edit page. We'll come over to here inside of our components, actually not our components, our app, inside of our admin section, courses, new folder, and we want to have our course ID. Make sure I put that inside of brackets and remove the colon. There we go. And another new folder. And then finally our page. And inside of this page, we want to export a default async function, edit course page. There we go. Params. And the parameters is just going to return to us a promise. And this promise is going to have our course ID, which is a string directly inside of it. There we go. So now inside of here, we can try to get our course related information. So we can say const course ID is equal to calling await on our params. That'll give us our actual ID. Then our course is equal to await get course, which is a function that we can create. We can pass it in our course ID. So we can just say here, function, probably should be async function get course ID string. We should make sure that this uses a cache. And for our cache tag, we want to make sure that this is our get course ID tag. We can pass it in the ID of our course. And now this is where we can get all of our course related information. Now, before we go any further on this particular section, I do want to actually take a step back to the page that we were working on before, this particular page here. And you'll notice that the only caching tag I put on here was my cache for my course global tag. But you'll also notice I accessed my course sections, my user access, and my lessons section. So I access all three of these database tables along with my course table. So I should probably include them as well inside of my caching tag. So let me go ahead. I'll close out of pretty much everything except for this page that we're working on right now. I want to go all the way down to our features inside of courses, and inside of where we had DB, I'm going to create a brand new file. This one is going to be for user course access.ts. And I'm also going to do the same thing in our cache, user course access.ts. And for now, all I care about is the caching portion of things. Now I'm going to again paste this down and show you exactly what's going on inside of here. First of all, inside of our tags, we need to add user course access as one of our potential tags. That cleans up all of our errors. The first thing you'll notice is our get user access global tag is just our global tag. The next one for our ID is a bit interesting. Our user course access is a join table. It does not have a set in stone ID. So we're actually passing along both the course ID and the user ID, which is what we use as a primary key for this. So this is an example of where we have additional information needed beyond just a normal ID, because this actually has two IDs. And then we're just passing that ID down to our get ID tag. And finally, we have a get user course access user tag. So what this one does is it allows you to get all of the access for courses for one particular user. So we can cache based on the user specific level. And then when we revalidate, we need to make sure we pass along all of our unique IDs as well as the user ID to revalidate this information. So now we can actually use this information by getting the global tag and using it on this page right here, because we're again getting all of the global access for our users. So we're going to make sure we pass that in, because this is getting all of our courses and every single user access table. So since we're accessing multiple tables, we need multiple caches for this. I could do the exact same thing by scrolling down here a ways inside of our features, because we need to have one for our course sections. So we can say course sections. And inside of course sections, we're going to have a DB folder. And inside of there, we're going to have our cache.ts. And let's just paste down what the cache is going to look like, because again, these are pretty much exactly the same between all of our different files. So here we can see we get our global access. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. This is the one we're looking at. You can see we have our global section, our ID section, and we also have course related sections. So we can cache all the sections for a specific course. And when we revalidate, we need to pass in the ID as well as the course associated with the thing that we're revalidating. Rather straightforward. Again, this is just creating all the different cache tags that we're using for our sections. And we want to make sure we use the global one on this page, because again, we're accessing all the particular caches that we have for that single section. So anytime any course section in our entire application updates, we want to rerun this entire function. The final one that we need to do inside of here is going to be for lessons. So let's come down. We're going to create a brand new folder for lessons. And inside of there, we're going to create a new folder called DB. And inside that folder, we're going to create a cache folder, and we're going to create a cache for our lessons. There we go. If I paste this down, you'll notice this looks identical to the way sections worked. We have global, ID, course, and we're revalidating all that information. Let me just make sure that we accept our lessons as well as an option. And that should be all we need. Let's get our global tag, and we'll put that up into here. There we go. So now we're just making sure anytime that we update any of our sections, any of our lessons, any of our user course access, or any of our courses, we are rerunning this particular query. Now, the next thing that we can do is we can move on to the actual edit page that we are on. So let's just close out of all of this stuff here. We're going to go to that particular edit page, just like this. And now when we're getting a course, this is going to require us to get course sections, course lessons, and so on. So we want to include those in our cache as well. So since we're getting all of the course sections, we can say get course section, course tag, pass it in the ID. We can do the exact same thing. We get lesson course tag, pass it in the ID. And now we're saying anytime we update this particular course, or we update any of the sections for this course, or any of the lessons for this course, rerun this particular database query. And now we can run that database query. So we can say query on course table, and we want to find the first where our columns, this is all the columns we need. Well, we want to get the ID, the name, and the description for our course. That's the only information we really care about for our course. And we want to get it where specifically our ID is equal to this specific ID. So course table, make sure I get the right course table dot ID is equal to our ID. There we go. Then the next thing that I want to do is I want to get all of the course sections. So I can say with course sections. And actually our course sections is not in here. We never put that in our relationship for our course table. We should make sure that we have course sections in here, many course section table. There we go. So that's at least linking those up. So now we can say inside of here that we want to get all of our different course sections. And for these course sections, we want to order them by their order property. So we can say in ascending order by the course section table dot order. Then we can specify that we want to get only specific columns. So our ID, we want to get true. We want to get our status, and we want to get the name. There we go. That's all that information. And then finally, we want to get the lessons for each one of our course sections as well. So for each lesson, we want to order them exactly the same. So I'm going to copy that down. This is our lesson table. So order those by their order. And then we want to get some columns from this. I'm going to get the ID column. I want the name column. There we go. I want to get the status. I want to get the description. And I want to get the YouTube video ID as well as the section ID for this particular lesson. So this is getting me all my lesson information, all my section information, and all my course information for me to use all the way up here. So now I have all that information inside my course object. So first things first, if our course is equal to null, return not found. Super self-explanatory, that works great. Then the next thing that we can do is we can return our information. I want this to be inside of a div that is a container with some margin on the top and the bottom. Next, we're going to get our page header just like that. And our page header is just going to be our course name. So course.name. Now, if I give that a save, let's make sure we're on the edit page. We are. It's saying that we cannot find the course with this particular ID. So I'm just going to go to my admin page. I'm going to go to my courses. I'm going to click edit on this course. And for some reason, it still says it cannot find this course. My best guess for the reason why this is happening is because we created our cache before we actually put our return statement in here. So it automatically returned null from our cache. So easy way to fix that is just to delete our cache because we were creating our cache and we accidentally stored bad data in there because we hadn't finished writing our code. That should hopefully fix the problem. If I do a quick refresh, we should see that this actually shows up. And that was, again, just because I accidentally returned null, essentially. And that was creating my cache with a null value. And then when we actually put in our data to get the information from the cache, it was still getting the cached value. So here we go. We have our page header section. Next thing I want to do is use some tabs. That's coming from Shadcn. So let's make sure that we scroll all the way down here, making sure that all of our stuff is imported. And we want to get tabs this time. Let's make sure we import that. Make sure that we force import that. Make sure we don't need to wait for any other dependency stuff. There we go. That works perfectly. So now we can use our tabs directly from here. Our default value is going to be lessons. By default, we're going to show the lessons tab. Now we're going to have a tab list. There we go. And our tab list is going to have some tabs triggers. And each one of these triggers is going to have some text inside of it, for example, lessons. And it's going to have a value, which is like the ID. So by default, this will be the one that's open. And we're also going to have a details tab, details just like that. Then we're going to have our tabs content. And inside of our content, we need to specify which tab this is for. So this is for our lessons tab, is where we're going to have all of our lesson stuff. So I'm just going to say lessons. There we go. Just so we can actually see this looking up. And then we can copy over our details. And that's going to say details. Now our details section is very easy for us to do. This is essentially just going to be a card, and we haven't used a card yet. So let's make sure we get cards imported from Shadcn. There we go. That looks like it imported just fine. So let's get our card from that UI card. We want to have a card header, and inside that card header is where we're going to put our course form, just like that. And we're going to make sure we pass in our course so that we can edit this course instead of just creating a new one. So in our course form, I want to make it so that it takes in a course, and a course is an optional course that is going to take in an ID, which is a string. It's going to take in a name, and it's going to take in a description. If I can spell properly, there we go. So here, our default values are either going to be our course or empty strings for both of those. And then in our onSubmit here, we just need to get what action we want to do. So if our course is equal to null, well then our action is going to be create course. Otherwise, we want to call update course, which is an action we're going to create in a second, and we want to pass it along the ID of the course that we want to update. And so then down here, we can just call action with our values and make sure that we await the call to that. So let's create our update course function. It's essentially just going to be the same thing as our create course function. Update course. The only difference is it's going to take in an ID as the very first property. Otherwise, everything else is pretty much the same. So we'll have update course here. There's an error updating your course. Down here, we can return essentially error of false and say successfully updated your course, which is exactly what we want. We don't even need the course itself here. This should say can update courses. So let's go ahead and define that. So can update courses. That's exactly the same. As long as they're an admin, they can update courses just fine. There we go. This should say update course DB. There we go. And then let's make sure we get that up here. Update course as update course DB. And let's go ahead and define that. So we have our insert, we have our delete, and now we're going to have our update course. This is going to take in an ID, which is a string, as well as our data. And then let's make sure here, instead of new course, this should say updated course. This should say that we want to update. We want to set our values specifically where equals our course table.id is equal to the ID. And then we can just say failed to update course. There we go. So we're updating the course in this particular instance, rather straightforward. And then here we can make sure that we pass along the ID property, and that should be everything we need to make that work. So now we have our update function. Now if we come into here, this is all working fine. Inside of here, all we need to do is import this from the actions folder. And we should have on our details page an actual card that lists out all of our information. And if we change this and click save, you can see it automatically updates in all these sections. And that's great because of all the caching stuff we have and so on. It just works magically. Next step after our details is going to be working on our lessons. Now this lesson section is significantly more complex than just creating a form. So what we're going to want to do inside of here is first of all have a card. So we're going to have a card header inside of here, and this card header is going to have some class names. We're going to say flex, items in the center, flex row, and justify between, just like that. And inside this card header, I want to put a title. There we go, sections. These are all the different sections inside of our course. And then I essentially want to have an ability to create a new section as well as to show all the different sections that we have. So this is where I want to have a button for creating a new section, but I want this just to pop up in a modal instead. So I'm going to actually make sure that we add dialog, so that we have the dialog element. It should already be installed, I believe, but just in case we're going to be installing it, just in case alert dialog uses something different, actually it looks like it does. So now we have our dialog. So what we can do inside of here is I'll create a custom component. We'll call this section form dialog, just like that. We'll close this off. And inside of here, we'll need to put a dialog trigger. There we go. We'll put the dialog trigger. We'll worry about that in just a little bit though. Now to create this particular component, we're going to come all the way down here. We're in our features and we want to go to our course sections. I'm going to create a new folder called components. There we go. And inside of here, a new file called section form dialog so that we can export. There we go. And this section form dialog is going to take a little bit of information. First of all, we're going to need the course ID for the thing that we're creating, which is going to be a string. We need the section information as well as the children that we're going to be passing along for wherever the button to open it is. So course ID is a string, children is a React node, and then finally our section. This is something that's optional because sometimes we're going to be creating a new section, sometimes we're going to be editing a section. So this is our form for that. It's going to have an ID, which is a string, a name, which is a string, and a status, which is a course section status. There we go. Let me make sure I spell everything properly. And now what we can do is we can return our dialog element. So we have our dialog. Here I'm going to render out my children because that's the trigger for opening the dialog. Then we're going to have our dialog content, which is essentially where our form is going to go. We're going to have a dialog header. We're going to have a dialog title. Again, make sure I get all of these from the right import. This should be imported up there. There we go. Our dialog title. Essentially, if we have a section, or if we don't have a section, I guess is what we'll do first. If we don't have a section, it'll say new section. Otherwise, it'll say edit and whatever the section's name is. There we go. Close that off. Now we have our title section. Let me make this a lot bigger so it's easy to see. And our header. After that, we want to deal with a div here. We're going to give it a little bit of margin on the top to space it away from our header. And then we're going to render out our section form. So we're just going to render out a brand new component for our form. So let's create that now. Inside of here, section form, export function section form, just like that. Now this section form is going to be pretty similar to our course form. So I'm actually going to copy this. I'm going to paste it into our section form. Let me make sure I rename this to section form. We'll get rid of these action section because we're going to do that in just a second. And now pretty much anywhere I have course, I want to replace that with section. So my section should have an ID. It should have a name, but I believe the last thing we need is a status. And this is a course section status, just like that. So now if I come over here, let me make sure I import my section form and I'll pass it along my section information, just like that. Looks like that worked properly. I also need to make sure I have a course ID on here as well. So that's my course ID, just so I know which course the particular section is going to be inserted into if it is a new course. So up here, course ID, and that's going to be course ID, which is a string. Now the next thing that I want to focus on down here is going to be for our section schema. There we go. So instead of course schema, that should say section schema. Our default value will be section, and our status default. Here we're going to have our default status be public. There we go. So now let's create our section schema. So we'll come into here. I'll just actually copy the one from our courses because it's going to be very similar. So this will say sections, section schema. It has a name, it has a status, and this is going to be an enum, and this is going to be our section, our course section statuses. There we go. So now it's going to be one of those particular values. So here you can see once I import this, there we go, that this has to be a value of private or public. We'll set it to public by default. Now I'll come back to this on submit section in a little bit. We'll minimize that down. The next section is to work on all of our different form fields. Now for this particular form field, we're going to come in here with a grid-based layout. So I'm going to say grid. I'm going to have grid columns of 1 on small screen sizes. And instead of using like large, medium, and so on, I'm actually going to use container queries. So I'm going to say at large, and we're going to say grid columns 2 and a gap of 6. And up here, we're going to say at container to make this a container. Now I'm going to close this off, and inside of here, I'm going to put my different form fields that I'm going to have, which are just these two. I have my name, and down here will be our status. We'll get to that in just a second. Make sure that's proper. Yep, that's status. There we go. But first of all, I want to make it so that our container query stuff works because we need a plugin for that with Tailwind until Tailwind 4 comes out, then it'll be built in. So to use container queries, all we need to do is we need to install the library that we're using. So we can just paste that down to install it. And then we just need to make sure we add that directly into our plugins as well that we're using. Let me make sure that we force this because the Next.js versions and stuff don't line up. Then we can go into our Tailwind config and we can say that we want to import. Let's see what this library is called. We'll just copy this over. We'll say container queries from, just like that. And then we can go all the way down to wherever we have our plugins. We can just paste that in there just like that. There we go. That's all we need to do to make that work. And now you can see we have the ability to create these different containers that do different things. So really the important thing about this is this section form, if I render it in a modal, will be smaller than if I render it on the full screen. So I want to make sure that I'm changing the size of it based on the container that it's in and not necessarily based on the actual screen size. So now let's go down here because this form field section is not going to work. We need to use an actual select input. So let's make sure that we add select as well. We'll make sure that we do a force install on that, and that should install everything we need. Looks like select already exists, so we didn't even need to do that. So now what we can do inside of here for our form item, we have our form label, which is going to say status. We don't need this required label on this one. Then what we can do is we can come in here with a select on value. Oops, let me make sure I import my select so we get some autocomplete. On value changed is going to be field.onChange, and then our default value, default value is going to be equal to field.value. There we go. Now everything else is going to be essentially wrapped inside of that. So let's wrap our form control inside of that. And then what we can do inside of our form control is we can create our select trigger. This is the thing that's going to open our select. And what's going to open it is just clicking on the value of our select. So we're going to put select value just like that. So this is going to be our form control. And then finally, after that, we can put our select content, and these are just all of our different options. So for each one of our different sections, or each one of our statuses, sorry, course section statuses dot map, for each status, what I want to do is I want to render out a select item, and it has a key of status, a value of status, and then the text inside is also status. So I'm just rendering out an option list of all my different statuses. So here is our form essentially entirely done. Our on submit is not done, but we'll come back to that in just a second. Here, I want to make sure I import my dialog, and this is going to take in the children, which we already have. It's going to take in my course ID. It's going to take in my section, which we don't have one because this is for creating a new section. So in this dialog trigger, I'm going to make this an as child trigger, which is going to render a variant button. That's going to be an outline button. And this button is going to be a plus icon followed by the text new section. And let's make sure we import button just like that. Now, if we give that a quick save, make sure that everything is linked up properly, we should see now we have sections, and we have a button called new section that opens up a modal for creating a brand new section, even though it looks like some of our inputs or imports are incorrect. So up here, let me make sure we get rid of all the imports we don't need. And I believe, yes, this select content should be right there. That should fix my import problems. Now you can see this actually looks proper, and I can change between public and private and give this a name. Obviously, clicking save doesn't work because we need to make sure our on submit is proper. So to do this, let's go ahead and we'll come down to where we have our actions for our courses. I'm just going to copy this file and we're going to paste that into our course sections. We'll call this course sections or just sections. There we go. And inside of here, we can kind of get rid of most of these imports. We don't really need these in particular, but we want to have a create section. This create section is going to take a course ID for where we want to create this, as well as the safe and for unsafe information for my section schema. There we go. There's going to be a section schema.safe parse. And then we want to say, can we create course sections? There we go. So we're going to also have to have permissions. I'm going to copy that over into here as well. This is going to be called sections. And we want to have can create course sections. There we go. And all of these are, again, only if we're an admin can we create, update, or delete these things. So now let's go back into our actions and make sure that this works. We're going to import this section here. And we want to make sure that this is insert course section, just like that. We'll just call it insert section to make it a little bit easier. In our case, we don't care about the return value because we're not going to redirect, but we are going to return essentially a false error. And we're going to say that we were successfully created your section, and then there is an error creating your section. There we go. So now let's create this insert section function, which is what we need to work on, and that should take in a course ID as well. And actually, we can just put that inside of our data, just like this. Whoops, course ID, there we go. And that's because our data is just an object of all the things we want to insert. So let's go ahead, work on that next. Inside of our database folder, sections.ts. Make sure this is use. Actually, no, we don't want this to be a use server. We want to export an async function, insert section. It's going to take a course ID, and it's going to take in our data, which is going to be that infer type, which is from our course section table. We need to make sure we get the type of this though, and we want to get the infer from that. So course section table dot infer insert. There we go. So now that's going to give us all the information we need for doing this insertion. Now I'm just going to copy the code for this because we've seen this a million times. All we're doing is taking our database, inserting our data. If there's an error, we say there's an error. Otherwise, we revalidate our cache and move on. That works just fine. You will notice a bit of an error though. In our insert section, well, first of all, it can't find it, but once it does find it, you'll notice we get an error because essentially it's expecting 2 arguments. We don't need it to take our course ID. I'm sorry about that. There we go. Now you'll see we get an error. And the error for this is essentially saying that we are requiring it to have specific data that it doesn't. And the main piece of information that we expect it to have is an order. We don't have an order property being defined on this. So what we want to do is we want to go back into here and we're going to create a brand new function. This is called get next course section order. We pass it in a course ID. And what it's going to do is it's going to look at all the sections inside of there. It's going to get the order column from them. It's going to get it specifically for that course. So it's going to get all the sections for a specific course. and it's going to order them in descending order, and it's going to get the very first one. So essentially, it's going to get the largest order number. So if we have 7 sections and the order is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, what's going to happen is this is going to return to me the section with the order of 7. Then what we do is we add 1 to that, so it's going to go from 7 to 8. So now our new section will always appear last. Otherwise, it's going to return 0 if there are no sections left in this course. So now we have a function that allows us to get that data. So we can say const order is equal to awaiting, calling that with our course ID, and we can pass in our order directly into here, and that gets rid of all those different errors. Let me make sure I import that properly. And there you go. You can now see that this function for creating a section is working just fine. Now, obviously, we need to update our section as well. And we also want to handle deleting. So what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to take the code and copy and paste it in for what we're doing, because we've seen this a million times. Update takes in an ID and all of our data. And all we're doing is we're making sure we parse our data. We're making sure we can do an update. And then we're going to call the update function. Now, I'm going to make sure I put this up here. So update as that. And we're going to do the exact same thing for delete section as. I'm going to make sure to just copy that over, db, there we go. So those functions aren't created yet, but they allow us to actually call them down here. And again, same thing here for deleting a section. All I'm going to do is make sure we can delete. And if we can, then there's going to say, error deleting if there's an error, otherwise it's just going to do it. So now for making sure our update and everything works properly, all we need to do is create these update section and delete section functions. So let me make sure I spell those properly. We'll go into this file. And again, I'll copy paste this in because we've seen this a million times as well. So what we're doing for our update is we're taking the ID and all of the possible data for doing an insert, and we're just updating our section based on that particular ID, passing it in the data. If there's a failure, throw an error, otherwise revalidate our cache. Same thing for delete, find the ID for that particular element, delete it, revalidate our cache, otherwise throw an error. So that's that done. Now what we can do is we can hopefully see that everything is working. Inside of our section form here, we can get our create section. And it looks like we might have called it create course section. Nope, it's just create section. There we go. Make sure I import that. Update section, make sure I import that. And this should be called bind. And we need to pass it in the course ID as the very first property. And for update, we need to pass it in our section ID. And if our section is equal to null, that's how we do this. So there we go. We're making sure we're getting all the proper functions from here, turning them into our action and calling it. So this should hopefully create a section. Give it a name, give it a status, click save, successfully created your section. We just want to make it so it automatically closes our modal for us. So let's go back into our section form dialog. And inside of here, I'm going to turn this into a client component. And that's because I'm going to use some fancy state for our open state. So we can say const is open, set is open, it's equal to use state. By default, that'll be set to false. And our dialog here can have that open prop. So we can say open is equal to is open. And whenever we change our open property, for example, if the user closes the dialog, we're going to set is open equal to that particular value. Then what we can do in our section form is we can just add in an on success field. So whenever we successfully create something, well, I just want to set my open to false. Set is open to false. Now all we need to do is in our section form, make sure that we accept a property for that. So we can say on success. Down here, on success is just a function that returns nothing. So that's perfect. And now we can come into our on submit. And as long as our action data, or just data is what we called it, dot error, as long as we don't have an error, then we can call on success just like that. And I want to make sure that this is an optional property. So I'll come up here, make it optional. So this is just only calling it if it actually exists. There we go. That cleaned up all that stuff. We should have no more errors. And now if I create a new section, give it a name, let's make this one private, click save, you can see it close and it says successfully created your section. Now for some reason, it's not actually showing our sections in the sections, and that's because I believe we haven't implemented that yet in our code. So come over to here, we have our new form button, but we don't actually have any content showing inside of our card. For now, what I want to do is I just want to render out this stuff. So we'll say card content, and we'll just say sections, or I believe it's course.sections.map each section. And we'll just return a div that has the section.name, just so we can see if this is working. So give that a quick save. You can see that they are showing up. And of course, we'll probably want to have a key on these section.id. There we go. So now we have our two sections showing up. If I create a brand new one, make this one private as well, you can see it shows up, and it shows up at the bottom of the list. Now, obviously we want to render out some useful content here. So in this particular section where we have our div, I'm going to change around some stuff and make us actually render out some useful information. So first of all, for our class name, we'll do flex items in the center with a gap of 1. And then we're going to render out another div that contains the information for our status related icons. So here we're going to have a div class name on this one. There we go, class name. We're going to use CN for this just to combine together some different class names. And our default class name for this is going to be contents. And then we're going to come in here and we're going to say if our section.status is equal to private, well, then what we want to do is we want to add the text muted foreground property to just change it to be slightly grayed out. And then inside of here, our section.status, if it is equal to private, what we want to do is we want to render out an iClosed icon. So we'll say iClosed icon, just like that. Class name on this is a size of 4, and we'll close that off. Let me make sure I try to import this properly. Looks like it does not want to import this iClosed icon. So let's come up here and manually import it. We can just put it in right here. There we go. For some reason, it's saying this icon doesn't exist and it only has the iClosed icon version. So we'll use that instead. I don't know why it's saying it doesn't exist, but we'll do that. And then directly below here, we'll do our section.name, just like that. So now you can see on the private ones, they have a closed I, and you can see that they're slightly grayed out. The next thing that I want to do after this contents section that we just created is to work on creating the edit button and so on. So we can create a section form dialog, which we've already created and used. This one, we actually have a section to pass along. So we're going to pass along our section, and we want to pass along our course ID. There we go. Make sure that inside of here we have our dialog trigger. This one is going to be an as child as well. We're going to have a button, and our button is a variant, which is the outline variant. We want it to be a small button, and we want to add some class name of margin left auto just to push it all the way to the right. And we'll put edit inside of there. So now you can see we get edit buttons all the way on the right-hand side for these particular things. And then below our section form, we want to add an action button. And this action button is going to be for deleting a section. So we'll say delete section. Make sure that we import the correct one. I believe it's this one, but let me make sure all the way at the top. Say delete section. All the way up here, yep, that's coming from our actions, just like we want. We want to make sure that we bind the ID of the section that we're deleting. Then we want to make sure that we are requiring, are you sure? Because this is an important thing. Our variant on this one is going to be the destructive outline. And we also want this to be a small button, so we'll add in a size of small onto that. Now lastly, we want to put our content inside of here. So we're going to have a trash to icon, just like that. And we're also going to put in a span with a class of screen reader only. That'll just say delete. There we go. Now we can close off the action button, give that a quick save, and now we have our delete icon showing up. Right now we don't have everything spaced out super perfectly from each other. We could wrap it inside a div to do that spacing for us though. But I'm not actually going to mess with that because as soon as we start dealing with dragging and dropping, that's when we're going to add in all of our different spacing. And this actually sounds like a great time to work on our drag and drop, but let's make sure edit works first. We click on edit, let's make this one private, click save. You can see it changed to private. Let's make it public and change the name to section 1. You can see that works. Let's change the name of this one to section 2. And then finally, section 3. There we go. So we have our 3 different sections, and we can focus on how the dragging and dropping of them works. Let's delete section 2 to make sure that works as well. You can see that that also works. So let's create a section 2, add it back in, and now obviously it's in the wrong place. So let's implement dragging and dropping. Now for our drag and drop library, we're going to be using D&D kit. So we're going to say npm I at D&D kit, and we want to get the core portion of the library, and we want to get the sortable portion of the library, which just makes sorting things a lot easier. So these are the 2 sections of the library that we need. Let's make sure we throw in a force just to make sure everything's installing properly. There we go. That's all of our libraries installed that we need. And now what I want to do is I want to create some helper custom components that make dealing with sortable list easy, because we're going to be able to sort our sections, our lessons, and all of our lessons inside of each section. So there's a lot of sorting that we need to be able to handle. So let's create a sortable list.tsx. Export function sortable list, just like that. And this sortable list is actually going to be a generic component. And the only thing I want to make sure is that each one of the things that I'm sorting has some type of ID property. So I just have a generic component that extends type T, just like this. I want to be passing in a bunch of stuff. For example, our items is going to be an array of all the different things we want to sort. So let me make sure we have our items here. We want to have an onOrderChange function, and we want to have some children that we're going to pass in. So now to be able to type this information out, our items is going to be an array of different t. On order change is going to take in a new order, which is a string array, just an array of all the different ID orders that we have. And what this is going to do is it's going to return to me a promise, and this promise is going to look just like a familiar action promise. So it's going to have an error, and it's going to have a message. Super simple. We've seen that a million times over. And then finally, we want to have our children. And children is going to be a little interesting because actually we're going to be using essentially a render component. So this is actually going to be a function that takes in an array of all of our different items, or actually passes an array of all of our items. And then it's going to return to us a React node. Now this may seem a little confusing. I'll explain why we have all these different things. But first, I want to just set up what our D&D context is going to look like. So we're going to have a D&D context just like this. Make sure we import that properly. We'll probably have to manually import it for the first time. So we can say import from, that's @/dnd or @dnd kit core. There we go. So now we get our D&D context portion in here, and we can have an on drag end, and we'll call this handle drag end. So essentially, once we drop something, we're done dragging it, we're going to call this function. There we go. And we'll handle what this function does in a little bit, but for now, it's just going to be empty. And then we want to render out a sortable context. There we go. We're going to have to manually import this as well. This is coming from the sortable portion of the library, which just makes dealing with the sorting of things really easy. So we have our sortable context. This takes in all the different items that we want. And you may think we just pass in our items, but instead we're going to be using optimistic updates. So we're going to get an optimistic version of our items, just like that. And we can say here const optimistic items and set optimistic items is going to be equal to use optimistic, and we're going to pass in our items. And of course, since we're using hooks and all that, we need this to be a client component. There we go. So now we're passing in our optimistic items. And again, the reason we're passing in our optimistic items is, so let's say that our server takes 5 seconds to respond. Well, if I drag section 2 to above section 3, I want it to immediately show up right in the right spot. And then once my server gets the information done and rendered and processed, then it'll show me the final version. But I don't want to wait for my server to show the people that things were dragged around. Now, the last thing we need to pass to our sortable context is our strategy. In our case, we're going to be using the vertical sorting strategy. And this is just an optimized sorting algorithm for vertical stacking, and our list are vertical list. Now inside of here, I want to create a div with a class of flex and flex column. And inside of that, I'm going to render out all of our children. So I'm going to take our children, I'm going to pass along my optimistic items. And this is why I used a render function instead, because I could just loop through my items right here, but instead I want to always use my optimistic items and render out whatever their content is. So by using a render function, I can ensure that I'm always passing along the most optimistic, most recent items along to be rendered out inside of my list. So this is all I need to do, minus this handle drag end function, to make this particular sortable context work. The next thing I need to do is to create a sortable item. So I'm going to create a sortable item function just like that. And this is going to take in a few different properties. First, we're going to have ID, then we're going to have children, and then finally any custom class names that I need. So the ID is a string, children is a React node, and then finally class name is just an optional string, just like that. So here we go. Inside of here, I want to return a div, which is a ref that's going to point to a specific value. And that's because we have this use sortable custom hook that we can use. There we go. Set it equal to that. And this is going to take in whatever my ID property is, kind of the unique identifier. And this is going to give me a set node ref, which I can pass as the ref for my thing right here. Then what I can do is I can specify what my style is going to look like. And that's because this drag and drop library will modify my transform property, which we can use as CSS dot, transform. And this actually CSS right here comes specifically from a library. So we'll need to import that. So all the way at the top here, I'll just do a little import for that from the D&D kit utilities. So we can get the transform function from here. I'm going to call toString, and we're going to pass it in the transform value. So this is just the location of where things are. And again, that comes from that use sortable hook. So this use sortable hook allows us to drag and drop things, and this transform property allows us to position them in the right location. Same thing with transition. We obviously want to be able to have a transition on this as well to make the animation smoother. So we can use the transition property just like that. Put a comma here. And then the last thing in our div is we want to add some class names. Now we're going to have quite a few class names. I'm going to use that CN library to make this really easy. We're going to have a flex with a gap of 1. Our item is going to be in the center. Our background is going to be the background color, so it actually has a nice white background. We're going to round it in large size. We're going to add a little bit of padding. And then finally, isActive is a property that we can get. So up here, we can get the active index. And then we can say if the isActive is equal to active index equal to the current index. And of course, we get the current index from here as well. So this is allowing us to determine if we are active. So if isActive, then what I want to do is I want to set the Z index to be larger, so it shows up on top of things. I want to give it a border and a medium shadow. So essentially, if we are actively dragging this item, make it so that it has a little bit of a border and a shadow around it. Then I want to use the grip vertical icon. This grip vertical icon, I'll give a class name of text muted foreground, a size of 6, and a padding of 1, just to give it some space. And here, this is going to include all of the different properties from here that are related to our attributes and related to our listeners, because this is the thing I want to actually drag and drop with. So let's put our attributes on here and our listeners. There we go. Whoops, listeners. There we go. Then we can close that off. And then finally, we can create a div with a class name. Again, we're going to use that CN library to make this a little easier, of flex grow, and any custom class name we want to add to this. And inside of here is where we put our children. There we go. So essentially a sortable item is just an item that we render whatever we want to, and it's going to add this little grippy icon, some extra space, and handle all of our dragging and dropping sections and styling for us. So now let's go ahead and actually use these helper components to actually start rendering out some content on our page. So let's go ahead and we're going to go all the way down to our features, into our course sections, and we're going to create a brand new file called sortable section list.tsx. There we go. Export function. This is a sortable section list. And inside of here, I want to take my course ID and I want to take my sections. Course ID is just a string. And the sections is going to be quite a bit more complicated. It's an ID with a string. We're going to have a name, which is a string, a status, which is our course section status, and then we're going to make sure that this is an array of values. So we're going to loop through all of our different sections, and we're going to return them as a sortable list. So we're going to get our sortable list. That's that function component that we created. Our items is going to be our sections, just like that. And then we need to have something that happens on order change. For now, we'll just console.log hi. Doesn't really matter. It's going to work. This doesn't return a promise, so let's make sure that this is asynchronous. There we go. And this actually should technically return a value. It doesn't matter. We'll come to that in a little bit. So next thing I want to do is this takes a function, like I said, because we're getting the most optimistic version. So this sections is like the server rendered version, and this items right here is the optimistic version, even if the server hasn't returned to us values after we finish sorting them. So I can take my items and I can map through each one of my items, which in our case is a section, and I want to render out a sortable item. So each one of my items is sortable, so we'll render out a sortable item. The key is section.id. The ID is our section ID. Then we can add some class names, just like this, to render out what I want that content to look like. There we go. So now we have our sortable item, and I essentially just want to copy what we did up in the page. So all of this information, I want to take all of that, and I want to put that directly inside of here. And obviously I'll need to make sure I import things and so on. So let's import that. Import our I closed. I'm going to get our dialog. There we go. Our action button and our trash icon and our delete function. That should be everything we need. This came from the wrong location. I want to make sure I import that from the right location. And it looks like everything else is correct. Actually, our dialog trigger is from the wrong location. So let me make sure I import that from the right location as well. So now I think that's everything inside of here, except for obviously our on order change is not correct, but that's fine for now. We'll get to fixing that in a little bit. So now what I can do is inside my page here, I can just render out my sortable, not context, section list. This is going to take in our course ID. It's going to take in our sections. There we go. I believe that is all we need to pass along to that. And now we should hopefully see that show up properly. But of course, handlers cannot be passed to client component props. The reason for that is that this can only be passed along if it is a server function or a server action. So let's just go ahead and create the action we need, which is update section orders. There we go. Update section orders. And we know that this is going to take an array of all the different things. So it's just going to take the new order array for us. So let's go ahead. We're going to go to where delete section is defined. Export async function, just like that. This is going to take the new order, which is a string array. Now I'm going to call this section IDs specifically. And I'm just going to, again, copy over the code for this because it's pretty much what we've done before. I'll explain what's going on though. First, if there are no section IDs, obviously return an error. Otherwise, if we cannot update the course section, again, return an error. Then finally, I want to update my course section order. And if that works properly, return that it was successful. So all the way up here, we're going to create a brand new function for update section orders. Now again, I'm going to copy this over and explain what's going on. Essentially, I'm taking each one of my section IDs and I'm updating that particular section ID by setting the order to the index in the array. So just whatever the array order is going to be the order that we're going to be saving them in the database. So for each one of them, I'm just saving their order, and then I'm going to be putting those all inside of a promise.all, waiting for all of them to finish. And once they all finish, then I'm going to loop through each one of them and revalidate my cache. Now, the reason I'm doing a flat here is because technically this is going to return to me an array of arrays because each update returns an array. So I'm just flattening that down to one single array and then revalidating my cache for that. So this is going to update everything properly for us. That should hopefully fix a lot of our problems. Let's just make sure we have all of our errors hooked up. So this should be importing that from our action. There we go. Then we should make sure anywhere else that we have an error, this one will come back and fix in a bit. Here we have some errors with icons and stuff that we don't need. So let's clean up all those errors. There we go. That got rid of all the errors inside of there. Let's give this a refresh to see if this works. It says functions are not valid as children of child components. This is because if we go all the way down into our sortable section list, we're passing along a function here. To do that, we need to make sure that this is a client component. That should fix our problem. And now you can see we have these icons and the ability to drag and drop things. But right now, it's not actually saving the location for where things are drag and dropped to. That is what we need to do inside of our sortable list in this handle drag end. So this is going to take specifically an event, and this event is a drag end event. There we go. And inside of here, I want to get the active as well as the over state from that event. And this is just going to give me the elements that are active as well as the element that we are currently hovering over. Now what I can do is I get my active ID, which is active.id.toString. And I can get my over ID, which is just the same thing, over.id.toString. There we go. And if my over ID equals null, or my active ID equals null, well, then what I want to do is I just want to return. There we go. So essentially, if for some reason something is not there, just exit out of the function. Next, I'm going to create a function called getNewArray. We'll come back to that in a little bit, but this is going to be a function that's going to help me to convert essentially our old array into a brand new array. And then I'm going to start a transition. There we go. So up here, we can say that we want to have essentially an array. We don't care about the first value, so I'm just going to get the second value from the array, which is start transition. I'm going to call it use transition. So essentially it allows us to use loading states and so on. So I'm going to be starting a brand new transition, which is an asynchronous function, just like that. And inside of here, I'm going to set my optimistic items. So I'm going to take my items and I'm going to convert them to a new array. So get new array using all my items, my active ID and my over ID. So here we can define that function. Takes an array, which is our items, takes an active ID, which is a string, and an over ID, which is a string. There we go. And inside of here, all we need to do is get our old index, which is just array.findIndex for our section based on our ID. So section.id is equal to active ID. There we go. That's the old index, and the new index is the one that we're currently over. So new index, and this is going to be equal to our over ID. There we go. And all we need to do is use this function called array move. This is built into the sortable library, which helps us a lot. You just pass it in the array, you pass it in the old index, you pass it in the new index, and it's automatically going to create a brand new array for you with everything moved to the right locations. So that's what this is going to do. First of all, we're going to take every time we drag something and drop it, update our optimistic items to be in the correct location. And already just doing that should fix this and make it work. If I let go, it actually doesn't quite work yet, but that's no issue. We'll still go ahead and fix this. The next thing we can do is we can get our action data, which is just calling await on order change. And that essentially calls the update function that we created. And this is going to pass in the get new array function where we take in our optimistic items. We're taking our active ID, our over ID, and all I want to do is I just want to map through and get the ID of each one of the sections that's being created. And I want to make sure I call that map on the results of get new array. So essentially this gets me a brand new array and I convert it just to my IDs in the proper order. Then we can create an action toast down here with our action data. There we go. So now hopefully that actually will work. So when I drag this up, you can see it moves it to the right place and it says I successfully reordered my sections. And it doesn't matter how slow or fast the actual database processing for this is, it'll still move to the right location. I can actually demonstrate that real quick. We'll just go ahead, scroll all the way down to where our database is at for updating our section orders. And I'm going to make this really slow. I'm going to say await, promise, resolve, set timeout. We'll just come in here and we'll say like 2 seconds. So it's going to take 2 seconds to reorder this. But you'll notice it immediately updates down here, which is great. And then after 2 seconds, it tells me it's successful. That's what the optimistic update does. And I can change all this stuff around as much as I want. And as soon as everything is done ordering, I'm going to get a bunch of messages and it's still going to stay in the right location. So that's really important. Now we'll get rid of that delay because we don't want to have an artificial delay on our code. And you can see that this reordering still works really great. And the nice thing is, since we created all of these helper utilities and components and everything, is that this sorting functionality is going to work when we move on to lessons as well. Now, one other thing I want to do is I want to make sure that my D&D context has a unique ID if we have multiple of them on the page. So I'm going to use the use ID hook for that and then scroll all the way down here. I'm going to pass along an ID, which is just my D&D context ID. This will make sure no matter what, that my context has a unique identifier associated with it because we're going to be rendering multiple of these on the exact same page. And that's because we need to move on to our lessons section next. So let's close out of pretty much everything that we've done up to this point. I'm going to move over to our app admin, go back to the edit page. And what we want to do is essentially directly below our card. So here's our card right here. Directly below this, we want to render out an HR to delineate this from our other sections. We'll just add a little bit of margin on the top and bottom. And then I want to loop through each one of my sections. So course.coursesections.map for each section. I want to create essentially the exact same thing that I created up here. I want to create this card, but for each one of my individual sections instead. So let's give it a key. We'll say section, section.id. There we go. And then for our card header, all of this is pretty much going to stay exactly the same, but we're going to add a little bit of a gap inside of here. So we'll say a gap of 4 for these particular items. Then we're going to have our card title, and this is going to be quite a bit different. So we'll come in here with a class name, CN, just like we've been using, flex, items in the center, and a gap of 2. And then what we're going to do is we're going to check the status. So if the status here is equal to private, then we're going to render out that text muted class. So essentially, we're just making sure if it's a private section, we render out that private or that section status to be slightly more private. And then also we're checking our section status here. If it's equal to private, we want to render that I closed icon. I closed, there we go. Close that off. And then after that, we're going to put our section dot name. There we go. So that's going to give us our card header. And as you can see here, we have section 1, section 2, and section 3, and it has that I icon showing up where we want it to. Now, instead of this saying new section, this should say a new lesson. And obviously, instead of a section form dialog, we need to create a lesson form dialog. And this lesson form dialog is going to be taking in our section ID, just like that. And we'll call this our default section ID. So we'll call that section.id, just like that. And then we're also going to pass in a list of all the possible sections that it could go into because we're going to put in essentially a select option. So we're going to say course.course sections. There we go. Now the final thing is down here. We want a sortable lesson list instead of a section list. This is going to take in all of our lessons, which is just our section.lessons. And then it's going to have our sections as well, which is course.course sections. So really all we need to do is create a form for our lesson and a sortable lesson list, which is going to look very similar to what we've already created before. So I'm actually going to copy and paste quite a bit of stuff here. So what we're going to do is go into our source, go into our features folder for lessons. And what I want to do is I want to take the components that I've created here and I want to copy them directly into my lessons. So I want to create a lesson form. There we go. I want to create a lesson form dialog, and I want to create a sortable lesson list. Now we'll start with a dialog because I think this will be the easiest to convert over. So we'll come in here, lesson form dialog. This takes in not a course ID, but it does take in a section. It takes in children, and technically this actually takes in sections, so multiple sections, and they are required. No course ID is needed for this though. This should be an array of information being returned. And for our sections, all we care about is the name and the ID. That is it. Then we're going to have our default section ID, which is an optional string, just like that. Default section ID. And then finally, we're going to have our lesson itself, which is again optional. And this is going to be an ID, which is a string, a name, which is a string, a status, which is our lesson status. It's going to have a YouTube video ID, which is a string. We're going to have a description, which is either a string or null. And then finally, a section ID, which is a string. So let's get our lesson in here as well. There we go. So that's all the information that this is going to take in. Now, a lot of this content down here is going to be pretty similar though. Obviously, this should check for our lesson, and it should say new lesson, and it should say edit whatever our lesson's name is. Then finally, this should be a lesson form. There we go, lesson form. Let me make sure that we include our sections. This is going to include our on success, which we already have. We have our course ID. We of course need to pass along our lesson and our default section ID. There we go. So now let's make sure this lesson form works properly, because right now we obviously are not doing that. So we're going to come into here, lesson form, just like that. And this is going to take an array of sections. It's going to take a default section ID. It's going to take an on success, and it's going to take a lesson. Now our sections is just an array, just like this. Our course ID is not needed. On success is the same. Whoops, default section ID is a string. And then finally our lesson, we've pretty much already defined what that is. So I'm just going to copy that. It's the exact same thing because it's just being passed down from one component to another. So there we go. That is our lesson. Let's make sure I import our lesson status. And now we need to create our lesson schema, just like that. So let's go ahead and define that. So inside of our lessons folder, we'll create a schema folder. We'll call it schemas, lessons.ts, and we'll paste in this because it's really not super complicated. We have a required name, required section ID. The status here is required. We have a YouTube video ID that's required. The only complicated one is our description. Since technically it is nullable, I want to make sure if I have an empty string, I convert that to null so it stores as null in the database instead of storing as an empty string. Relatively straightforward though. So now here we have our lesson schema. Let's make sure we import that. And anywhere we have a section schema to completely get rid of that. So now we should hopefully be able to get rid of quite a few of these imports that we don't need. There we go. That one's completely gone too. And now we can work on making sure that this works. So the default value for our lesson needs to be slightly different. We need to check our lesson.name, otherwise default that to an empty string. There we go. Same thing here for our lesson status. Otherwise we're going to default that to public. Make sure that says status. There we go. The next one we're going to have is our YouTube video ID, which is just lesson.YouTube video ID or an empty string. Next, we're going to have our description, which is our lesson.description or an empty string. And then finally, our section ID. This is the most complicated one. It's going to be our lesson.section ID or our default section ID, or it's going to take the very first section, sections 0 ID, or if that doesn't exist, we'll just put this in as an empty string as well. There we go. So now our onSubmit, we'll come back to that later. That's the most complicated part. But we can now move on to the actual section for our form. Our name field is relatively straightforward. We can leave that exactly the same. I'm going to copy it down because we're going to do our YouTube video ID. And that is essentially the exact same as well. So we'll call this YouTube video ID. Otherwise, it stays exactly the same. The next thing I'm going to have after that is our section ID. So we'll keep our status, and I'll copy down our status to do section ID as well. So we'll say section ID. This will say section. Otherwise, all this is the same. All we need to do is just loop through each one of our sections. We're going to get a section. So this is going to be our section.id, section.id, section.name is going to be the thing that we actually view. For status, this is going to be very similar as well, but we're going to get our lesson statuses. There we go, lesson statuses. And then finally, we need to essentially have a text area portion for our description. Well, we've already done that in our course, so I might as well just copy that from there instead of having to type it all out again. So we'll find our description, take that entire thing, go into our lesson form, and we'll paste that down right there. So now we can get our text area, bring it into here, and that gives us our description section. Now this description section will be slightly different. So what we need to make sure we do is our value. If our value is undefined or null, then we just want to return an empty string because we can't pass a non-empty string to one of these. So if our value is null, we'll pass along an empty string. Then the final thing that's a little bit different is at the very bottom here, I want to get our video ID. And if we have a video ID, I want to render out a YouTube video player with my video ID being passed along to it. There we go. Close that off. And to get that video ID, we'll come all the way up to the very top here. We'll close down all of our form stuff. And we can just say const video ID equals watch. And this watch is going to be coming from our form. So I think we got to say form dot watch. And we're going to watch our YouTube video ID. So every time we change that, we can update and we can actually render out a video all the way down here for that particular section. So for now, I'm just going to comment this out. So hopefully we can get something rendering on our screen. We are section sortable list or our lesson sortable list. So we'll change this to lesson list just like that. Of course, we want to get rid of the stuff we no longer need. These are our lessons. And instead of course ID, we're passing in all of the sections just like that. So sections, ID, string, name, string. There we go. That's an array. And then our lessons have an ID, they have a name, they have a status, they have a YouTube video ID, they have a description, and finally they have a section ID, which is a string as well. So now for our sortable list, we can pass along all of our lessons, make sure that this is lessons, there we go. And we want to update our lesson orders. We'll come to that function in just a little bit. Then we're going to loop through each one of our lessons. So we'll say lesson, lesson, just like that. Get the ID portion right there. And we want to render out the content we want to render out. So first of all, if the lesson status is private, use the same muted status. Then if the status is private, show the iClosed icon. Otherwise, if the status is preview, which is the thing that's unique to lessons, then I want to show the video icon, just like that, same exact size. And then finally, show the name of the lesson. Then this will be our lesson form dialog. So essentially, if we want to create a new lesson, we'll use the new lesson dialog right here. And technically, this is for edit instead. So this is going to be taking in our lesson and our sections. There we go. And it's just going to say edit. Otherwise, everything else stays exactly the same. And for our action, this will be delete lesson. And it takes in our lesson ID. There we go. And then we have all of our content for deleting inside of here. So we can give this a quick save. We need to make sure we create all these different actions. Get rid of this content right there. And now we want to go to our lessons, create a brand new folder called actions. We'll call this lessons. And I'm actually going to paste in all the code and then explain exactly what's going on because this is identical to the way sections work. You can see we have create lesson, and then we call the can create lessons function. If there's an error, there's an error. Otherwise, we get the next lesson order and insert it. Looks pretty familiar. Same thing here for update. Update goes exactly the same. If we can't update it, throw an error. Otherwise, call the update function and then say that we successfully updated. Same thing for delete and same thing for updating the order, except for here, if our lesson ID's length is 0 or we can't update it, then we throw an error. Otherwise, it's all exactly the same. Now we can move on to the database portion, which is going to be quite a bit different. So first of all, actually, let's do our permissions because those are actually going to be very straightforward. I think we can just copy the exact same thing directly into here. Permissions for lessons, just like that. And this is going to say can create lessons. There we go. So now inside of our action, we can just make sure that our permissions are coming in there properly. Looks like it's not. We'll just get rid of that. And then I'll do a quick import on this. Import all of these. There we go. That's all that information that we needed. And now we can move on to the actual database portion of our lessons, and we can create a file for that. There we go. Now I'm going to copy over one function because this function is identical to what we did already. You can see here, if we want to get the next lesson order, it's identical to what we did for sections, but instead of querying by course ID, we query by section ID. Now for importing lessons, or inserting I should say, this is going to be quite a bit different. So we're going to say insert lesson, data, type of lesson table, dot, and we want to infer the insert. There we go. So the very first thing I can do is I want to insert that lesson. So we can say const new lesson is equal to, and I want to call db.insert, and I want to insert into the lesson table the values, which is my data, and I want to return what that lesson is going to be. But this is not quite all that we need to do. We also need to get the course for this lesson so we can revalidate our cache. Because if I call revalidate lesson cache, you'll notice that I need to pass along a course ID as well as the ID for my new lesson, just like this. So I need to get this course ID information to be able to actually do the rest of my code. So this is where I'm going to be using a transaction. So here I'm going to say db.transaction. This is going to give me an async function, trx, just like that. And what I want to do is I want to essentially get my section and I want to insert my lesson. So the first thing I can do is insert my lesson up here. I can await this. I'm going to put this inside of a promise.all, just like that. So the very first thing, I'm getting my new lesson. Make sure I close all this off properly. There we go. And then the next thing I want to do inside of here is I want to get the lesson. So I can say trx, and this one up here should also be trx using my transaction. I want to do a query to get my course section table. I want to find the first section, and I just want to get the course ID. So I can say columns, course ID, there we go. And then what I want to do after the columns is I want to do a simple where, and I want to do it where equals my course table, course section table dot ID is equal to my data dot section ID. There we go. So whatever section I'm inserting this lesson into, I want to get the course associated with that. So here, this is going to give me a bunch of information. It's going to give me my new lesson, but this is returning an array, so I need to get the first value of it. And it's also going to give me my section that's getting returned. So now what I can do inside this transaction is if my section is equal to null, well then I want to roll this back. So we can just call roll back just like that. Otherwise, I can return my new lesson followed by my section.course ID. There we go. So now down here, I can actually get that information by saying const new lesson course ID is equal to awaiting this information. And now I have my new lesson, and I just need to make sure that if my new lesson is equal to null, that I throw a new error, failed to create lesson. There we go. So now I have my insert completely done. Let's move on to doing update because it's going to be pretty much the same. We'll say update lesson, but this is going to be a partial. There we go. Make sure I get that closed off. Now the inside of my transaction here is going to be very different. Now I'm going to get an updated lesson and a course ID returned from this. And I'm going to update everything else exactly the same. But the inside of here is going to be much different because if I change the section for my lesson, I also need to change the order for it as well. So there's going to be quite a lot of stuff going on. First of all, I want to get my current lesson. So I can just say await transaction.query.lesson table. I want to find the first one, and I specifically want to do it where is equal the ID column for my lesson table is equal to the ID that's being passed in. So that would be data.id. And actually this ID should be passed in. So we should say ID string. There we go. And this should be my ID right here. So I'm getting my current lesson, and the columns I want to get is my section ID. That's the only thing I care about because I want to determine, did this move sections or is it in the same section? So if my data.section ID is not equal to null and my current lesson dot section ID is not equal to my data.section ID and my data.order equals null. So what this simple check is doing right here is it's first checking, okay, did I pass a section ID in for my update? If I didn't, just ignore this completely. But if I did, then I want to check if the section ID I passed in is different than the section ID for my current lesson. If that's the case, then that means I passed in a brand new section ID that's different, and I need to move this to a new section. Then lastly, I check, did I pass in an order? If I did not pass in an order and I moved my lesson to a new section, I want to change where this lesson is by moving it to the very bottom of the list. So what I can do is I can say data.order is equal to calling await get next course lesson order and pass it in the new section ID that I'm moving to. So essentially only when I'm moving to a new section and I did not specify an order, give me a new order to put it at the end of the list. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to update my lesson. So we can say updated lesson is equal to transaction.update lesson table. I want to set the data. I want to do it where equals lesson table.id is equal to my ID. And of course, returning all the information I need. Finally, if my updated lesson equals null, then I can throw an error. So I'll just move that up into here. And that throwing an error right there, I want to actually roll back my transaction. So I can just throw an error right here. And then I can say const section equals await, get my transaction. I want to query the actual course. So I can say dot course section table. And essentially it's the exact same thing I have from up here. So I might as well just copy this because it's exactly the same code. Paste that down just like that. So this is giving me my section. There we go. And the only difference is that here, this should say updated lesson.section ID. So now I have my section. If my section equals null, then I want to return a rollback just like that. Otherwise, everything else is fine. And I can return my updated section, updated lesson, and my course ID. There we go. So now that's going to work. So really, all that I did inside of my code here, of course, it looks like I have an error, has a return type of any because it does not return. So let me make sure I fix all that. This is going to be fine. That's throwing an error. This is doing a return here. I believe that's because I called this current lesson. So anywhere that I have updated lesson, for example, here. Oh, actually, no, that's fine. Updated lesson, updated lesson, updated lesson, updated lesson. That is fine. The issue is down here. This should say section.courseID. That will fix my error. So really all this code is doing is I'm first getting my current lesson, determining if it's moved into a new section or not, and then I'm updating that section or that lesson accordingly. Now I'm going to copy over the delete function because it's very similar to what we've been doing. Same thing, we open up a transaction, we attempt to delete this thing. If we are able to delete this thing, we are going to do a rollback. I should have done a rollback up here as well. So right here, I'm just going to do a quick rollback. There we go. So we have our rollback in the right spot. So I'm doing a rollback, throwing an error, then I'm getting my section, and again, doing a rollback if it's null. Otherwise, I'm doing everything I need to do right here. I can get rid of that, and there we go. That's working just fine. So this is essentially exactly the same, but delete instead of update. Then finally, I will copy over the code again for our lesson orders because it's exactly the same as what we did for sections. All I'm doing is I'm throwing it in a transaction because I need to make sure that I get the course ID for the section. Otherwise, this entire section right here, I loop over all the lessons and update their order accordingly. And then I'm trying to get the particular section ID, and I then get the course ID from that section to make sure I can revalidate my cache properly. So with all that done, we should be able to clean up all the different actions that we have inside of here. This import looks like it's not quite working as expected. So let me just make sure I do a quick import, add that import, whoops, add that. And then I just want to update all of these inside the same import. There we go. This is going to be delete as delete lesson DB. And that should be everything I need. Oh, I need to have my update order as well. There we go. So now that's everything inside the actions completely done. Inside my sortable list, let's just make sure we import everything that we need. So we import that action. And it looks like we need to import this. Whoops, imported it from the wrong location. There we go. That cleaned that up. And then inside of here, I just want to make sure that we get this cleaned up as well. Looks like string or undefined is not assignable to type string. So my lesson form, this default section ID, should be nullable. There we go. That should fix that problem. Now inside of here, all I need to do is make this on submit work. So here, this should say if lesson equals null, then this should say create lesson. We don't need to bind anything at all for this. And then we can do the same thing here for update lesson. And we'll want to bind in the lesson ID just like that. Otherwise, that works perfectly fine. And we can deal with this video ID as well as this YouTube video section in just a little bit. Let me just make sure we get rid of any things that we don't actually need inside of our code. Give it a refresh. Looks like lesson form dialog is not defined. That's probably inside of our page. So let's open up our page here and make sure that we do our imports properly. So get that imported. Get this imported just like that. And now hopefully we should see everything showing up in our page. And you can see it is showing up. We have some spacing issues. We scroll all the way up to the top here. Looks like our lessons tab content. We should add a little bit of a class name to that. Flex call, gap2. And that should just add some space between these items, which is exactly what we're looking for. And then even down here, little ways where we have our line, that's the margin in between things. There we go. We can probably reduce the margin on that to like 2. There we go. That looks pretty good. So now we have our section for all of our different lessons and so on. Let's create a lesson and see if this works. We'll call this lesson 1. We're just going to put a bogus ID in here for now. We'll save it in section 1. We're going to make this one public and we'll say test description. And actually this description should be able to be null. So let me make sure in our lesson form that we get rid of that required field because it should not be required. So down here, get rid of that. There we go. So now let's give that a quick save. See if that works. It did. It created our lesson number 1. Let's create lesson 2. We'll give it a bogus title here, section. We'll make this one private and we'll give that a quick save. And you can see we can move these around. Now it is impossible to move something to a brand new section, and that's okay. I essentially decided that the extra complexity of being able to drag things between sections adds a ton of extra code. And as you can see, our drag and drop is already fairly complex. So if I want to move something to a new section, I just come in here, click save, and now it's moved to that new section. It's relatively easy to move things between different sections. So let's come in here with a final lesson 3. Let's put that in section 3, and let's come into here and we'll put in a lesson 0. There we go, and we'll make this one a preview one, for example, section 1. We'll give it a description as well. There we go, and we'll put lesson 0 first. So all of our icons and everything are showing up exactly like we want them to. Let's even come in here, and let's make lesson 2 a public one. There we go, and let's add in a new lesson that should be hidden. So we'll just call it hidden, and we'll make this one private. There we go. So now we have kind of a good smattering of different types of lessons. The next thing I want to do is I want to make sure that my YouTube video ID section works. So to render out our YouTube videos, we're going to be using a library which is called React YouTube, just like that. This is a really nice and easy to use library for rendering out YouTube videos. We'll come in here with a quick force on this, just like that. There we go. And now what I want to do is I want to create a brand new component inside of here, which is just going to be my YouTube video player.tsx. And all this is going to do is just wrap the video player that comes with this. So I can import YouTube from React YouTube, just like that. Export function YouTube video player, taking all the different props that I need, which in that case is a video ID and an onFinished video. That's because I want to be able to automatically mark a video as completed or watched for the user when they finish it. So we're going to take in a string, and this onFinished video is just going to be null, and it's just going to return void. So there we go. We can make it null if we want. And in here, all we do is return YouTube. We pass it in our video ID. Whoops, video ID. We can pass it in any class names we want. I want ours to fill the full width and the full height of the screen. And for the options, I also want to make sure that everything is going to be full width. So let me make sure I get this properly. There we go. We're going to say width 100%, height 100%. Make sure I get all my parentheses and everything spelled properly. There we go. And then on end, so when the video is done playing after they finish the entire video, we'll call on finished video if it exists. So that's all this simple little bit of code does. It's just a small wrapper around this existing library. But now we can actually use that inside of here to actually show the YouTube video player. So now let's go ahead and actually update our lessons to have YouTube video IDs. So what we can do is I can take the ID, I can paste in the video ID right here, I can click save, and it looks like it's not quite rendering out my video section down here at the bottom like it should. Let me make sure we're properly watching our video ID. So I'm going to scroll all the way up to the very top, and this does look like it's properly watching my video ID. So I may just need to refresh my page to get this particular thing to work. So I'm going to give that a quick refresh on the page, edit this. Let's see if changing this does anything. It doesn't look like it does render it. Next best option is just going to be completely restarting our server. Sometimes you get some weird issues coming up. Let's see if that works. We'll refresh our page completely. Make sure that this fully compiles. There we go. Just give it a second. There we go. Now we'll see. Still doesn't look like it's rendering that content. So let's just see what's showing up on our page. We're going to come in here all the way at the very, very top of our page. And I'm going to console log my video ID. So let's just inspect our page, go to the console, clear everything out, and And we should hopefully see when I click edit, it does give me a video idea, and now it is showing up at the very bottom of my page. So I don't really know what the issue that it was running into was, but you can see my video is showing up. If I zoom out to a more reasonable zoom, give that a refresh, click edit, we can see that that's showing up down there. I should probably make it so that it's got a video aspect ratio. So let's go ahead and do that all the way down here. We can pass in some class names, or let's just actually wrap this in a div, which has a class name of aspect video. There we go. And then put that on the other side. So now you can see we get that rendering at the very bottom of our form. And if I zoom out, you can see it's just right there. It looks relatively good. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's good enough for our particular use case. So let's go through for each one of these. I'm going to just copy over a random YouTube video ID. Whoops, that's a section. Don't want to do that. Here we go. Paste down that video, save that one. Let's do this one. This one right here, just so all of these have at least a YouTube video associated with them. I think this is the last one we need to do. There we go. So now we have all of these associated with a particular YouTube video. Now you've probably been watching the video up to this point and thinking, wow, it has taken a long time to get to the point where we can create a course. We still have products, sales, and the entire consumer side of things to do. But I promise you, courses is by far and away the most complicated part of this entire project, just because all the moving pieces, all the different sections, the drag and drop, the details, all this stuff makes it incredibly complex. Now let's go back to the courses section. And what I want to do is I want to add a second course. So we have 2 courses to work with. We'll just come in here with a new course real quick. The pages are loading really slow just because Next.js is recompiling a lot of stuff. The first time you access a page, it's relatively slow. Don't know why this page is taking quite so long though. Let me just manually navigate to it. If that doesn't work, I will just delete my Next.js folder again because, like I said, sometimes this new dynamic caching system in the Canary version just gets a little bit stuck and you have to just delete things. So there we go. Deleted all that. Now I'm going to go back to this new page and we should see that we can create a new course just so I have multiple courses to work with. So we'll call this one TS Simplified, just like JS, but with types. There we go. Give that a quick save. It looks like this did not hook up anything properly with Next.js for some reason. I don't know why that is. Let me try that again. There's definitely something going on. It definitely did a post to the new page, which is fine. And it says it got the new edit page, but it did not actually redirect us like the, oh, never mind. It just did. Okay. So yeah, things are just moving a little bit slow, but that's perfect. Okay. Let's create a section and we'll just call this one types. Sure. And say other. There we go. And we'll just add a few videos inside of here. Test. It doesn't really matter. We don't need a video ID for this one. And then whatever. It doesn't really matter. There we go, just so we have some videos in this one to work with as well. So now we have all the information for our courses. If we come over to the main courses page, we should see we have 3 sections and 5 lessons, 2 sections and 2 lessons. So this is looking really good. So now we can move on to products, which is going to be infinitely easier than dealing with courses. We're going to have this done in absolutely no time. So let's minimize all this down, close out of all these files, open up the admin folder here, and we're going to work on the new folder for products. There we go. And we want to create a page.tsx for that. And inside of the products section, we're just going to do kind of the same thing we did for courses. So I'm going to copy that over and we're going to work off of this. So we're going to say this is our products page, just like that. We want to get our products and this will be our products, just like that. This will say products, product/new, new product, products, and a product table. There we go. Now down here, we can get our products, get product, get global product tag. Looks like we don't have caching set up for our product. So let's go ahead into our features folder. We're going to create a brand new folder for products, and we're going to create a brand new folder for our database. And inside of here, we're going to create our cache.ts, and we'll just paste down the cache for this. Again, it's very similar to all the other caches we've done, so it's not super important. So now we can get our product global tag just like that. Now for our products, we can come down here. We can say all the different stuff we want to select and so on. Right now, I'm just going to minimize that out. And here we want to get our DB product table. So let me make sure I import that all the way up here. So we have our stuff. We can get rid of a lot of these because we don't need these. There we go. Get rid of that. And then we have our DB product table, which is our product table. And then we don't need these other imports. There we go. So let's use our DB product table down here. And specifically what I want to do is on an order, I want to order these by name. So we'll say DB product table.name. I'm going to group them by the ID. And that's because I'm going to join to essentially determine how many people have purchased this product so we can join on the purchase table. So purchase table, just like this, purchase table, DB product table. And I want to check to make sure that this is the product ID. So I'm comparing the product ID to the actual product itself. That should be the only join that we need to do. And then we just need to get the information that we want from all of this. Also, I should probably get how many courses are in each one of these as well. So we'll just do a left join for that as well. This is going to be our course product table. And we want to check when our course product table dot product ID is equal to our DB product dot product ID. There we go, about ID. Now for our select, we want to select our ID, obviously. There we go. We want to get our name. We want to get the status. We want to get the price in dollars. We want to get the description. We want to get the image URL. And then finally, we want to get our courses count, which is just doing a distinct count again. So count distinct on our course product table dot course ID. And then we want to get our customers count, and that is going to be a distinct count on our purchase table dot user ID. There we go. Make sure I spell all of this properly, put a comma where it needs to be. There we go. That cleaned all that up. So that's all the content we're going to be selecting to show within our table. So we're going to pass that down to our table. And this is pretty much done. All we need to do is just make the actual table itself. So instead of courses, we can take that course table and course form. We'll just copy both of those into our product. So we can change this to be product form and this to be product table, just like that. And we'll come back to the form one in a bit. For now, we're going to focus on the product table. Now the type for our products is going to be essentially the same as what we had for our other type. So I'm just going to copy that in. It's just all the different columns that we've selected. Now inside of here, what we want to do is we want to get our products.length, and this will say product or products. Then we want to get the customers. We want to get the status. And then finally, we want to get any actions that we have. And then we can loop through each one of our different courses. Or each one of our different products, sorry. There we go. Now for our very first cell, we can kind of just get rid of a lot of this because we're going to start this from scratch. We can say that we have a class name here, flex, items in the center, and a gap of 4. And the very first thing I want on the left side is going to be an image from Next.js. So let me make sure I import the correct image. There we go. This image from Next.js is going to have a source, which is just equal to my product.image URL. We're also going to add an alt, which is equal to our product, name. There we go. Our width is going to be 192, and our height is going to be 192 as well. And we can close off that image. And then also for our image, I want to give it some specific classes. So we're going to say class name here, object cover, rounded, and we're going to set the width and height to 12. Now you will notice, actually we can just do size here instead of width and height. That'll be even easier and more self-explanatory. But you will notice that my width here of 192 is way higher than the 48 pixels here. I'm mostly doing that because if I shrink down the image to 48 pixels, it gets really blurry. So we get essentially a less high resolution image. But while doing it this way, it gives us a higher resolution image, and then it renders at a smaller size. So it's much easier to see what's going on. Now the next thing that I want to do after my image is I want to render out a div. This is going to be a flex column and then a gap of 1 to separate out this different content. First thing I'm going to have is a font of semi-bold, and that's going to be our product name, just like that. Make sure we can see this all on one line. Then the next thing I want to do is to render out all this different information. So this is going to be like how many courses and so on we have. We use text muted for this. And what I want to do, I'll just copy this over because it's relatively self-explanatory. We're going to format the plural for how many courses we have. We're adding that nice little dot symbol in between them. And then we're going to use a format price function to format the price of this. So let's add a format price function here. So for the format price, we need to have an amount, which we're going to have as a number. we need to have it have another value show 0 as number. We're going to set that to false by default. And then we can actually do all of our different formatting. So our formatter here is a new intl.number format. Undefined is the locale, so it'll use whatever the user's locale is. Our style is currency. The actual currency is US dollars. And then the important thing is our minimum fraction digits is going to be number.isInteger. So if it's an integer, then we want to render no digits. Otherwise, we want to render 2 digits. So if we have a fraction, it should say like .50 for the 50 cents. But if it's a whole number, it should not have any decimals at all. And then if our amount is equal to 0, and we want to show 0 as a number, or actually, I'm sorry, we do not want to show it as a number, then we're just going to return the text free. Otherwise, we're going to return formatter.format with our number. There we go. And this is called amount. So essentially, if we normally in our application, we will want to show something that costs $0 as saying free instead, just because that's easier for people to see. It's more consumer friendly. So most often we'll use free, but occasionally we'll want to show 0 as 0. For example, on a receipt, we want to say that they paid $0 instead of free. So that's why we have this show 0 as number thing. So now what we can do is we can come in here, import format price, and now we have that showing up. The next table cell that we're going to be working on is our product.customers count, because that's the number of customers we have. The next thing after that is going to be our status. So let me just copy this information down. And here we're going to be using a badge. So we'll say badge just like this. Class name, whoops. The class name is inline flex items center gap 2. And I want to make sure I import this from, there we go. Close that off. And inside of our badge, we want to get what our status icon is. Pass in our product.status. And then we're going to render out our product.status. There we go. So let's just create this nice little helper function. This is going to take in a status, which is a product status. And all we're going to do is we're going to get an icon, which is either the I icon, or it's going to be the lock icon, either one. So if it's public, it's the I icon, private is the lock icon, and it's going to return one of those and change the size to 4. So that's going to be how this status section works. And now we can move on to this final section here. So the very first thing I want to do is I want to go to the products edit page. So I can say product just like that. And then I want to here delete a product by deleting it based on its ID, just like that. So we'll need to create this delete product in just a second, but otherwise everything else should be working for us. So let's go ahead and actually create the actual functions for our actions. Actions/products.ts, paste them in because again, these are identical to things that we've already done. First, we have create product, checking the schema for our product. If we can create it, then we do. Otherwise, we do our insert. Same thing here, same thing here. It's the exact same thing we've used in all of the different places for how we create, update, and delete. Now, the next thing that we need to work on is getting our permissions for our products done, which those are pretty much identical to the permissions for everything else that we've messed with. So for lessons, for example, I'll just copy those permissions over. And inside of here, we'll say products. And this is going to say products. There we go. So can create, update, and delete products. Now I just want to make sure here that this is working as expected. That should get all of our products. And then we obviously need to make sure our database functions are working as well. So we'll create a database inside of here, products.ts. And for now, I'll just copy over the delete product because this one is super self-explanatory. It's just like everything else we ever done inside of any of our applications. So let me just get all the revalidating of our caches and stuff in here. Make sure that we import the proper product table. I'm importing the wrong one. There we go. And now you can see we're deleting a product based on the ID and revalidating our cache. And for now, I'm going to async function. They're going to have create product. Actually, it's going to be called insert product. Expert async function update product, because we're going to need to create these as well, but we don't need to create them quite yet. I will get the actual data for them. So inside of here, we're going to have our ID and our data. And again, for the data, we're passing along all the information for our product table, as well as the course IDs that we're going to be putting inside of it. And for our insert, we're doing exactly the same thing, passing along all of our product IDs, as well as the course IDs associated with it. So at least we have these functions done so that we can use those functions inside of our actions. So let's make sure that we get all of this to render properly. And we need to create our product schema last. So let's go ahead, create a brand new folder, schema, and a new file, products.ts. And for our product schema in particular, we need to have a name that is required. We're going to have a price in dollars, which is a number and an integer, and it cannot be negative. We have a description, again, that's required. Our image URL is a little interesting. It's one of two different types. It's either a URL, or we can use a local URL that points to something in our public folder. So if our string starts with a slash, that is also going to be a valid URL. So if it does not start with a slash, we'll throw an error. Then we also have our status, and finally an array of all of our different course IDs, and we must at least have one ID in that course array. That gives us our schema. So now we can actually use that schema right inside of here. Make sure I import this properly. So let me just come in here, add that import, there we go. And that at least cleans up all of our different actions, which are all working fine. Here we can import that delete product action, and that should work fine. And now here we can import our product table, and we should see that our product table is rendering out. If we give that a quick refresh, you can see it's loading. And of course, we're getting a 404 error for some reason. Let me just try refreshing that to make sure. Expected a string. For a type, we're getting an icon. So there's something wrong with our icon section down here, where it's not properly getting the icon for us. Let's just see what our status is. We'll console log our status to see if maybe there's something weird going on with our status. Oh, and it looks like we're getting an error. So this is an interesting error. Yes, our status is undefined. That's clearly not correct. I'm going to try just doing an npm I, and we're going to install next at canary. Like I said, the canary version sometimes has some problems. Just got to reinstall, restart some things. Hopefully that'll be resolved once the actual full release of it is out. But now we're going to try running it dev and seeing if that fixes our problem. The other reason it might not be fixing our problem is, again, we accidentally created our cache beforehand, but it looks like that did fix our particular problem. 0 products, customer status actions, and we can go ahead and create a new product if we want, which will lead us to a page that doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and create the new folder. And inside of here, page.tsx, and this will pretty much look just like this page. So let's just copy this over. This is our new product page, just like that. And it's going to be using a product form that comes from products, just like that. So we need to create that, and this should say new product. So let's go ahead and create that. We'll scroll all the way down to where we have our course form. I'm just going to copy that because it's going to be pretty similar for our products. And we've already actually copied that over, so that's perfect. So there we go, we have that. I'm gonna get rid of some of the stuff we don't need, just like that. We need to get our product schema. There we go. Paste that down into all those different places, so that's working well. Our product schema has way more than just these values, so we also need our course IDs, which by default is an empty array. We need to get our image URL, which again is by default an empty string. We need our price in dollars, which by default is 0, and our status, which by default we can set to private. Now for our default values, this is going to be a product up here. And I should make sure that this should say product form. There we go. And our product by default inside of it has a name, description, price in dollars, image URL, a status, and then all the different course IDs. We also want to pass along all the different courses, which have an ID and a name, just like that. There we go. Just so we can actually put those inside of a select statement, and this should say product. There we go. So now that gives us all the default values for our product. We'll get to this on submit in just a little bit. Actually, we already have these functions created, so we can say create product. That's from our actions. Update product from our actions. That takes in the product ID. So now if we say product right here, that's going to be working. So we have that done at least. And now we can move on to working on making our actual form. Now for our form, I'm going to come in here with a simple div. I'm going to say class of grid, gap of 6, grid columns of 1. Otherwise on medium, we're going to have grid columns of 2. And we'll put the items at the start. Now we're pretty much just going to wrap our entire form inside of that. There we go. So the very first field we have is our name, super self-explanatory. I'm going to copy this down because we're going to have another field, and this one is going to be for our price. There we go. This is our price in dollars, just like that. And for this one, we want our input to be a type of number. So let's specify type equals number. And then we also need to specify a few other things. For example, the step on this, I want to be 1. I want a minimum value of this to be 0. And on change, I specifically want this to take my field, field.onChange, and I want to get the target as a number. So we can say target.value as number. That way it uses a number instead of a string, which is exactly what we want. Now the next field that we're going to have is going to be for our URL. So I'll just copy this down and I'll paste this down. So we're going to have our image URL, and this will say image URL. Make it small like that, and that works exactly like we want. Next up, we're going to have our status section. So I'm just going to copy this from one of our other forms that already uses statuses. So for example, our lesson, we'll come into our lesson form. we'll find the status section, which is right here, copy all of that code over, and then we'll make the small modifications that we need. So for example, here, we should probably import all of the different status components and so on. Get that. This is going to be for our courses, which we have imported, and we want to get our course. Select item, there we go. This is our course.id. Then we're going to have our course.id and our course.name. Now we just need to understand why this is not working. So if I scroll up, courses should be defined. Courses, of course, make it an array. There we go. That fixed the type, and it looks like it fixed all the problems with our course related stuff. Now, technically we can have multiple courses instead of just one. So instead, I'm going to actually change this to the status field instead of courses. So this is going to be product statuses. Whoops, statuses, there we go. Status. And then we can replace all of these with status. So this first one is going to be for our status, and the next one is going to be for how we handle our course IDs, because this is an array. So we'll say course IDs right here. We have a form item, we have our form label, which this one is going to say included courses. And then we want to create essentially a multi-select component. So we're going to create our very own multi-select component, and I based it very heavily off the combo box built into Shadcn. So this kind of has a similar feel to a multi-select component. You can see you can select things from a dropdown. All I did was slightly modify the code that they give you for this to make it work with a multi-select. So in order to create this, we're going to go into our components. We're going to go in the UI folder. I'm going to create my own folder called custom. So I kind of know that this is a custom component that I created. And I'll call this one multi-select.tsx. I'm going to paste in the code, but I'll go over it in depth because it's a lot of code. But essentially what I did is I took the code from this particular combo box and used that. So the first thing I need to do is install popover and the command library. So let's make sure we do that. We'll say that we're going to get those from Shadcn. We want popover and command. And then we're just going to have to make sure we force that most likely. There we go, use force. And then we may also say that we confirm certain things. So let's just make sure that installs properly first. There we go, I'm okay with that. So now we have that finished. Let me make sure my imports are correct. There we go. So essentially, I took this default starting code that they had for this. If I find the particular section down here, or maybe it was up here, either one, I took all of this code that they had, and all I did is I made it generic and I made it work with multi-select. So first of all, I added a generic, which is options. And the way that I'm making the generic work is I have this get value and get label, which just take an option, and then it returns a string for the value and it returns a node for the label. And same thing here, whenever a value changes, it returns to me an array of strings for all the different things. Now for my popover, this open state is just changed based on the button that I'm clicking on. So anytime I click on the particular field to open it up, it's going to open up my popover, which shows all my select options. So you can see here, all my different selected options are showing, and that's the thing that I click on. So this is my popover trigger. It's this entire button. So this button is essentially just a giant section that looks like a select box. And then to make each of the elements show up in the select box, I wrapped them inside of a badge. So all I'm doing is getting the value as a key, I'm getting the label, and I'm wrapping that inside of a badge. So I'm looping through all of my selected values, and I'm showing a badge for each one. Otherwise, if I have no values, I'm showing the placeholder value instead. Finally, down here inside my popover content, I'm just essentially using the standard combo box behavior, the command box, sorry. So I'm just using this command box that opens up. That's essentially what all these different command things are doing. So I'm just creating a loop. Each one of them has an item. And essentially, anytime I select on an item, all I do inside of here is I just add that item to the list or remove it if it's already inside the list. So this is all the standard command stuff. The only difference is my onClick is going to add or remove the element from the list, depending if it's already there. Finally, I have this little check icon that is showing up whether or not the item is selected or not, and I'm just showing the label of the item as well. So that's all that this multi-select element right here is doing. We can go ahead and make sure everything else is working. So on our product form, let's make sure that we use this multi-select. So down here, multi-select, just like that, and I need to pass it a bunch of information. So firstly, I have a select placeholder. Whoops. Select placeholder, and this is going to say select courses, and this is what's going to show up when you have nothing selected. Then we're going to have a search placeholder, and that's because you can see we have this search section here. That's what shows up right there. So we're going to say that we want to search courses. There we go. And then we're going to have our options. These are all the different things we can select. So in our case, we're going to have our courses, and this is a generic component. So when I call get label, the type of the thing it is going to pass to me is a course, so I can get the name of that course. Same thing here with get value. It's going to pass me a course. I can get the ID from that course. Next, I have my selected values, which is just field.value. That's going to be whatever my current course IDs are. And then finally, on selected values change, I'm going to pass in my field.onChange. So anytime my array changes, I'm going to update that with that particular value. And that gives me all my included courses. Now the last thing I really need to do is just to make sure that I have my text area showing up for my description. I can just copy that from one of my other forms because they all pretty much have that information in it. So let's go to my course. We can go over to the components, the course form, and let's copy the entire description section because that is going to be exactly the same in my product form. All the way down here at the very bottom, we're just going to plop that down like that, and that's going to work. Also, I'm going to move this course IDs outside of that grid so it's got its whole full line entirely to itself. So now let's go ahead, get our product form imported. Looks like that should work. Do we have anything we need to pass in? Of course, we have our courses we need to pass in. So this is an async function. And then we can create a really simple function, async function get courses. This is just going to get all of the courses inside my entire database. Of course, we want to cache this information. We're going to put a cache tag, which is our course global tag, just like that. And then we can return db.query. Make sure I import my database just like that. Query course table, course table dot find many. And I want to find many, and I'm going to order them by their name. So we're going to say ascending course table dot name. And of course, I got the wrong course table. So let me make sure I import the correct one. There we go, dot name. And I want to make sure that's, ordering. There we go. And then for the columns, I only care about the ID and the name, just like that. So there we go. That's going to be getting our courses. Make sure we await that. There we go. And now everything should just work. So if we go over to our page, we can click on new product, and it's going to hopefully bring us to that page after it renders real quick. Looks like we're potentially still having problems. Again, this seems to happen a lot when I import new libraries or install new Shadcn components. Just restart the Next.js server by reinstalling everything. Of course, I'm getting a bunch of errors. Let me make sure we try that again. It looks like maybe possibly our command for installing the command library had an issue. So let me just try reinstalling that. We're going to force install that to see if that works. Give it a quick second. No, we're not going to overwrite any of these things. And then we're going to try to restart our Next.js server by installing the Canary version again to see if that works. And of course, we're getting an error again. And again, it looks like it has to do with the CMDK library. We'll really quickly just throw in a force here to hopefully forcefully override that. That should hopefully work for us. And now we can do a quick run of the dev server again. This is mostly because we're using the Canary version of Next.js as well as React 19. It just doesn't play super well with certain things. So we're just going to refresh that again. Hopefully everything is going to render. And now you can see we have name, price, image URL, and so on. And if I increase the size of my page, you can see that I'm getting this nice 1 or 2 row or column, thing. Now my included courses does not quite look right. I don't have the formatting correct on that, so we should probably fix that. I think we can fix that by just going into our multi-select and making sure that this is full width. And there we go. Now we can see that that looks like on all screen sizes, that looks great. You can see it says select courses. When I open this up, I get my 2 courses. You can see when I check them, they show up. When I uncheck them, they disappear. So it allows me to add 1 or multiple different courses. So we can call this one JS Simplified, for example. We can set a price of, let's say, $50 on it. Status, we'll keep it as private. Actually, let's just make it public. Why not? We can add a description. This is a simple JS course. And then we need to include an image URL. Now there's a few different ways we can do this. If our images are publicly hosted somewhere else, we can just paste in the image. Most likely though, you're probably going to be hosting the image yourself. So you may think, oh, I need an image uploader, I need like S3 and some buckets and all these extra things. But in reality, the easiest and best way to do this, especially since you probably release new products very, very rarely on this course website you're creating, is all you need to do is just create a public folder, which you already have, and put your images directly inside of here. Now, I know you're probably immediately screaming, oh, that's not very scalable. You have to redeploy your site every time you deploy a new product. But if you're only deploying a new product every few months, maybe even every couple years, it really doesn't matter. Even if you're deploying multiple products a month, it's really not a big deal. And it saves you all the extra headache of dealing with image uploaders, paying for an image upload service. All that stuff is entirely taken care of for you by just putting them inside the public folder for you. So what I'm going to do inside of here, we don't need these SVGs. These are just automatic boilerplate stuff. We're going to come in here. We're going to create a new folder called images, and we'll call it products. And inside of here is where we'll put our images. Now I'm just gonna drag over the images that we're gonna need. So we're just gonna have our JavaScript and our TypeScript image. There we go. We have JS simplified and TS simplified for all of our different image needs that we have. So for our image URL, we could just do /images/products/JS simplified.jpg, and that's going to be the image there for us. So now I can click save, and that should hopefully create that new image for us, and we will be redirected back to this page. But it looks like, of course, it's maybe not revalidating our cache properly or something along those lines. So let's make sure there's no issues with our caching in our application. So probably the best way for us to focus on that, close out of all this different information. We'll just close out of everything for now. And what we're going to do is go into our source. We're going to find where our features are for our products. We're going to find the database query for our products. And of course, that's because we're not actually doing anything when we call insert. So that's the next step, is to make sure we actually insert our data into the database so that when we create a new product, it actually works. So let's say JS simplified, price of 0. Actually, let's make it like 50. So it's actually something that costs money. We'll make this one public, /images /products /JS simplified.jpg. We'll include the JS course, and this is a JS course. There we go. So now let's go ahead and actually make it so that this insert product function works. So first thing first, I'm going to do this in a transaction. So we're going to get a new product back from it, and we're going to await db.transaction. I'm going to make this quite a bit bigger so it's easier for you to see. It's an async function. Then we're going to get our transaction, and we're going to do our code inside of here. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get our new product. We're just going to create a brand new product by inserting into the product table with all of our different data that we want. Then what we can do is we can do a simple check. If our new product is equal to null, then we can just do a rollback. So we'll say rollback, rollback, and we'll throw a new error, failed to create product. There we go. So we have a failure state in place. Also, we're getting an error here because this is a partial. Obviously, this should not be a partial. It should require all the actual data for inserting. So there we go. Now we have a new product. And then what we can do is we can take this and we can insert brand new rows into our course product table. So we can say course product table, just like that. And these are essentially the join values. So whenever we insert a new product, all those course IDs need to be inserted. So values is just going to be data.courseids.map for each course ID. All I want to do is return an object that has my product ID, which is my new product.id, and my course ID, just like that. So this is going to create all my new product relationships, or I'm sorry, my course relationships. And then we can return our new product, and inside of here, we can revalidate with our new product, and we're going to turn our new product out of our entire function. So we have our transaction that makes sure everything hooks up properly. And then finally, we're revalidating our product cache with our new product. Now, I obviously want to make sure that I just use the ID of the product to revalidate it, and that works fine. Now we want to do a similar thing for update. So I'm going to copy this over, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated. First of all, we should probably use updated product as the name for this, which is great. And here we want to do an update. So we can say update our product table, and we want to set this data, and we want to do it specifically where equals our product table.id is equal to the ID that we pass in. There we go. So that's our update statement entirely done. Now we still want to insert all these values, but we also want to delete any values that were already existing. So we can say delete. We want to delete our course product table, and we want to delete it where equals course product table dot product ID is equal to our updated product.id. So all this is doing is it's deleting all of the existing courses and product relationships, and then it's re-adding them right here. So really all we're doing is just making sure we remove the ones that were removed and adding the ones that were added. And then we're going to revalidate our product cache and so on. So that should be all we need to do to make sure insert and update work. Let's get rid of that import that we don't need. And now let's actually see if this page right here works. We'll click save, and you can see it created a brand new product, JS Simplified. It has one course, costs $50, no customers, and it is currently public. Now, if I were to change it to be, for example, private, we would see that happen. But of course, I don't have an edit page done for this yet. So let's go ahead and create a brand new product. This is going to be for TS Simplified. The price on this one, let's say it's 100. It'll be private for now. /images /products /TS simplified.jpg. There we go. This one's going to be TS Simplified. Just a random description, doesn't matter. Give that a save, and I'll create a final new product, which is bundle. It's going to have a price of 120. See what this issue is. Received NaN for the value attribute if this expected cast value to string. So we should probably fix that inside of our product form. Essentially, what we're doing here is we're converting our value to a number. Here we go. We're converting our value to a number. But of course, when we empty this out completely, it's giving us NaN. We can actually demonstrate that. I'll delete that, post in a number, and delete it. Well, actually, we'll probably have to refresh the page. But as soon as I delete that, we're getting that error showing up. So what we should probably do is if this is a number, is NaN, then we want to return something like undefined Otherwise, we can return inside of here that we want to have e.target.value as number. We'll see if that actually fixes our problem. Do a quick refresh, delete, and it's not letting us delete that. Let's try null instead. There we go. Try deleting that. And of course, we're getting another error. So we'll just change this to an empty string. That should fix the problem. Let me make sure, of course, I refresh our page, delete, type in a number. That does fix the problem. The only thing is it'll send an empty string up to our server, but that's okay because if we try to submit this, expected number received string, that's perfectly okay. So let's come in here. We'll say that this is bundle, $120 / images / products. I didn't actually create an image for this, so we'll just say tssimplified.jpg. It'll use the same image. It'll be public. It'll have both of our courses. This is a great deal. Sure. Click save. And now you can see we have our bundle, JS simplified and TypeScript simplified. And this one has 2 courses. This one has 1 and this one has 1. And we can kind of see how all this different information works. And of course we have deleting. So we should probably make sure deleting works. Let's try deleting this one. Click yes. You can see it was deleted. So now let's go ahead and recreate that one. Simplified. Price is 100, or actually maybe it was 50. I don't quite remember. / products / ts simplified .jpg private, selecting this course, and we'll just do a bogus description. There we go. So now we have our different courses, and the bundle is honestly a terrible deal, but that's fine. So now we can go ahead and focus on our edit page, which unlike the courses is going to take a matter of minutes for us to complete because of all this groundwork we've done. So inside of our admin section for products, we're going to create a new folder for our product ID. Whoops. There we go. And of course, we want to have an edit folder, and it's going to say page.tsx. We're going to copy over our new page because it's going to be pretty similar. This is going to be edit product page. This is going to take in some params, and the params is going to be a promise. And this promise is going to return to us our product ID, which is a string. Close that off. There we go. So now we have our parameters. Make sure we get that from our params. And really, our get courses is going to stay the same. The only difference is we're going to have a product that we pass inside of here. So we can say const product equals await get product, which is a function we can create in just a second. If product equals null, then we want to return not found. There we go. So now let's just create that get product function. It's going to take in an ID, which is a string. So let's make sure we pass that in there. There we go. Make sure we import not found. And this is called product ID. We want to cache this. The cache tag for this is going to be get product ID tag with our ID. And then we can just create our function, which is just going to be return db.query product table. We want to find the first one. And we specifically here want to get some columns. So the columns, we're going to get our ID, name, description, price in dollars, status, and our image URL. There we go. We're going to get all of that information. We also want to get a where clause. So we're going to check where product table .id is equal to our ID. And then lastly, we want to make sure we get the course products as well. So course products, columns, course ID, true. There we go. Make sure I import that properly. And now we're essentially just getting here all the columns for our product and all the IDs for all the courses. And we can use that information up here. So really all we want to do, spread out our product, and we want to take our course IDs, course IDs, and that is our product.courseproducts.map. And we want to just get the ID for each course. Make sure we close that off. Give that a quick save. And of course here it says the ID does not exist because that is called course ID. There we go. So that's just getting all the IDs and putting them in their own array. And that's all we need to do for the edit page, hopefully. So let's go to our bundle and let's see if that actually pulls up the edit page for us. Looks like it's rendering the page maybe. Let me try the TS one to see if that works. Looks like it says it's actually compiling. We'll just do a hard refresh on our page. And again, maybe we'll have to restart our server just because Next.js does not want to play nice with all the canary versions. So we're going to give that a quick refresh, bring our products page. We'll edit the TS simplified one to see if that works well for us. Give it a second for everything to compile. There we go. And let's change the price to 100. Give that a quick save. And you can see we've been redirected back here. The price has been updated. Everything is working for products. And the great thing is that's entirely all we need to do for products. Now, for now, that's all the admin stuff we're going to take care of. We'll come back to sales in a little bit once we actually start to have sales for our application that we can render and view and do refunds on and so on. So the next thing I want to do is focus on the consumer side of things. But before we really dive too far into the consumer side of things, I want to lock down our application to make it a little bit more secure. So inside our source section, inside of our middleware, right now, all of our pages are publicly accessible, which is really not ideal. So instead, we're going to actually make this into a function that takes our auth as well as our request and allows us to do a lot of really interesting stuff with it. First of all, I want to lock down our admin pages to admin only users, and I want to lock down our actual public pages to only be public and our private pages to be only private. So we can say is public route, and we can create a route match handler, just like that, a route matcher, and we can pass in an array of all of our public routes. So for example, any page that is at our home page is public, our /sign in page, as well as all of its children are public. So we'll create that. We'll do the same exact thing for sign up. So just like that, our sign in and sign up page are both public. We're going to make it so that everything inside of our API is public. That way, for example, our webhooks will continue to work because they are inside of our API folder. So there we go. We have all of those being public. We also want to make it so that our actual lessons are public because we want people to be able to view the preview lessons. So we can say courses / course ID / lessons / lesson ID. This is a public page. And then finally, we want people to be able to view products. So we'll make the products page for everything related to products, whether it's purchasing, viewing, and so on. All those are public. Now we can do the exact same thing. We're going to create a route matcher for is admin route. And this one's going to be really straightforward. It's just one single route. All we're doing is, does it start with admin? If so, it's an admin route. So only admin users can access it. So now what we can do inside of here is we can say if is admin route, and we pass in our request. What we can do is we can first get our user, which is just calling await auth.protect. So this is first of all going to ensure our user is signed in. And if it's signed in, we're going to get a user right here. Then if our user.sessionClaims.role is not equal to admin, then we're just going to return a not found URL because essentially we're going to pretend that this admin page doesn't even exist. So only admin users are going to be able to get through to this point. Then we're going to check to see if something is not a public route. If it's not a public route, we're going to pass in the request. What we're going to do is we're going to call auth.protect. And again, it's going to make sure the user signed in. If it's not, it's going to redirect them to sign in. So this is going to make our application more secure because it's going to make sure only signed in users are able to access signed in routes and only admin users are able to access admin routes. But we can actually go a step further by making our application more secure by using a tool called Arcjet. And Arcjet is just a tool that allows us to make really easy security measures, such as making sure that we don't have any glaring issues in our code like SQL injection or things like that. Also, it helps with bot detection, rate limiting, VPN detection, IP detection. There's a lot of stuff that it can do. And I'm going to show you just some of the more basic things that it can do inside of our application to show you how easy it is to set up. And again, everything I'm showing you with Arcjet is entirely free. So you don't need to actually pay for these particular features because we're always working within the free tier for the things that I am going to be showing you. Obviously, there's more you can pay for, but I'm showing you the free tier stuff. So we want to get the Arcjet library. So to use Arcjet, we're going to go to their homepage. So we can hop over there and we can see to install it is as simple as just npm i Arcjet right here. So we just want to essentially get Arcjet. So right here, npm Arcjet, and we want to get the Next.js specific version. We can click on Next.js and there we go. That's our command right there. So let's just copy that command and we're going to paste that into our terminal to make sure we install the Next.js version. Then if we scroll all the way down here, you can kind of see all the stuff Arcjet does. For example, we have bot protection, rate limiting. We have this shield, which is just a way to protect against lots of common attacks. We scroll down, we have like email validation and other things like that. We're really going to be focusing mostly on the shield, the bot detection, and the rate limiting, as well as some IP related stuff as well. So once we have that actually getting installed, it looks like I didn't actually copy things properly. There we go. Well, we can go over and we can like actually log in to our dashboard to actually view our application. And of course, we're probably going to have to use the force command on this, just like that. There we go. I just finished installing that package and logging in. So we're going to run the development server. And as you can see, I've already been working around with a platform test. So I got my personal user account. We'll create a brand new site here. We'll call this course platform video, since that's what we've been calling everything else. We'll click create on this, and it's going to essentially walk us through all the different steps we need. In our case, we'll use Next.js. We'll click continue with Next.js. It brings us to the documentation on exactly how to get started with everything that we need to do for Arcjet. The main thing is we need to copy over our Arcjet key. So if we come over to here, you can see that key right there. I'm going to copy that and hide it by default. So now we can go over to our environment. I can say Arcjet, and we can say our Arcjet key is equal to that key right there. Now we could continue walking through the rest of the documentation, but honestly, it's super straightforward and easy to set up. So I'm just going to show you how to set it up directly in our middleware. So we have our Arcjet object. Let's make sure that we import that. So we need to make sure we come up here and we're going to import Arcjet from @arcjet/next.js. And I believe maybe that's not an actual, there we go, a default import. That should hopefully work. Call that as a particular function, and we pass in our objects. So first of all, we need our key, which is our Arcjet key. Let's make sure we put that on our environment variable. So we're going to import that from our server, and then we're going to add that in there. So in our data environment server, we're going to add our Arcjet key, z.string.minimum of 1. There we go. I'm just going to add this to my spelled words. There we go. Now we can go back into here. After that, we can focus on our rules. This is really the main thing I want to focus on, which is just an array of all the things you want to check for. So for example, we're going to come in here with our shield, and we specify the mode. So we can specify dry run, which is what I would recommend setting this up for the very first time you run this, just to make sure that everything is working properly. Dry run essentially is a testing mode where nothing actually gets blocked, but it allows you to see if things would have been blocked or not. So it's really great for you to be able to throw it on your site that has a lot of traffic and see which things are being blocked and which aren't, to make sure you're not blocking legitimate traffic. Now we're just going to throw it directly into live mode because we're in development, we're testing, and I know that this is going to work for our particular site. So we're saying we're activating shield mode, which is just a way of protecting against really common attacks and so on. Things like cross-site scripting, SQL injection, things that you hopefully are already preventing on your own, but this will just give you an extra step in case you miss something. It'll help protect against that as well. And also just make sure that malicious actors aren't actually able to use your site the way they want. Next, we're going to do bot detection. Now there's a lot of different things that you can do with bot detection. Again, you can specify the mode, which we'll do live. We can also specify which bots we allow and which ones we don't allow. By default, we're going to only allow a few different types of bots. So as you can see, we have a ton of different individual bots, but we also have categories that we can specify. And for our use case, we want to specify the category of search engine. So this is going to be things like the Google robot that crawls your site. We want to let that go through. We're also going to specify here, we're going to have a category specifically for monitor. So if you're using something like a monitoring site that's monitoring uptime, you want to make sure that bot is able to get through. And then also we're going to have a category here specifically for preview. So this is for things like Discord. When you send a message, it shows a preview. Same thing with like Slack and so on. We want to make sure that that type of bot is also able to crawl our site. So these are 3 types of bots we allow, but all other bots we're constantly disallowing from being used. This is really great because no longer can people use like Postman to access your API or a curl request or something like that. This blocks all of those. Next, we're going to set up a sliding window, which is just a type of rate limiting. So we're going to specify our mode as live. Then we're going to specify our interval. So how long do we want this rate limit to last? It's going to be a 1-minute sliding window interval. And max is how many requests can this user make? We're going to set it to 100. So in the course of 1 minute, we have a maximum of 100 requests that a user can make to our site. If they make more than that, it's going to rate limit and block them. This is just a great way to prevent people from running scripts to maliciously attack your site by sending way too many requests in a short period of time. Now to actually do this protection, all we need to do is inside of our code here, we can just call aj.protect. This is going to be for Arcjet, and we pass it in our request, and this is going to give us a decision, just like this. And this decision gives us all the information we want. So what we can do is we can say if our decision, if I can spell properly, if our decision.is denied, just like that. So if it is denied, then we can just return forbidden or something else like that. Obviously, you can go deep into why this is denied. It gives you a ton of information about like the conclusion, the reason, the results, and so on. I don't really care. I just know that if you're breaking these rules, we should probably just say, you know what, screw you. You're forbidden from accessing this website. That's all that matters. Also with this though, we can actually access the user's IP address, which is the thing that is going to be really important because on our site, I want to implement something called purchase price parity, which essentially means if you're from a country with a lower purchasing power, I want the price of these courses and products to be lower for you and for anyone else visiting from those countries. So we can actually implement that really easily using this Arcjet tool. So at the very bottom, what I want to do, I want to check to see if my decision.ip, this is going to give me my IP address as well as information like, is this a VPN? So if it is not a VPN and my decision.ip.isProxy is also not true. There we go. So essentially, if I'm not a VPN or I'm not proxying my IP, essentially if this is hopefully my real IP address, then I want to be able to send that along to the user. So I'm going to get the headers. We'll say new headers just like that. And we'll pass in our request.headers. And what I want to do is I want to essentially get the country value from here, and I want to specify that inside of my header. So the way that I'm going to do that is I'm going to create a file here. We're going to call this user country header.ts, just like that. And we're going to export a function called set user country header. This is going to take in all of my headers, just like that. And it's also going to take in the country, which is a string, or it's undefined if for some reason we couldn't find what their country was. So if our country is equal to null, well, then what I want to do is I want to take my headers and I want to delete the country header key from it. So let's create a country header key. And we'll call this X user country. Now, the reason I'm doing this is that way someone cannot send this header along with their own request. If they send this header along and they don't have a country that's associated with them, we're going to immediately delete this from their request. So that way they can't go bypass our system by knowing what our header is called. Also, we're going to set the header if they do have a country, just like that. So now we're just setting the header or we're deleting it from the actual header information. So we can do that inside of here. So in our middleware, let's just call set country header. There we go. We're going to pass along our headers, as well as our decision.ip.country, which is the country information for that user. And then finally, we can return a next response.next, and we want to make sure that we pass along those headers. That way, in the rest of our application, we can access these headers to determine which IP this user is coming from. So all of that is set up to give us extra protection and to enable that PPP power. Now, one thing I do want to do is make sure I can test for IPs, because by default, when you're using Arcjet, it's just going to use a localhost IP. So for example, let's just refresh this page. We should hopefully see warning using localhost as your IP in development mode. So that's the warning that we get. And then if we go back into our Arcjet dashboard, you can see that we have this path that was allowed, as well as all the information related to this particular path. It's not super important what all this information is right now, but it at least lets you see, okay, what is this URL? What are the things being checked on it? Is things passing? Why wouldn't they be passing? And so on. For our case, everything is passing, so that's all that matters for us. So let's go ahead and change this so that we can actually use this with a test IP. So I'm going to say environment.test IP address. Just like that. And I want to make sure I put this on my environment variable. So test IP address is a string, and this one is going to be nullable. So we'll just say is nullable because it can be null. And technically this should say optional to make sure that it's actually optional. And we'll come in here with a minimum value of 1. So it can either be empty or it can be a string that has to have at least some type of value to it. So now we have our test IP address that we can do different things with. So for example, if we have a test IP address, return one thing, otherwise return our normal request. So all I want to do is I want to take my request, I want to replace my IP with my environment.test IP address, and my headers need to come from my request.headers. Now the reason I need to specify my headers here, even though I'm spreading out my request, is because the headers object cannot be spread out properly, so I just need to make sure I pass that along, otherwise things won't work. So we can go ahead and actually test that. What I can do in my environment variables is I can create a section called other, for example. I can paste in a test IP address. This is an IP address that should correspond with India as the particular country. So now if I just refresh my page, I should actually use this test IP address instead. And you can see I'm no longer getting any warnings about using my 1270 IP address because I'm in localhost, because it has a test IP address. And if I come down into here and I console.log my decision.ip.country, you should hopefully see that the country here is India. So let's do a quick refresh and you can see we get IN, which is India. So I'm using a test country code for India. And for now we can comment this out so we don't have to worry about this. We can keep the local host one, but as soon as we want to test that PPP functionality, we can throw in India right here and actually test that functionality. You'll definitely see that this is a really cool feature that we can get this PPP stuff incredibly easily with Arcjet. And honestly, it's free, which is super, super powerful. So now what I want to do is I want to move on to the consumer side of things to actually make some of that work. So let's minimize all this down, close out of everything. We'll go into our app, we'll go into consumer, and right now we just have a blank page that says hi. Well, on this page, I want to render out all the different products we have inside of a product card. So what I can do, let's make this an async function. I can come in here, I can get my products equals await get public products. There we go. And let's create that as a function. Get public products. Make sure this is an async function so we can cache it. Use cache. And this is just going to be a cache tag for our get product global tag, super straightforward. And now we can get all of those different products. db.query.product table. We want to find many because we want to get all of our products. And we specifically want to get the columns of ID, name, description, price in dollars, and image URL, because we want to display all that information to the user. We also want to specifically only get this where our status is public. So this is something I'm actually going to move into its own function, where public products. And we're going to put this in our permission system. So if we go into our features, into products, and into permissions, I'm going to especially export a constant variable called where public products. And all this is going to do is it's going to call equal product table, make sure I get the right one, dot status. And it's going to check to make sure the status is public. So this is only going to get public products. And this is a where clause we're going to be using all the time. So that's why I'm breaking it out into this permission system. So now we can only get the products that are public, and I want to order them by their name. So we'll say order by name. Let's just make sure that's ascending. Product table. Make sure I get the right one, dot name. There we go. So now we're ordering them all properly. We're getting all of our products right here. We can loop through them and do whatever we want. So first, let's create a div that is going to act as our container with some margin on the top and bottom. Then we're going to have another div. This one is going to be a grid. And our grid is going to be a repeating grid, autofill, min max of 300 pixels minimum, 1 FR is the maximum, and then a gap of 4. And then inside of this grid, all we want to do is just take our products, loop through all of them, and we want to render out a product card. Product, which is a function that we're going to create. So we'll create a product, product.id, and then all the rest of our product information. So this is just going to be a fancy component we're going to create to render a card version of our component here. So we're going to scroll down, components, brand new one, product card.tsx, export function product card. There we go. Now our props are going to be relatively self-explanatory. It's just all the same props that we selected inside of here. So all the stuff we did right here is essentially what our props are right here. Now inside of here, we can return a card. Let's make sure we import this from the right location. Inside of our card, we're going to have quite a few classes. So we're going to have a class of overflow hidden. That's because we're going to have an image that we want to make sure is hidden behind our rounded corners. We're going to flex this in the column direction. Width is going to be full, and the max width is going to be 500 pixels. We just won't want to get it too large. And then finally, mx of auto, just to make sure it's centered if the container it's inside of is larger than those 500 pixels. Next, we're going to have a div. This is going to have a class name of relative because we're going to have a flexible image inside of it. The aspect ratio of this is going to be video, and we're going to have a width of full on that. And this is where we're going to render our image. So make sure we use our Next.js image. And inside of here, we're going to use our image URL. The alt is going to be our name. It's going to fill this full space. And the class name for this is going to be object cover to, again, make sure it fills up all the possible space that we have. Next, right below that, we're going to have our card header. There we go. And inside of that, we're going to have our card description. And of course, on this card, we want to make sure our space in the Y direction is 0, just to override the default spacing that it has. So for our description here, we're going to have the price that we display. And this price is going to be dependent on the user's headers values. And in order to access the headers, we need to wrap this inside of a suspense. So we're going to come in here with suspense, just like that. Make sure we import that. And I want to render out this price. So we'll say price, and the price is going to be the price in dollars, just like that. And we can come down here, async function price, just like that. Price is a number. And of course, here is where we access the headers to get that coupon and to get the country code that we've already talked about to make sure we reduce the price if it's a PPP discount. So we'll just, for now, return null from here, and our suspense will have a fallback value inside of here, which is going to be called format price, and we want to format the price in dollars. So by default, we just show them the full price until we're done loading, and then we either show them the discounted price or the full price. After our description, we want to do our title. Now we're going to increase the size of our text here to extra large, and then we'll render out the name inside of here. Now below our header is our card content. This is where we're going to put a paragraph, This paragraph, we're going to make sure it has a line clamp of 3, so it only shows 3 lines of text at most. And then we're going to put our description inside of there. There's our card content. And then finally, our card footer. And this is going to have a class name. Margin on the top is going to be auto to make sure everything flexibly fills into the right spaces that it has. That's why we made sure everything was like flexing and so on. Then what we're going to do is we're going to render out a button inside of here. Make sure I import our button component. We want to make sure that this has a class name to fill the full width. The text is going to be medium and the PY is going to be 6. We're going to make this an as child because we're going to put a link inside of here. So we'll say link has an href that is going to go to our products page. Whoops. Products, just like that, slash and whatever the ID for our product is. And we'll close that off and make that say view course. There we go. We'll get that link imported from Next. And now all we need to do is get this price section done. Otherwise, we have everything else inside of here completely done. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get the country and specifically the coupon associated with that country. So I'm going to go back into that lib folder to be able to get that user country information. And I want to export an async function called getUserCoupon. Now the first thing this getUserCoupon is going to do is it's going to get the country for the user, which is just await getUserCountry, just like that, which is a function that we can create real quick. Function getUserCountry, and this getUserCountry is just going to await my headers, just like that. So it's going to get my headers, which we'll just call head. Make sure this is an async function. And we can return head.get our country header key. So now we have our country. It's either going to be a null or a string. If the country is equal to null, then we're going to return nothing because we have no discount to give them. So we'll just return. Otherwise, we're going to get our coupon. And that's going to be based on this PPP coupons object we're going to create. So inside of our data folder here, we're going to create a brand new object called PPP coupons.ts. And all this PPP coupons is essentially a list of all the country codes and what coupon we want to associate with them. Now I'm going to paste this in because this is a lot of data. Essentially all I did is I took every single country code and I associated them with a particular discount. So all of these countries inside this list are associated with a 50% discount. The next group is a 40% discount, then 30%, and then 20%. That's the maximum discount. And we associated all of them with a Stripe coupon ID. So I want to add all of these different Stripe coupon IDs to our environment. So we can come in here, we have 20, and that's going to be z.string. And that's going to be a minimum of 1. And I just want to copy this down because we're going to have 50, 40, 30, and then finally 20. So we have all these different values for our different coupons, and then we just need to put these inside of our environment variable. Now we currently don't have this hooked up with Stripe, so we're not going to bother filling in the values for them, but I am going to create a section for Stripe, just like that. And we'll create these different values. And for now, I'll just put in some bogus data. So we're going to have 50, 40, 30, 20. So we just have bogus data in there for now. It doesn't really matter what that data is. Let me just make sure I save all these different things. And now we can say PPP coupons dot, and I want to find the coupon that has that country code. So if the coupon.countrycodes.includes my country, well, then I know that we have a coupon. So if my coupon is equal to null, well, again, just return nothing. So we can throw a return into here. Otherwise, I want to return my Stripe coupon ID, which is coupon.stripe ID. And I want to return my discount percentage, which is my coupon.discount percentage. So this allows me to get the coupon code as well as the discount percentage for the user. So now I can use that right here. So I can say const coupon equals get user coupon. And just like that, make sure that I await this. Get user coupon. There we go. So now we have our coupon. If the price is equal to 0, well, then I just want to return format price. And we can even do that above where we get our coupon, just like that. So we'll pass in our price. There we go. Then the next thing we can do is we can do our coupon. Inside of here, we can return some information. So we can return a div with a class name of flex, gap of 2, items, baseline, just like that. First of all, I'm going to have a div with a class name, and this class name is entirely dependent on if we have a coupon. So if our coupon is not equal to null, then we're going to have it say line through, text extra small, and opacity of 50. So essentially, if we have a coupon, I want to show my original price as this line through stuff and so on. So I just want to cross it out and make it less opaque. Otherwise, we're going to pass in no styles at all. And this is where we're going to format our original price. So we're going to say format price of our price. Otherwise, what we're going to do after that is if our coupon is not equal to null, then we're going to render out a div. And this div is going to be format price. And we're going to take our price times 1 minus our coupon discount percentage. There we go. And make sure we close off that div. That should be everything we need to do. And I think we can actually clean this up a little bit more because, for example, I can say here, if my price equals 0 or my coupon is equal to null, then I can return format price just like this. There we go. And now I don't even need this extra code. So for example, I can just make sure this always has this class name and nothing else. There we go. And I don't even need to check for coupon here. I can just use it directly inside of there. Just clean up my code slightly. So there we go. That's all the different information I need to make this work. So it's going to render our price and show them the discounted price if they have a discount available for them. So let's make sure we import product card. There we go. Give that a quick save. And now you can see our products are showing up. And best of all is if we actually change our test IP address to be this India IP address and we refresh our page, we may even need to restart our server since we changed what our environment variables were. But if we change that now and we do a quick refresh here, we should see our prices are crossed out and it's actually going to show us the discounted price. As you can see, $60 and $25 are showing up. Now you will notice there's a problem where one of our prices for our products is not actually showing up in the list. And it looks like that is actually entirely to do with the fact that we have this IP address. Let me make sure that is the issue because that would be a very interesting bug if that was the case. We'll give this a quick refresh right here. We should see all of our courses, but again, we're only seeing 2 of our courses showing up, even though I'm pretty sure we have more. Let's go ahead. We'll bring that IP address back to what it was before. We'll restart our server and we'll go over to our admin page to make sure that we have all 3 products. Because actually, I think the reason one of our products is not showing up is because we have a product that has a private status. As you can see, this is private. Let's change that to public so that we can see all 3 of our different products on our page, exactly like we want to. Give that a quick second to load. Of course, it looks like it's not loading. Let's just refresh our page real quick. There we go. Now we'll give it a quick refresh. And if this doesn't load again, I may have to just install the Canary version of it again, but it looks like it worked fine. Public on that. Give that a quick save. That should render out our page once it's done. And then we'll go back to our home page. We should see all 3 products with the discounted price showing up. So this is great. All this stuff with our PPP discounts is working perfectly fine. So now let's go ahead and work on the actual view course page. So if I were to go to this JS simplified course, obviously it shows as not found. So let's go ahead and close out of all this, open up the consumer section, and we want to create a folder for products / product ID. And inside of here, we want to create page.tsx. And to get started, we're going to have a product page. The parameters is going to be our product ID. We're going to want this not found function, just like that. Make sure that we close this off. There we go. And then we're going to create a function called get public product. It's going to take an ID. This is going to be an async function. It's going to use cache. And the cache tag is going to be the get product ID tag. Pass it in the ID. Now we're going to want to return a lot of information about this product. So we're going to say const product is equal to await db.query.product table.find first. We want to specifically get only the columns we need. So we're going to get the name, the ID, the description. We're going to get the price, and we're going to get the image URL, pretty much all the information about the product we could want. Then we're going to specify our where clause. We're just going to say where the product table .id is equal to our ID. Then we want to specifically get a lot of information from it. So for example, we want to get all the different course products. I don't want any columns, so I'm going to leave this as blank because all I want to do is get the course from this. So I want to get the course specifically because I want to get all the information about the courses that are inside this. So I want to get the ID and the name for each one of the courses. Then for each course, I want to get all the sections inside of them. So we'll say course sections, just like this. We're going to get our columns. We're just going to have an ID and a name. That's the only thing I'm going to care about. For these, I want to get them only where they are public. So public course sections, just like that. And up here where I'm doing this where clause, I want to make sure that this is public as well. So I'll throw in a little and query here. and I'll throw in my where public product, just like that. Make this a little bit easier to see. We're going to create this where public course sections in just a little bit, but I want to finish out the rest of the stuff we're going to be doing here. So first of all, we want to do an order by. And of course, we want to order by the order. So we're going to say ascending. And this is course section table dot order. Then we want to get all the lessons from this. So we'll say with lessons. For the columns on this one, ID true, name true, status is true, since we want to know if it's a preview or not. Where is going to be where public lessons. And then finally, we're going to have our order by, which is essentially the same as the one up here, but this is for our lesson table. There we go. So let's create this where public course and where public lesson, since again, these are things we're going to be using all over the place, and it's going to come from our features or from our permissions. So we'll start with the course sections one first. This is going to be export const. Let's make this a little bit wider. There we go. Where public course sections equals, and we can just do a quick equal course section table dot status. Whoops, status is equal to public. There we go. And we're going to do pretty much the exact same thing for our permissions for our lesson. There we go. Where public lessons, but this one is going to have an and query inside of it because we want to check for if it is equal to public. So we'll say lesson table dot public, and this actually should be an or. There we go. Or equals lesson table dot status of preview. So whether it's a preview or a public, it doesn't matter. Both of them are going to be considered public for our use case. There we go. So now we can import these and import this. And there we go. That should be all the information we need for our course sections, our lessons, and so on. You will notice though, in our cache tag, we only cached the product ID, even though if our course changes or our course sections change or our lessons change, we want to update this product as well. And that's because the really nice thing about the way Next.js's new caching system works is I can add cache tags down here and they'll still work. So I want to add a cache tag specifically for all my product related stuff. So first of all, if my product is equal to null, well, then just return the product. I just want to get rid of it. It's null. It doesn't matter. I want to ignore it. Otherwise, I want to add cache tags where I take my product.course products and I want to do a flat map between them. So here's my course product, and this course product should return to me an array. So I'm going to get my lesson course tag for my course product.course.id. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing, but I want to get my course section course tag. And then finally do the exact same thing for my course ID tag. If I spread over this, essentially what I've done is I've now made sure that anytime I change this particular product or I change any of the courses inside of that project, whether I change the lessons, the course itself, or the course sections in that lesson or that course. So anytime I change the product or the courses associated with that product, I'm going to refresh this entire cache. Otherwise, I'm going to do a quick return of my product, my course products, which is just undefined because I just want to remove that from my thing. And instead, I just want to add my courses, which is my course products.map cp.course. There we go. So essentially all I'm doing is I'm replacing course products with courses. It's just making it so that it's a little bit easier to work with because now up here, I can say, whoops, product.courses instead of course products. And really, this isn't getting rid of the course products things. Unfortunately, I want to make sure I get rid of it from the product itself. So what I can do here is I can just say const course products and then other is equal to products. There we go. I can spread out all my other, and then here I can use my course products. And this should say product just like that. Now up here, I can get my courses, but there's no course products anymore on my product. There we go. That just makes it a little bit cleaner and easier to work with. So now the next thing I want to do is I want to determine how many courses are in here. So we're going to say course count is equal to product.courses.length. And then I want to get the lesson count as well. And this is a little bit more complicated. I'm going to need to do some reducing and so on. So I'm going to create a helper function called sumArray that allows me to pass in an array. For example, in our case, product.courses. And what it's going to do is it's going to sum up whatever function we pass to it. So in our case, it's going to take our course and it's going to call sumArray again. I'm going to pass in our course.course sections, and it's going to take each section and sum up the number of lessons. So I'm going to create this function real quick so you can see exactly what it does. We're going to do that inside of our lib folder. So our lib, I'm going to create a new file called sumarray.ts. Export function sumarray takes an array, which is just a type T, just like that. And then it's also going to take a function, and this function is an item of type T that returns to us a number. There we go. So now I can do some really fancy stuff with this. For example, I can take my array, I can reduce it, I can take each one of my items, and all I'm doing is I'm taking my total that I have so far, I'm adding it to the function where I pass in the item, and I default to 0. So really all that I'm doing is whatever function I pass here, I'm calling that and adding it to my total. So here, for example, let me just import some array so everything will work. You can see the very first time I call this on the inside, I'm taking each of my course sections and adding together the number of lessons. And then the second time I call this, I'm taking each of my courses and adding together the total of all the lessons inside of them. So now with all of that done, I can actually go ahead and start returning the data for this page. So I'm going to have a class name here, which is container, some margin on the top and the bottom. We'll close that off, and then inside of that, I'm going to create another flex container. This one's going to have a very large gap of 16. Our items are going to be in the center, and I want to justify some space between them with some margin on the top of 6. And actually, we don't even need that margin on the top at all, I don't believe, because we already have our margin up here. The next thing I want to do inside of that is we'll create a brand new div. This one is going to be another flex-based container, a gap of 6 this time, and it's a vertical column where all the items are going to be positioned at the very start of the container. And then finally, we're going to have our last kind of main div here, which is another column-based one with a gap of 2. And inside of here, again, we're going to be doing our price information. So just like before when we were rendering out our price, we need to make sure that this is inside of a suspense component. And the fallback for this is going to be a div with a class of text extra large. Text extra large. And it's going to format the price of our product.price in dollars. There we go. So by default, we're just going to show the full price. Otherwise, we're going to render out a price component. We're going to pass in our product.price in dollars, just like that. And then down here, if we wanted, we could create an async function called price, which is going to take in a price, which is a number. Now this price is going to be very similar to the price that we created over here. So if I go back to that page and I find that particular price section in our post card, here we go. I can just copy what we had inside this function because it's going to be pretty similar, paste it down, and we'll just need to slightly change around some of our styles. So first of all, get the coupon. If the price is 0 or the coupon is equal to null, what I want to do is I just want to return a div with the class name of text XL, and inside of that, I want to format my price. There we go. So that's going to be my default case, essentially the exact same thing I did up here. Then the next thing that I want to do is render out my content down here. So first of all, I'll show my text, and this time it's going to be small instead of extra small. And here I'm going to have a class name, and this class name is going to be text extra large. So it's going to just show that large text of the actual discounted price. So now I'm showing my actual price. I should hopefully be able to refresh here, and we should see some information for our product ID. It doesn't look like it's showing up. Products.product ID, let me make sure all of this is hooked up properly. Product ID inside of our products page, so that does look like it's correct. I'm just going to try to completely close and restart my server, see if that fixes any caching weird issues that are going on. Give this a quick refresh over here, and we should hopefully see some of our information show up. As you can see, our price is showing up as discounted because we have that fake discounted ID. Now, after this suspense element, I want to show an H1, and this H1 is going to have very large text. It's just going to be the title of our product, font semi-bold, and inside of here, product.name, just like that. So now we have the giant name of our product. And then below that, I want to have information about all my course related stuff. So class name, text muted foreground. First thing I want to do is format a plural. There we go. For our course count, singular is course, plural is, courses. There we go. And then I also want to make sure that I put that fancy little dot. I'll just copy that over. So we have our fancy dot, and then I'm going to do the exact same thing, but this one is going to be for our lesson count, and this is going to say lesson. There we go. So now if we take a look, you can see it's JS simplified, 1 course, 3 lessons. Now that takes care of this first vertical section. The next vertical section is going to be having text of extra large, and it's going to be our product dot description. So now we can see the description of our product is showing up right there. My gap is clearly not there. That's because I typed 67 instead of 6. As you can see, that now fixes my gap. That cleans up that entire section, except for we should still put a purchase button underneath of here. And again, this is something we need to wrap inside of suspense because we need to check the user to make sure they don't own the course before we show the purchase button. So we're going to have a fallback that's going to load a skeleton button. We'll create that in just a second. And then below that, we're going to have our purchase button. And we'll pass in the product ID just like that. So again, this is going to be something we need to load using suspense. So we'll come down here, async function purchase button, product ID is just going to be a string. Now inside this purchase button, the reason we needed to wrap this inside of suspense is because we're accessing the headers by getting our user information. So we can say await get current user, just like that. This is going to access the headers, which means it needs to be in a suspense. Then we can check to see if they already own the product. So we can say already owns product is equal to user ID is not equal to null, because obviously if the user is null, they can't own the product. And then we could just await calling get user owns product, which is a function we can create, pass in a user ID and a product ID just like that. So let's go ahead and we'll just copy that. And we're going to go into the database section for our products right here. We're going to export an async function, user owns product, just like this. And instead of calling it get, we'll just call it user owns product. We'll change that in both places. Make sure I do an import so that's being imported. And now what we can do is we can type this out. User ID is a string, product ID is a string. There we go. And then the actual check for this is not too complicated. First of all, we want to cache this. So we'll use cache, get our cache tag on here. And this is going to be based on the get purchase user tag, just like that, user ID. We haven't set this up yet, so let's go ahead and do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new folder, purchases, create a new folder, DB, and inside of here, cache.ts. I'm just going to copy this over because we've seen this a million times. Global tag, ID tag, user tag, revalidate all those different tags. And let's make sure our list includes purchases as well. That should be one of the last things we need to add to there. Now that we have our cache tag set up for this, what we can do is we can check to see if they have an existing purchase. It's equal to await db.query.purchase table. And we want to get the first one. So we'll find first. And we want to do a simple where. And this where is going to be an and-based where we're going to check to make sure the purchase table.product ID is equal to our product ID. We also want to make sure that the purchase table.user ID is equal to our user ID. And we also want to make sure that the refunded field is null. So purchase table.refunded at. Because obviously if they purchased a course but then refunded it, we don't want to be able to prevent them from purchasing it again. So there we go. That's what our query is going to look like. And then we can just return existing purchase is not equal to null. So that can determine if they have a purchase or not. So the user owns the course only if this is equal to true. Now back in our product, we have the ability to check if they already own the product and we can show the button or not depending on that. So here, just a simple if check. If they already own the product, then we're just going to return a simple p tag that says you already own this product. There we go. Otherwise, we're going to return to them a button that allows them to purchase. So we're going to say return button. Class name on this is going to be text extra large. Height is going to be auto. Py is going to be 4. Px is going to be 8. And we're going to round it in the large direction. So it's going to be a rather large rounding around it, just like that. I'm going to make sure this is an as child because I'm going to put a link inside of here. And the link is going to go to the purchase page. So we can come in here, /products, /product ID, /purchase. And we can say get now. There we go. Make sure I import my link. And that should be all we need for this purchase button. We just need to create a skeleton button. To do that, we'll create a global component. It's called skeleton.tsx. Export function skeleton button, just like that. We'll put a bunch of other skeleton stuff in here eventually, but for now, we're going to focus on the button. We're going to return a div. The class name is going to use the button variants, and specifically, the variant is going to be secondary. And we're going to pass in our own class names. And those class names are going to be pointer events none animate pulse, and the W of 24, just like that. So we're going to just hard code the width essentially, and then we'll close off that div. So really it's just going to give us a gray pulsing button with a hard coded width. Let's give us a quick import on that skeleton button, give that a save, and you didn't really get a chance to see the skeleton button, but what I can do is I can just pop down the skeleton button right here, set that to null for now, and you can see this is what our skeleton button looks like. If we want, we can pass in our own custom class names to it. So for example, class name, let me make sure I actually take in some class names. Class name, there we go. Whoops, class name is a string, there we go. And what I can do is I can just use cn to combine these together, just like that. There we go. And actually, I should probably put the cn on the outside of all of this. So let me just take this and move it out to here. And actually one step out. There we go. So now it's adding the class name to literally everything, just like that. So now we can modify this by, for example, changing the height to be a little bit larger. We'll say like 16. That may be a little bit too large. We'll try 12. And we'll try a width here that is going to be maybe 24. That just looks exactly the same. We'll try 36, just a slightly bigger button. So now we have our skeleton button. We can put it in place here, and we can put the code that we had before, which was our purchase button with our product ID equal to our product.id. There we go. So now you can see we get the full size button. Otherwise, we're getting the smaller button when it's actually loading. And if we already owned the product, it would say you already own the product here. Now with that done, that takes care of our next vertical grouping. And now we're onto our horizontal grouping, where we're going to have a div with a class name of relative, aspect of video, and we're going to have a max width of large, and finally flex grow. This is going to be for supporting the size of our image. So here is our image. Our image is going to have a source, which is product, .image URL. Our fill mode is going to be set. The alt is the product.name. And then finally, we're going to add some class names, object, contain, and rounded XL. There we go. That's going to show us an image on the right-hand side. As you can see on our larger screen sizes, we get a quite large image. Obviously on the smaller screen sizes, it's not super optimized, but that's not really the point of this application. But as you can see, this looks rather quite good. The next thing that we can work on is the section that comes after all of these divs. So what we're going to do is we're going to render out a div that has a grid on it. And this grid is going to be for displaying all of our different courses. So we're going to say grid columns of 1. Otherwise, on a larger screen size, we're going to have grid columns of 2, a gap of 8, margin on the top of 8 to give it some space, and the items are always going to be starting at the start of their container. Then what we want to do is we want to loop through all of our different product courses. So we want to map through each course just like this. And we want to return a card. So this card is going to have a key, which is the course.id. We're going to put a card header with a card title. And inside the card title is just the course.name. We're going to add in a card description. This card description is just going to tell us how many sections and such that we have. So I'm just going to copy this section over because it's relatively straightforward. You can see here, we're formatting plural for how many sections that we have inside of our course. And then we're also formatting how many length of lessons we have as well. So we can see 2 sections, 3 lessons inside of this particular section. Now we can move below the header to our card content. And inside of here, I want to use an accordion. So we're going to make sure that we get this from Shadcn. Accordion, just like that. And this accordion is going to have a type, let's make sure we force that, there we go. A type of multiple, there we go, so we can actually open multiple things at the same time. Let's make sure we import this, there we go. And inside this accordion, I want to take my course.course sections, and I want to map through each section. So for each section, we're going to create an accordion item. And the item here is going to have a key equal to my section ID. And for each one of these, we're going to have an accordion trigger. And we also need to make sure we specify a value, which is going to be our section.id as well. There we go. So inside of our trigger, let's add a class name of flex and a gap of 2, because we're going to make sure here that we have a div class name of flex, flex column, and flex grow. Close that off just like that. Don't need this extra space at the end. And inside of this div is where we're going to put our section name. So we'll just put it inside of a span with a text of large, section.name. Then we're going to have another span. This one is going to be class of text muted foreground. There we go. And this is where we're going to format some more plurals for how many lessons we have. I'm just going to copy that over because it's super self-explanatory code. It's just really boring to write. So now it's going to tell us how many lessons we have inside this particular section. And now after our accordion trigger, we can move on to the accordion content next. And inside of here, we'll add our own class name related stuff. So we'll say class name on this one is flex, flex column, and a gap of 2. And we just want to loop through each of our lessons. So we can say section.lessons.map. For each lesson, what I want to do is I want to render out a bunch of different content. So we can say here, our key is lesson.id, some class name on here, flex, items in the center, a gap of 2, and a text of base size, so it's not too large of text. Next, I'm going to render out a video icon. We're going to add a class name, size of 4 onto that. We can self-close that. There we go. Next, I can determine if my lesson status is preview, because then I want to show a link for them to be able to view this lesson. So if it is a preview lesson, we want to do one thing. Otherwise, we want to do the other. So first of all, this is really easy. If it's not a preview lesson, we can just render out the lesson name. Super self-explanatory, just like that. Otherwise, we can render out the actual content that we want. So let's come into here. We'll just create a link, an href, that is going to point to /courses /course.id /lessons /lesson.id. Make sure I get the proper formatting on all of this. There we go. We'll make sure we close off that link and it'll just say lesson.name. There we go. Now that should be everything to display all of our different content, but it looks like it's not showing up over here properly, most likely because we probably imported some of our accordion stuff, such as this accordion trigger, from the wrong location. So let's make sure that we remove anything that's related to Radax from our imports, and down here we import the proper one, just like that. That should hopefully fix it, and there you go. You can now see that we have our different lessons showing up just like this. But right now, our lesson that's a preview lesson should probably have some extra styles on it so we know it's a preview lesson. So let's come in here with a class name. We'll say underline, text accent, hover is going to be text accent foreground. And actually, we don't even need a hover state on this. So I'm just going to remove this hover state completely, and we can just use the text accent like this. So now you can see that this is a accented underlined lesson because this one has a preview while these other lessons do not. And if I click on this, it'll bring me to that preview page. Now that's pretty much everything we need to do for this particular section. If I were to go to one of my other courses instead and try to render out what that content looks like, and again, it looks like I need to restart my server because Next.js does not want to play nicely with me. So we'll just restart our server real quick. But if I go to one of my other courses or one of my other products, for example, the bundle that has multiple courses inside of it, we should see course 1 and course 2. And if any of these were preview lessons, we would be able to click on them to go directly to that page for that course. And if I click Get Now, it'll bring me to the purchase page. So now that we have this page done, I want to focus on the purchase page next. So when we click Get Now and it brings us to the purchase page, I want to create this page. So let's kind of close out of everything so we get a little bit of a fresh slate to work with. Inside of the app, consumer, products, product ID, right here, we're going to create a brand new folder called purchase. And inside of here, we'll create a page.tsx. And this is where we're going to render out our purchase page. And we're going to be using Stripe to render this page directly in line. So we're going to say export default function purchase page. This is going to take in some params as well as some search params. We'll get to why that is in just a second, but we'll come into here with these particular values. Params is a promise. And this is a promise that returns a product ID, which is a string. And then if we do search params, it's pretty much the same things, but it's going to return to us the auth mode that we're in because you must be signed in to make a purchase. So we're making sure we handle sign-in logic on this page as well. So here, since we're dealing a lot with signing in, we need to pretty much wrap everything in our entire page inside of a suspense component. So we're going to use suspense our fallback is we're going to render out a loading spinner, which is a custom component we're going to create in just a second. But let's just add some class names to it so we can make it very large. So we're going to say margin on the top is going to be 6. We're going to make sure that it has a size of 36 to make it a quite large spinner. And we're going to center it by using MX Auto. There we go. So we have our loading spinner. And then inside of our suspense, we're going to render out essentially our entire app. We'll just call it suspended component, just like that. And it's going to take our params. And it's going to take our search params. And again, the reason we need to wrap pretty much everything in a suspense component is because we need to make sure we deal with a user. So async function suspended component, just like that. It's taking the exact same input. So I'm just going to copy that. There we go. And then we can deal whatever we want inside of here. For now, we'll just return null. And now we can work on that loading spinner just to get us something out of the way, relatively easy. Loading spinner. There we go. This loading spinner is going to be really straightforward. I'll even just copy and paste it in so we don't have to worry about typing it all out a bunch of times. Essentially, all that this loading spinner does is it takes this loading to icon, which is just a normal loading spinner. It animates it in the spin direction, centers the text so it's perfectly centered, or not centers, it adds accent to the text so it makes it that purple color. And then we add in any other props and class names we pass in. So really all that does is it just creates a spinner in the center of our page. So I can actually show you what that looks like by just putting that right inside of here. And you can see that's what our loading spinner looks like when we're in the loading state. But obviously when we're not, it's going to render out our suspended component. So the very first thing that we need to do is to get our product and our user. So we'll say that we're going to get our product is equal to get public product ID. And let's just come down here and we're going to create an async function, get public product. And we're going to make sure we cache this. And we're going to make sure we wrap a cache tag, which is get product ID tag, which takes in our ID. And then we want to return db.query product table. We want to find the first one. We want to get a bunch of columns. So we want the name. We want the ID, image URL, description, and the price in dollars, essentially everything for our thing. And then we're going to do a simple where. And this where is going to be an and. We want to check to make sure the ID, so the product table dot ID is equal to our ID, and where public product, because they can only purchase public products. So there we go. That's made sure that we have our product ID and everything. This product ID is coming from await params. And actually, there we go. Yeah, that works. And we can get our const auth mode, which equals await search params. There we go. And then we can await this to get our public product, and we can get our user. And in this case, we want to get all of our user information. So we're going to get our current user with all of the data because we want to get the name and the email and all that extra stuff. So we'll say true to that. So now we have our user, our product, and everything. Make sure we await that. There we go. That's all the different information we're going to need. If our product is equal to null, well, then we just return a not found because obviously we can't find it. And if our user is not equal to null, then what we want to do is we first of all want to check to see if the user already owns it, because obviously we don't want to let them buy it. So if the user owns the product, which has a user ID, user.id, and a product ID, well, then we're just going to redirect them to their courses page. So we'll say courses, it'll redirect them to their homepage for all their courses. Otherwise, we want to return our Stripe related dashboard for them to be able to check out on. So we'll say div, class name, container, margin Y of 6. And then inside of that, we're going to have our Stripe checkout form, takes in a product and a user, and it's going to render out all that information. And we'll go ahead and we'll create that in a little bit. But for now, I want to handle what happens when we don't have a user. So if we don't have a user, well, that's where we're going to get our auth mode. So I'll just move that down to here. We also want to determine if we are in the sign up mode. So is sign up equals auth mode is equal to sign up. There we go. So our auth mode equals sign up. We're in the sign up mode. Then what we can do down here in our return is we can return a div. We can make it a container with some margin on the top. We can make it a flex column, items in the center. There we go. And inside of here, I want to render out a page header. This page header will just say, you need an account to make a purchase. Whoops, don't even need any children inside of there. There we go. Then if we're in the sign up mode, whoops, is sign up. Then I can render my sign up component. That comes directly from Clerk, so super easy. Routing in our case is going to be hash-based routing, and we're going to have our sign-in URL. And this sign-in URL is just going to redirect us to the sign-in page, but it wants to redirect us to the sign-in page for the purchase, not the generic sign-in page. So we're going to override this with our products / whatever the product ID is / purchase, and then we want our auth mode to be sign in. There we go. Let's close out of that sign up. And also, I want to make sure that our force redirect URL is going to redirect back to the same page. So after we're done signing in, I want to redirect us to this page. So product ID / purchase. So all this fancy code is doing is it's saying when I'm on the sign up page, if I click the sign in link, redirect me to this page, but in sign in mode. And whenever I'm done signing up, redirect me to this page as a signed in user. And then what I can do is I can use sign in here, and I can do essentially the exact same thing. So I'm going to copy all of this, paste it down just like that, close it off, and this is going to be sign up URL, and it's going to be the mode of sign up, just like that. So now it's going to render this out based on if we're signed in or signed up and so on, which is really useful. Now we just need to make sure that we're not actually signed in, because otherwise we're going to be rendering out this Stripe checkout form, which doesn't even exist. So let's just go back, and I want to make sure I sign out of my user. You can now see when I click on this Get Now button, it should pop up a message at the very top. Looks like for some reason, things are not loading. Again, most likely related to the dev nature of this canary mode. It just doesn't really like me when things change. So we'll bring this back to how it was before. We'll click on Get Now. It's going to bring me to that page. You can see you need an account to make a purchase. Here's my sign in page. If I click sign in, it stays on the same page, which is great. So I can link between the sign in and sign up pages just fine. And let's say that I signed in with GitHub, which was my existing user. It's going to sign me in, and then it's going to render out that Stripe checkout form. Now to create that Stripe checkout form, we need to install quite a few libraries. So we're going to come in here. We're going to install the Stripe library. We're going to install the @Stripe / React Stripe.js, and we're going to install @Stripe / Stripe.js. These are all the different libraries we need to interact with Stripe on the server, Stripe on the client, and the Stripe React related components. Let's make sure that we force that, so it should automatically install everything that we need. There we go. And let's make sure that we restart our server just to make sure everything is working there. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and actually try to render out our Stripe checkout form. So let's actually create that. That's going to be inside of, let me close this all down a little bit. There we go. We're going to go inside of our source. We're going to go inside of our services. We're going to create a brand new folder. This is for anything Stripe related. And we're going to create a brand new file. It's inside the components folder. We'll call this Stripe checkout form.tsx. Export Stripe checkout form. This is going to be a function. There we go. This is going to be on the client, so we're going to mark it as use client. And then inside of here, we know that we're taking in a product and a user. And we need all the product types, as well as all the user types that we're going to be specifying. So for our user, we need the email, and we need the ID. And then for the product, we need quite a lot. We need the price in dollars, which is a number. Make sure that I spelled dollars correctly. There we go. We need the name, ID, image URL, and then finally the description. That's all the information we need for our product and our user. So now we can go ahead and actually return this. Now we can get the embedded checkout provider just like this. And this actually comes directly from Stripe. So we can hopefully import that. So I'm going to come up here, import from, and it's going to be @Stripe / React. There we go. And we want to get the embedded checkout provider, as well as the other embedded checkout itself, because we're going to put the embedded checkout inside the provider for it. There we go, just like that. So now this checkout provider expects us to pass along Stripe itself. So we need to create a Stripe client promise. We'll get to that in just a second. There we go. And it also expects us to pass along any options. And specifically, we need the options for fetch client secret. Now this is just going to be a function, an asynchronous function that when it runs, it returns to us a brand new client secret we can use for checkout. So we're going to create a function called get client session secret. This is going to be a simple server action, and we're going to bind to it our product and our user. So we're going to pass along all of our product and all of our user information to this function. So now we just need to figure out how to create these two variables. The Stripe client promise is going to be incredibly easy. So let's go ahead and create that. We're going to create our Stripe client.ts. And also at the same time, we're going to create a Stripe server.ts as well. So we can access Stripe on the server and on the client because they work in different ways. So let's export a const Stripe client promise, and that is equal to calling load Stripe. And that load Stripe function, all it takes in is our public variable. So next public Stripe publishable key. Make sure we import this from the client version. And all we need to do is add this to our client in variable. So we can say here, this is going to be a z.string, a minimum of 1. And we can just paste it down here, process.env, just like that. So now we need to add this to our actual code. So inside of our env file, we need to make sure that in our Stripe section, we add our Stripe publishable key to be whatever it is. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Not super important right now. But the nice thing is now what we can do is we can import that and we have this portion of our application taken care of. Now, while we're working on our client, I want to work on our server next. So we can say export const Stripe server client equals new Stripe. And this new Stripe function, we can say import Stripe from Stripe, just like that. And make sure that we spell this properly. There we go. And we can get that from our env. Let's make sure this is our server side environment variable. And this is our Stripe secret key, just like that. So let's make sure that we add this here as well. z.string, a minimum of 1. So now we can add this into our process env as well. So here we go, Stripe secret key equals, and we'll add that in just a little bit. But now all that we have left is this get client session secret. And to do that, we're just going to create a brand new folder called actions. We're going to label this as stripe.ts. And inside of here, we're going to create that function. So export async function to do exactly that. Now, when it comes to the actual types for the objects we're going to use, we've already typed these out. So I'll just copy them over for what our product and our user are going to look like. The next thing we want to do is we want to get the coupon for our user. So await get user coupon. And again, this is coming directly from the header, so we have that information, which is great. And now we have access to the Stripe coupon ID as well as the discount percentage. Next, I want to figure out what the discount is going to be. So this is going to be coupon. And if we have a coupon, our discount is going to be expecting an array. That's just the way Stripe works. So we'll use coupon.stripe coupon ID. Otherwise, if we don't have a coupon, we'll just return undefined for our discounts. So here we go. We're going to apply our coupon as a discount if we have it. And then finally, we need to create our session, which is just calling Stripe server client.checkout.sessions.create. And this is where we pass in all of our information. The most important is our line items. What are we purchasing? Well, we're purchasing for a quantity of 1, some price information. So we'll come in here with our price data. We have a currency, which is in USD. Our product data is all the information related to our product. So our name is our product.name. We have our images. This is going to be an array, and inside this array, we're going to create a new URL. And this URL is just our product.image URL. And then finally, we're going to get our next public server URL. This is just what the current URL of our server is. So we're going to create that. Let me make sure this comes from our client. There we go. So our next public server URL, z.string, minimum of 1. There we go. And let me just make sure that we add this to our env variables. So this is going to be equal to localhost 3000, since that's what we're running our server on. Now, the reason I'm wrapping this in a new URL like this is because some of our URLs are relative, some of them are absolute. This is going to make sure that it's going to either return an absolute URL or it's going to convert our relative URL to an absolute URL. Now, next, we're going to have a description here, which is product.description. So that's all the information about our product inside this product data. Finally, we need to add the rest of our price information, which is just the amount per unit. So we can say product.price in dollars times 100. So essentially we're converting this into pennies because that's the way Stripe expects it to be. So there's all of our price data. Now we need to specify, and actually all of our line items total, now we need to specify how we want this to work. So our UI mode is going to be set to embedded because we're going to be embedding this directly into our page. Next, for our mode, we're going to be accepting payment. So we're going to use a mode of payment. Our return URL is where we're going to send people after we have a successful purchase. And we're going to be sending them specifically to a webhook to handle all of this. So we're going to use env.next public server URL /API/webhooks/Stripe. And then we want to send along our Stripe session ID. And to do that, we can just put inside of here this special code of checkout session ID. If I make sure I spell checkout properly. There we go. That's going to pass along the ID so we can use that information. We can also specify our customer email, which is user.email. We can then specify our payment intent data. And this is just to make sure we send a receipt to the proper email. So user.email, we want to send them that receipt. We can specify what our discounts are. Again, we already defined that up here. And then finally, we can specify our metadata. So our product ID is product.id, and our user ID is user.id. This is so we can link together this Stripe purchase with our actual database worth of information. And then we can come down here. If our session.client secret is equal null for some reason, throw an error. So throw new error, client secret is null. Otherwise, return session.client secret. Whoops. There we go, because this function is expecting us to return a client secret. Fetch client secret, that's exactly what this function is doing for us. So now we're getting a brand new client secret that hooks up all of our pricing related information that we can use anytime we need it. So now if we give that a quick save and I make sure that I import everything properly, so here, this gets imported, we should hopefully see that we are rendering the checkout page at the very least. Actually, probably it won't work because our Stripe is not going to get all of our information because we haven't set up our Stripe sessions and cookies and all of our different environment variables. So to get that all set up, let's go over to Stripe and we can scroll down. We can see our publishable and secret keys. Let's make sure we copy those over. So our publishable key is going to go right here. Our secret key is going to go right here. And let's go ahead and get our coupon set up as well. If we just search for coupon, we can come into here and we can see all of our coupons. You can see I've already created these when I was doing my different testing, but to create a coupon, it's really easy. You just click create coupon, type in the name. You can leave the ID completely blank, specify what percentage you want, and then you're pretty much done. That's all it takes to create a coupon. Now to copy over the IDs, all we need to do is come over here. Right here's the ID. We can just copy that. So our 20% coupon is this ID. We can go back. We can look at our 30% off. It's going to be this ID. So let's copy that. We can go back for our 40%, copy the ID. And then finally for our 50%, we'll copy the ID. So now we have all of our different information that we need hooked up directly with this. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure that I install the Canary version of Next again, just to make sure there are no issues. So we'll install that Canary version real quick. And then what I want to do is just restart my site, make sure that everything is working. Of course, I need to make sure we force this. And now hopefully once this is done, everything should be working in our application and we should see the Stripe checkout form actually showing up on our page directly embedded into our application. So if we'll just give this a quick refresh, it's going to render out our page. It'll take a while the very first time. And of course we're getting an error. I believe the reason for this is because we need to make sure we mark our action as a server action. And to do that, we can say use server at the top here, and that should fix that particular problem. And now you can see it's rendering out this checkout form directly in line for us. Now you will notice when we expand our screen that our image is not showing up properly. You can see there's no image showing up on our page at all. And even if our subtotal wasn't there, our image wouldn't be showing up properly. That's because all of our images are hosted locally. We're using localhost for everything. If we were publicly hosting the site, for example, we deployed our site to a real URL, all of our images would work. But while we're in development, these images are not going to show up. But you can see our 50% discount has been applied. Our price has dropped from $120 to $60, and we can enter in all the different checkout information that we want. And the nice thing is this is directly embedded in our page. I can, for example, go to any of the other pages on my site, and it's going to perfectly navigate me around to all these different pages. Otherwise, I'm just directly on this purchase page, which is exactly what I want. So let's go back to that main page. We just have to restart our site real quick because for some reason it does not like me. It'll go back to that main page, render out all of our information, and then we can try seeing what happens when we try to purchase. So let's try to purchase JS Simplified for 50% off. We'll click Get Now. We are already signed in, so it's just going to render directly to this page. And I'll enter all my card information, just a bunch of 4 2s all the way across the board. There we go. and we'll click pay, and this should hopefully process correctly, and it's going to push me to that webhook, but that webhook doesn't exist, so we're just going to get a 404. So let's go ahead and make that webhook actually exist. So we're going to come over here into our source. We're going to go directly into our app folder, API webhooks. We're going to create a folder here called Stripe, and directly inside of that, route.ts, just like that. Now we're going to export an async function called get, and we're also going to export a function called post. And that's because we're both going to handle this webhook when we get sent it from Stripe, and Stripe is also going to send us a webhook later to verify the purchase. So we have multiple different ways to verify our purchase to make sure everything went through properly. That way, if for some reason someone purchased something and they close their web page immediately, we'd still get that secondary post request. So what I can do inside of here is I can get my Stripe session ID, and that's coming from my request. So this is a next request. So that Stripe session ID, let's just make this a lot bigger so it's really easy to see, is going to be request.nexturl.search params.get, and we want to get that Stripe session ID. This is the thing that we passed along. So when we were creating this information right here, and we passed along that Stripe session ID, that's exactly what we're getting right here. And then if our Stripe session ID equals null, well, then I want to redirect to say there was some type of failure. So we'll redirect them to /products/purchase failure, just like that. And I want to make sure that I import the correct redirect here. So redirect, get the correct one, and we'll create that page in just a little bit. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to determine where I'm going to be redirecting my user to. So I want to create a redirect URL, which is going to be a string. And what I want to do is I want to try really quickly to figure out if I'm able to essentially save all this information properly and did my purchase go through correctly. So I want to get my checkout session, which is equal to await, and I want to get my Stripe server client.checkout.sessions.retrieve, and I want to retrieve one based on this Stripe session ID. And specifically, I want to expand my line items. So I'll say line items. And that's just going to allow me to expand all the information related to what was purchased. Then I'm going to get my product ID, which is going to be awaiting process Stripe checkout, and I'll pass it in my checkout session. So we'll say checkout session, just like that, and I'll create this function. So we'll create an async function, process Stripe checkout. Now this is going to take a checkout session, which is a Stripe.checkout. Make sure I import this. There we go. Checkout.session. And then inside of here, I want to get my user ID, which is my checkout session.metadata.user ID. There we go. I want to do the exact same thing with my product ID. And if for some reason either of these are null, we have an error. So if user ID equals null or product ID equals null, then I want to throw a new error that just says missing metadata. Because obviously if we have a purchase that doesn't have this information, we have no way to link it to the thing they purchased. And then I want to get my product and my user by saying await promise.all, and I want to pass in the get product function, which I'll create in just a second. And I want to call await get user, which is another function I'm going to create. So we'll call this with our user ID and this with our product ID. And then we'll create those functions. These are going to be relatively straightforward functions. This one is going to take in our ID. And we're going to essentially do the exact same thing. Get user takes in an ID. Now for get user, we can just return await db.query.user table. We want to find the very first one where essentially we equal the ID column. So we can say user table.id is equal to our ID, and that's all we need to do. Get product is going to be slightly more complicated. We're going to say db.query product table, find the first one again, and we want to do pretty much the exact same where clause. So we're going to say where equal product table .id is equal to our ID. So that's pretty much the same. We're also going to select only specific columns that we need. ID is true, price in dollars is true, name is true, description is true, and the image URL is true. And we can do the same thing with our user. We don't need to get all the information on the user, For now, we'll just get the ID and see if that's enough information for our user, but we may need slightly more information. Lastly, we can specify we want to also get the products associated with this. So we say course products is going to be columns, and we want to get the course ID. Essentially, I just want to get the product and all the courses that that product grants the user access to. So now we have access to our product and user here. So what we can do is we can say if our product equals null, then we throw a new error, product not found. Same exact thing. If our user is null, we'll say user not found. And now we can finally get to the good part. So first I want to get our course IDs. So product, there we go, dot course product dot map. And I want to get that course product dot course ID. Then what I can do is I can add user course access, which is a function that we'll create. This is going to take a user ID and all the course IDs that I want to grant that user access to. And we can also insert a purchase. And this inserting of a purchase is going to take a lot of stuff. For example, we're going to need a Stripe session ID, which is our checkout session.id. We're also going to need our price paid in cents, which is going to be our checkout session dot amount total. Or we're just going to use our product's price in case for some reason we don't have any price showing up, but this amount total should always be specified. Then we can say product details is our product. That way we get all the information that we want for our product. Finally, we can have our user ID, which is user.id, and our product ID, which is just our product ID. So now we need to create these functions for adding a user course access and inserting a purchase. Let's do insert purchase first. So we're going to come over here. We're going to go down into our features folder. We're going to go specifically to the purchases section, and we're going to create purchases.ts. And we're going to export this as an asynchronous function, just like that. There we go. Insert purchase. And this purchase is going to take in all of our data information. So we can say data is the type of purchase table dot infer insert. There we go. And what I want to do is I want to get my details, which equals data dot product details. And then what I want to do is I want to create a new purchase, which is just equal to await db dot insert. Make sure I get my database. There we go. db.insert into our purchase table. I want to insert specifically some values. So these values are going to be all of my data properties, but I want to override my product details with just the name, my description, and my image URL. And this is just to make sure that I don't pass along any additional information I don't want. It's only the things that I want inside of here. Then what I want to do is I want to make sure that if we have a conflict, we do nothing and we return. Now, the reason I'm saying on conflict do nothing is because the Stripe webhook that's being sent to us could happen again. So for example, we redirect the user to the page and save the purchase. Then later, Stripe sends us a webhook to save the same purchase. Well, we don't want to save that purchase twice. We just want to say, hey, if there's a conflict, that's okay. We've already saved it. Don't worry about it. So if our new purchase is not equal to null, then what we want to do is revalidate, our purchase cache. There we go. And then we're going to return our new purchase. Now, the reason I'm not throwing any type of error inside of here, make sure I get the new purchase in there. The reason I'm not throwing an error is because if we have a conflict, do nothing, that will probably return null to us. So we don't want to have to worry about doing anything. So I'm just making sure if we have something that was returned, we'll revalidate the cache. Otherwise, don't worry about it. So that's how we're going to insert a purchase. The next thing we need to work on is for our course, we need to make sure we have user course access. Right now, we already have the caching done, but we don't have any of our functions. So we need to create a function. This is going to be an asynchronous function for adding course access. This is going to take in a user ID and course IDs. User ID is a string. Course IDs is a string array. Relatively straightforward. And now we need to actually define how this function works. So first, we're going to get all the accesses that we're going to create. So we're going to say await db.insert. We want to insert into the user course access table. And we want to specify the values that we're going to be inserting. These values are relatively straightforward. We're just going to take our course ID, map through each course ID, and we're going to return an object that has our user ID and our course ID. There we go. So we're just inserting essentially a user and course record for each course we want to add this user to. On conflict, do nothing. Again, if the user already has access to this course, or if the Stripe webhook is hitting us multiple times, just do nothing. And then we're going to return this information. And for each one of our accesses, what I'm going to do is I'm going to revalidate my user course access. There we go. So for each one of them, just do the revalidation and then return all the accesses to the user. So now we have all that information. We can come back up into here. We can import this. We can import this. We can await both of these to make sure that they work fine. There we go. And then finally, all the way down here, we can return the product ID for the particular product that we're working on. Now let's just make sure that this is indented in the proper location. Let's come all the way up into here where we have our redirect URL. We're getting our product ID. Now what I want to do is I want to specify my redirect URL is equal to, and I want to go /products/ and I want to get my product ID, and I want to get my purchase, and I want to redirect them to the purchase success page. Otherwise, if we have an error of some form, so we're going to catch this, if there's an error, well, then my redirect URL is just going to redirect them to the failure page. So let's just copy this and paste them down to the redirect page for the failure. So this is just only going to happen if we have some type of error happen. And then finally, we need to redirect the user. Now, currently, there is a bug with the way redirecting inside of Next.js works. If you redirect a user and revalidate a tag in the exact same server route, such as this, we have a route handler, it will not work. So instead, we need to return next response.redirect, and we need to pass in a new URL, pass it in our redirect URL, as well as the request.url, and this will actually work for redirecting the user properly. It's kind of a pain that we have to do this, but there's just a bug in Next.js. I've actually created a GitHub issue for it. I'll link it in the description if you want to check it out yourself. It's just a bug with how Next.js is. Hopefully in the future it'll be fixed and you can use the normal redirect function. Now, one thing we should probably fix about this is right now we're adding the user to the course access and inserting a purchase, but what happens if there's a failure? For some reason, we failed to insert the purchase or failed to add the user course access. We should probably completely roll back all this information. So I'm going to create a transaction inside of here. So we're going to say transaction. That's going to give me an async trx function to work with. There we go. And I can do this code directly inside of here. There we go. That works great. And what I want to do is I just want to pass along my transaction related information to here. So instead of using the normal database, we're going to be using this transaction instead. So here we're going to have trx equals db, just like that. So this is going to be by default our database. Otherwise, we're going to use this transaction instead. So here we're doing that information. And I want to make sure that I do the exact same thing for this add course access. Here, I'm going to be taking in the trx, which defaults to our database. There we go. Make sure it's in there. And then here we use trx just like that. Now to make sure our type works properly, what we want to do is we want to essentially omit the type of DB, and we want to omit the $client from it, just like that. That's the only thing that our database has that our transaction doesn't. So I'm going to do that to both of our examples here. So go back to our route. We're going to fix this one as well to correctly type this. So what this essentially allows us to do is by default, it'll create our database normally, but we can do it inside of a transaction if we want as well. So right now, if we have a failure in any of these, so I can wrap this inside of a try catch, we'll just come down here, put our try at the very bottom, just like that, and we'll throw in a catch. So if we have any type of error, we can roll back our transaction, and then we can throw whatever that error is. So let's make sure we catch that error just like that, wrap it inside of some parentheses. There we go. So now we're rolling back our transaction properly if for some reason there's any type of error going on, and then we're just going to throw that error back up. That way we don't have one thing happen without the other. It's either all or nothing in this particular instance. Now, while we're at it, we might as well work on this post request as well, because this is actually quite easy. First, we want to get the event, which is coming from Stripe server client.webhooks.construct event. And what we want to do is we want to await request.text to get all the information from our request. So let's just make sure that we're accepting our request. And then what we want to do is our request.headers.get, and we're going to get the Stripe signature, and that's going to come out as a string just to make sure our typing is proper. And finally, our environment.stripe webhook secret. That's a secret that we're going to have to create in just a second. But now what we can do is we can do a simple switch on our event.type, And in the case where we have a checkout session completed, or a case where we have a checkout session async payment succeeded, there we go. Then what we want to do is we want to just do a simple try catch, very simple code, where we're just going to call that function that we've pretty much already created. So await process Stripe checkout. There we go. Event.data.object. Otherwise, if we have an error, we're going to return a new response. Null status 500. Otherwise, if everything worked properly, down at the very bottom here, we're going to return a status of 200, just so that Stripe knows that this webhook went through successfully. Now, we do need to make sure that this await is not even needed here. We'll just get rid of that. There we go. Same thing here. We don't even need this await. And that should clean up all the different errors that we have inside this code, except for we need to add our Stripe webhook secret to our environment. So let's make sure we import our environment. We're going to go over to that. We're going to add our Stripe webhook secret, z.string, minimum of 1, just like that. And then inside of our env file, let's add that in. So right below our secret key, we'll add in our webhook secret. Now to make this work, we need to be using Stripe on the command line. So we can just say Stripe login, just like that, to log into Stripe and actually make sure we're running with this particular stuff. Now to actually be able to test these webhooks, what we can do is we can call Stripe listen forward to, and we can say we want to forward to, for example, local host 3000 / API / webhooks / Stripe, because that's where we want to forward all this information to. This is going to give us a webhook secret, which we can paste in here for testing purposes. And now anytime that we make a purchase, it's going to redirect to that particular section of our application. So now what we can do is we can refresh our page, and that should hopefully actually create the purchase for us. If we come over to here, we're of course getting a 404, so something is not quite working as we expect it to. It looks like it cut off all of the information related to what our checkout session ID was. So let me just try making a brand new purchase instead. So we're going to come over here, go to our main page. I want to purchase the JS Simplified course. It says I already own this product, so it actually looks like things were properly done. Oh, and the reason it was doing a 404 is because I haven't created the success or the failure page yet. So let's go ahead and do that first. So we're going to go in our source, app, consumers, products, and we're going to need to have a success and a failure page. So let's do the failure first. This failure page is going to be inside of our products folder. So we're just going to create a new folder called purchase failure, and we'll create a brand new page inside of here. And this is going to be a relatively simple page. I'll just copy the code over because it's really not that much to look at. Essentially, what we're doing is we're creating a container with some space around it. We're creating a text that says purchase failed. There's a problem purchasing your product, and a button to try again that brings you back to the home page. That's about as straightforward as it gets. And if we were to go to products / purchase failure, and I believe this should be with a dash. There we go. You'll see exactly what this page looks like. It just says, hey, you failed, try again, brings you back directly to this page. Now let's work on the success page, which is a little bit more interesting. So we'll say success, and inside of here, page.tsx. So we can come in here. This is our product success page. We're obviously going to get some parameters from this. So we can say const product ID is equal to params. We want to await that. And then we can get our product, which is equal to await get public product. Takes in our product ID. Function get public product takes in an ID. This is going to have to be an asynchronous function. There we go. That's because we want to make sure we use cache inside of here. And this is going to have a simple cache tag. And this cache tag is just going to be forget product ID tag, pass in our ID. Next, we can specify the information we want to get. Return db.query.product table. We want to find the first one. We only want to get the columns of ID, or I'm sorry, not ID, name, and image URL. This should say true. There we go. And then what we want to do is we want to specify where, and we only want to get this where. We both have an and an equal clause. So we want to check our product table .id is equal to our ID. And we want to check where we have a public product. There we go. So that should work fine. This will return to us a product. If product equals null, return. And then what we can do is we can actually go ahead and render out the content that we want to show. So we'll do a container margin on the top of 6. Then inside of here, We'll create a flex container with a gap of 16 items in the center, justify everything between. This is very similar to what we did before when we created our purchase page. It's a very similar code. So for class name here, flex column, gap 4, items are going to be aligned at the start. And then finally, we're going to have our information in the middle. So we're going to have div, class name, text, 3XL, font semi-bold, and this will just say purchase successful. There we go. Then after that, we're going to have a div that says text extra large, and this will just say thank you for purchasing, and then it'll list out what the name of the product is. There we go. Close all that off. Next, we're going to have a button, and it's going to be an as child button. There we go. Class name. Text is going to be extra large, height, auto, py of 4, px of 8, and rounded large. Close off that, make sure we import it. And inside of here, as always, we will have a link. This link will lead us to the courses page, and it'll just say view my courses. There we go. Then finally, pretty much the very last thing that we want to do is render out an image of what this will look like. So div relative aspect is going to be video, max width is large, flex grow. This is pretty familiar because it's pretty much what we did for our purchase page. We're going to have an image. Source is our product dot image URL. Alt is equal to product dot name. We're going to make this fill, and we're going to add pretty much the same class names, object, contain, and rounded XL. There we go. So now if we end up on the purchase success page, it should look relatively good. Let's just make sure we get rid of all the stuff we don't need. Looks like it's rendering just fine. So let's try to purchase this bundle. We can try to click get now. You can see it brought us to this page. We can fill in all of our payment details to make sure everything is working as we expect it to. Make sure that this is in the future. And now when we click our purchase button, we should hopefully see that it's going to redirect us to the success page, and it's going to have all the information that we need. And you can see it did bring me to this page, but it looks like we are getting a bit of an error here. So let me take a look at what the error inside of our code is saying. It's saying reference env is not defined, and that's specifically in this particular page. It's not able to get this env variable. For some reason, that's saying it's not defined, and of course, it's because I forgot to click save. So essentially, our webhook that was posting was not working properly, but our other thing was working properly. So it says, thank you for purchasing bundle. Looks like I have an extra $sign somewhere, so let's make sure we get rid of that. Come into here. We do not need that $sign. There we go. So now it just says, thank you for purchasing bundle. And then we can click view my courses, and that will show us all our courses once we get to that point. Now I just want to make sure that everything is working. So we're going to try to purchase this last course as well. So we're going to come in here. We're going to type in all of our card information, and this should hopefully make sure that all of our webhook information is working. There we go. We'll click on pay. And we should see over here that we're posting to our purchase. You can see we have a bunch of different posts to our webhook as well as our Git, and everything is working without any failures, which is exactly what we want. Now, before we move on to making the My Courses and the Purchase History section work, I do want to cover a bit of an edge case. So this is an edge case where, for example, I'm completely signed out, so I'm not signed in at all, and I'm viewing a course. I want to purchase this course, and I need to create a brand new account. So I'm going to sign up with an account. I'm just going to create some bogus information. Just like that. I'm going to make sure I verify this on my email. So I just got that code from my email. You can now see I'm getting an error. Things aren't quite working as expecting. There's a lot of like infinite loops going on. And that's because there's a very brief period of time between when I create my user account and when Clerk posts the webhook back to me. You can see down here, Clerk posted out the webhook, but it took time for that webhook to get to me. Now, if I were to refresh my page, everything will work fine, but obviously that's not a very smooth experience. So I want to make a few modifications to our code to make it so that if it's the very first time that you're signing in and we need access to the user, it'll create that user for us. So what we can do inside of our services section for Clerk, where we're actually trying to get our current user, I want to do a quick little check. If our user ID is not equal to null, but our session claims.db ID is equal to null, what that means is that we have a user in Clerk, but we don't have a user in our database yet. Now, the best way for us to fix this would just be to throw in an insert user right here. But unfortunately, since we're doing caching in our application, you cannot revalidate a cache inside of a server component. And when we're calling get user, it's most likely in a server component. So instead, we need to do a little bit of a hack. So for this hack, what we're going to do is we're going to redirect a user to API/clerk/sync user. And all that this function is going to do is it's going to direct the user to a specific URL. It's going to create the user for us, revalidate our cache, and then redirect us back to where we were. Now, this is not a super smooth user experience, but this is a relatively small edge case where this will happen, and it'll happen at most one time per user ever, because there's only going to be one time where a user only exists in Clerk and not in our database. And again, if the actual post request for the webhook reaches us before we access the user, we'll never have this experience at all. So most of the time, most users will not run into this experience. So what we want to do is redirect them to this URL. So let's go ahead and create that page. So inside of our app, inside of API, inside of Clerk, we're going to create a new folder, Clerk, and we're going to call this sync users. And we're going to put that in a route.ts file. And this is going to be a relatively simple function that really is just going to create a user for us. So we're going to say get is going to get our request, is our request, just like that. And what I want to do is I want to get my user, which equals await get current user. Or actually, we just want to get the current user from Stripe, or not from Stripe, from Clerk, because we don't have a current user for ourselves. Then if our user is equal to null, well, we have some type of error. So I want to return a new response, and that's going to be user not found, status 500. This should be physically impossible for us to get to this point where we don't have a user, because we only direct to this page if we have a user. So then if our user.fullName is equal to null, then what we're going to do is return a new response, user name missing, just like that. Again, status of 500. Then what we're going to do is do the exact same thing for their email. So if the user primary email address is equal to null, then we'll say user email missing. And then finally, if none of that information is missing, well, we can create a DB user, which is just called await insert user. Our Clerk user ID is our user.id. Our name is our user.fullname. Our email is our user.primary email address. Our image URL is our user.image URL. And then finally, our role is either going to be equal to our user's role if they have one, or it's going to be equal to user, just like that. And then finally, we want to call sync Clerk user metadata with our database user. There we go. And again, I would love to just call the normal redirect function here, but again, there's that bug in Next.js. So we must use next response.redirect request.headers.get, and we want to get the referrer. That's just going to be bringing them back to whatever page they came from. Otherwise, we'll redirect them to the home page if we don't have a page for some reason. So now this should get around that edge case for us, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Let's go back to our home page. I'm going to sign out of this user. I'm going to create a brand new user. So let's say we want to purchase the TypeScript simplified course. I want to get this now, and I'm going to get this as a brand new user. And even to make this testing even better, I'm going to get rid of my test IP address so we're able to test coupons and no coupons. So let's sign up with a brand new user. This is going to be no coupon user, and we're just going to type in some bogus webdevsimplified.com. Make sure this is completely random. There we go. And I'm going to sign into my email and get this code. So I just got the code. We're going to paste that into here, and we should see that it's going to redirect us to the page and then redirect us back to the actual page that we need. But it looks like there's a little bit of a slowdown happening, and maybe there's an error inside of our server. Looks like we're getting about a bunch of infinite redirects, which is obviously not quite what we want. Things are just happening over and over and over again because the user is most likely not being successfully created. Also, I'm noticing a slight bug with our middleware. If we go to our middleware, the reason we're getting this code hit is because we're spamming our own server. We were DDoSing ourselves, and our Arcjet was preventing that. We can't use the forbidden or the not found functions apparently inside of our middleware functions. So instead, we need to do something else to redirect the user to the correct response. So we can just say here that we want to return a next response, and we want to return the next response to actually send them. So we'll say new next response, null, and we're going to pass along a status, which is going to be 401. I believe that is the status for forbidden. And actually the status should be 403. That is what forbidden technically is. And same thing here. I can't use the not found. I need to make sure I use the actual status code of 404, just like that. There we go. That fixed the problem. Put that inside its own line. Same thing here. There we go. So now we have all this being properly hooked up, so I'm not using the incorrect things, and we can get rid of not found and forbidden because they don't actually work inside of middleware. So now it looks like we're getting some other errors. I'm not going to worry about that. I think that was just some typo stuff that I had. If we refresh, we can see it's working, but we still had some errors going on with when we were trying to sync our user to the proper page. And I believe we weren't properly doing something with resetting our actual cache. That was most likely what the issue was. This is calling revalidate cache with our new user's ID, so that should be working. Now if we make sure we check on our way that we're actually accessing our information, so go to Clerk here, and when we access our user, we're getting the user and we're setting that ID tag. So that does look like it should be working fine as well for getting the particular user. So I'm not sure what the problem is, to be exact. The only other thing that I can think of is that this sync clerk user metadata is not working as expected. So if we just go into that, we can take a look. That again looks like it should be correct. So there might have just been something wrong with our server. I'm going to delete our existing cache just to make sure that's nothing to do with the issue. Sometimes that happens in development. We're going to close out of everything. I'm going to refresh our page to give us a completely fresh start. And again, I'll create a brand new user from scratch to make sure that this edge case scenario does not actually cause any problems. So we'll sign out of this user. Let's say that we want to purchase the bundle. There we go. We're going to get this as a brand new user, sign up with this user. Doesn't really matter what their information is. And then I'm going to go into my email and get that code. So let's go ahead and paste in that code real quick. That'll verify our user, redirect us to the one page, and redirect us back. And we're still getting a bunch of errors. Let me just take a look at what exactly is going on. We're getting to the purchase page, and immediately that's sending us to the sync users page, which is redirecting us back to the purchase page, which is redirecting us back to the sync users. So again, there's something going on where our database is not properly working as we expect it to. So let's go back to sync users, and I want to follow through exactly what's happening here, because clearly it's calling insert user, which means the user should be existing, and we are syncing that user with our clerk metadata, and then we're doing a redirect to redirect our user back to the purchase page. So let's go back to the purchase page that we were on. So let me just come into our app, because maybe there's a problem on that page. So consumer, products, purchase, here we go. So in this particular page, if the user already owns the product we're redirecting, then that's fine. But really, it's this get current user that the problem is happening, where our user ID is equal to null or not equal to null, sorry, and our session claims DB ID is equal to null. Let's go ahead and check our clerk dashboard to see if maybe there's something we can notice inside of here. So let's look at all of our users. This is the user we just created, and they should have some information inside of here. They have the database ID and they have the user. So all of that information is there, which is exactly what we would expect to see. I'm not 100% sure why we're not getting the correct information back from this auth call. Let's just come in here, console.log our user ID as well as our session claims.db ID to see what information is being returned to us from here. Let's rerun our server real quick. We're going to see that that is restarting. We're going to go to our dashboard page. So first of all, let's just go to the dashboard. And we should be logged in as that user, and we should see all their information. And it looks like our information is being returned properly for this user. Now let's sign out of this user real quick. We're going to try to purchase again to see if we can fix that issue. So we're going to come in here. You can see everything is null right now. That's great. Let's sign up with a brand new user. There we go. I'm about to paste the code in that I got from my email, and we should see here that we're getting, we are getting the user ID, but we're getting null for the database ID, and it's continuing to be null for the database ID the entire time. So something is not being synced up with that. Let's just close out of this so we don't, hit our rate limit again. So clearly our session claims.db ID is not getting the correct information. So something inside of our sync clerk user metadata is probably not working as we expect it to, but it looks like we get all the right information. We got the DB ID being set here, the role being set here. So clearly that information is being pushed along. Let's go ahead and do really quickly another look at the actual page for this, the API route. Let's make sure we are awaiting this, which we are. That is working as we expect it to. So I did a little bit more debugging. I think really all I needed to do was just restart my server a couple times, and that worked. Also, what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to throw in a very simple just timeout inside of this function to make it wait a little bit. That's just to make sure everything syncs up properly between the different users. So I'm going to call a simple set timeout inside of here. We're going to return a new, or I'm sorry, this will be a new promise. And this new promise is going to call set timeout. Whoops, set timeout. There we go. And this set timeout is going to have a callback inside of it that is just going to call resolve. And we're just going to give it a very small wait, like 100 milliseconds, just enough time to make sure everything syncs up properly, just to make sure our cookie gets updated and everything before we actually do the redirect. So it's going to add a very small amount of delay to the user. We could even probably make it as small as 50 milliseconds, but I'll keep it at 100 just to make sure everything hooks up properly. And now we're going to test this for real. So I'm going to view this course, going to go to Get Now for this page. I'm going to create a brand new account. And again, just going to make sure it's a completely random URL. There we go. I pasted in the code, and we should hopefully see that this will work pretty much immediately. Now it is doing a couple extra redirects more than it probably needed to, but you can see that it did work right away. We have our email stuff showing up, and now I can type into here and actually purchase as this particular user, which is exactly what I want. Now we can click on pay down here. And if we give this a second, it'll actually purchase for this exact brand new user, which is exactly what we want. So that's really good, and we can view our courses and get that working once we get to that point. So now the next thing that I'm going to work on is the purchase history before we move on to the ability to actually view lessons inside of the course page, because that's going to be slightly more complex, and I feel like it'd be great to get something a little bit simpler to cleanse our palette from all the stuff that we just worked on with dealing with Stripe and purchases and so on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open this up. We're going to go to our app. We're going to go to our consumer section, and we want to focus specifically on our purchase history. So we'll call this purchases. And inside of here, we're going to create a page.tsx. Now inside of here, we're going to export a default function. We'll make this an async function specifically. This will be our purchases page. And our purchases page is going to just return some information. And actually, it doesn't even need to be an async function because all the information we're going to return is mostly in a suspense container. So we're going to get our container. We're going to add some margin on the top and bottom of 6. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add a page header, just like that. Title is purchase history. And then we can wrap everything inside of a suspense. And again, this is because we need to access our user. So for our fallback, we're going to create a user purchase table skeleton. We'll create that in a little bit. And then inside of here, we want to do all of our suspense related stuff. So we're going to have a suspense boundary, just like that. And we'll create a function, and we'll make sure that it is async, and that is going to be our suspense boundary. And inside of here, we're going to get all of our user information. So for example, our user ID and our redirect to sign in function, which is from await get current user. There we go. And this is redirect to sign in. So if our user ID is equal to null, then we return redirect to sign in. Super straightforward. So just making sure that if the user doesn't exist, we get rid of them. And then we can do our purchases, which is await get purchases. Pass in our user ID, and we can make sure we create that function. Make sure we pass in our user ID, and we want to cache this, of course. So we'll come in here with a use cache, and our cache tag is going to be really straightforward. It's just going to be our get purchase user tag with our user ID. So anytime a user makes or changes their purchases, we're going to update that. Now for this function, we're just going to return db.query. We want to get it for the purchase table. We want to find many because we want to get all their purchases. And for the columns, we're going to get an ID. We want to get the price paid in cents. We want to get when they refunded it. We want to get all the product details. Set that to true. And then we also want to get their created at as well, so we can make sure we tell them when this purchase was made. Then what we want to do is we want to get all the columns specifically only when it's a user. So we'll say equals the product or purchase table dot user. Whoops, make sure I spell this properly. Table. There we go. Dot user ID is equal to our user ID. And then we also want to order them by when they were created at. So we'll say order by in descending order. And we want to get the purchase table dot created at field. So now inside of our suspense boundary, we can just come in here, and if our purchases dot length is equal to 0, so essentially we have made no purchases yet, well, we should probably display something different. Otherwise, we're going to return the user purchase table, and we're going to pass it in all of our purchases. There we go. So we'll create that in just a second, but for now, what I want to do is return up here a div with a class name of flex, flex column, a gap of 2, items at the start, and what we can render inside of here is you have made no purchases yet, and we'll create a button that'll let them go back and make a purchase. So we can say button as child, size equals large, link, And this link is going to be an href that just goes back to the home page where all of our different products are showcases. And we'll say browse courses. There we go. So now that is all working. All we need to do is create our skeleton and non-skeleton page for our user purchase table. So let's go into our components, not the components, sorry, our features. And for our purchases, we want to go and create a folder for our components, just like that. And I believe this should be inside of our DB folder. I just put that in the wrong spot. And inside of here, I want to create a user purchase table.ts, export function user purchase table, just like that. And this is going to take in our purchases, and we want to make sure we type out what those purchases are. It's an ID, which is a string, price paid in cents, which is a number, created at, that's a date, refunded at, that's a date or null, and then our product details, we want the name and the image URL, which are both strings. And this is going to be an array of data, just like that. Now inside of here, I just want to use the table. So we can come in here. I want to get table. And I should probably have made this a TSX file. There we go. That way I can actually import my table. There we go. Let's get our table. Table header. We're going to want to have a table row. We're going to have a table head. Whoops, head. There we go. And inside this first one, we're going to say product. Then we're going to have amount. And then we're going to have actions for the user, for example, viewing a full receipt. There we go. Then after our header, we're going to want to have our body. Inside of our body, we're going to loop through each one of our purchases. There we go. Make sure I close all this off properly. And then inside of here, we're going to render out a table row with a key that is our purchase.id. Close that off. Then inside of our table row, we're going to have all of our different table cells. So this first table cell is going to be for rendering out the most complex of our information. I'm going to copy it over because we pretty much have already rendered this information one other time. You'll notice that this looks very familiar once I import this image. You can see here we have an image, which is a width of 192, height 192, and we want to have a size of 12 on this image. And that's just going to show up on the left-hand side. And then what we're going to do next to that is show the name of the product as well as when the purchase was created at. So we want to do a format date on this, which is a function that we're going to create. So let's go ahead and create that format date function inside of where our formatters are. So inside the lib folder, we have our formatters, export function format date. And it's going to take in a date just like that. And all we want to do is we want to make sure we return date formatter dot format, and we're going to pass in our date. And let's create our date formatter, which is just a new intl.date formatter, undefined as the locale. Our date style is medium, and our time style is short. There we go. That's just going to be a pretty generic date formatter for us. So now inside of here, we can import what that's going to look like, and that'll be great. Next, we can render quite a bit simpler stuff. So for our next table cell, what we want to do is render inside of here if the purchase has been refunded. So if refunded at is not null, essentially, well, then we want to render out a badge. So the badge here is going to be a variant of outline, and we want to have it say refunded. Otherwise, we're going to specify how much they paid. So we're going to say format price. Make sure that this is a colon. There we go. And I want to get my purchase dot purchase dot price paid in cents. And we want to divide that by 100 to get that as essentially a dollar value. There we go. Now we're formatting that price. And that should be everything we need to actually get our table showing up. We can get rid of this right there. The next thing to do is to get the skeleton version of the table. Export function, user purchase table skeleton. And this is going to be pretty much the same thing, but with no data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this table, copy it. I'm going to return that information from here, but I'm essentially going to remove this looped through section completely, and we're going to create this on our own. So first of all, I'm going to create a skeleton array. And this is going to be a fancy function that we're going to create that essentially allows us to loop through a particular set of content multiple times. So here we have a skeleton array. Let's go ahead and create that inside of our skeleton section. So all the way inside of our components, inside a skeleton, which I spelled incorrectly, skeleton, there we go. Export function, skeleton array. I'll just copy the code for this because it's relatively straightforward. Really all we're doing is we're passing in a length, which is the amount of times we want to do this. So I might as well call this number, or amount is probably a more apt name to it. And then here we're setting the length of our array to whatever that amount is, and we're rendering out the child that many times. So essentially whatever child we pass to this gets rendered out multiple times. Now the next thing I want to do is render out some skeleton text. I'll copy this over again, even though it's a little bit more complex. We're passing in the rows, the size, and then any optional class names. Size is either medium or large. Rows is going to default to 1. And then what we're doing is we're essentially creating a stack. We're going to put a little bit of space between each item, and then we're just going to loop through. Pretty much we're doing our skeleton array is exactly what we're doing. So I might as well actually replace this with skeleton array, which the size is going to be our amount, is our size, or not our size, our rows. And then we're going to render out whatever our child is, which is this div right here. There we go. Get rid of the key from there, and that's going to be just like what we want. So I can get rid of this section down here. So essentially what this code is doing is if we have more than one row, we're making it so the last row is 3/4 size. If our size is medium, our height is 3. The size is large, our height is 5. Otherwise, we're just giving it a gray background, pulsing it, and making it full width by default. So now if I give that a quick save, we have all the skeleton related stuff we need to finish out the rest of this skeleton table. So in this skeleton array, we're going to be looping through this table row multiple times with a cell. And inside this cell, we don't really need to create an image. Instead, we can just make this a div that has a class of size 12, background secondary, animate pulse, and rounded. So essentially, it's just having the same classes as our image, but we're not loading an image for it. Then the next thing that we want to have inside of here is instead of a font semi-bold, we can have some skeleton text. And this skeleton text, we're going to give a class of a width of 36. There we go. I can then copy that down, and I want this to be a width of 3/4 of our row for the next section. That's everything right there. Inside of our next table cell, I just want to have another piece of skeleton text, but this one's going to be a smaller width of 12. And then finally, we should have one more table cell. So let's put a table cell inside of here. And this is going to be for a skeleton button. There we go. And for this one, we just close it off and it should work just fine. Now we got to make sure everything inside of here is mapping up properly. Our skeleton array needs to have a length. We called that amount, I believe. And we're going to set that to 3. So by default, it's going to show 3 different rows. Now for our skeleton button, we should have made this class name optional. So I'm going to make sure that's optional. That'll fix that problem. And now we need to add our final table cell because technically we have one more table cell for our button to be able to view the receipt for this particular thing. So let's create a button. We'll create a variant on this button of outline. Make sure I import button properly. There we go. We're going to have an as child since this is going to act as a link. Make sure we import our link. The href for this is going to be pointing to the purchases / purchase ID. And this is just going to say details. This will give us a more detailed receipt. So that should be everything to view all of our different purchases. We can come up here and import these different components, and we should hopefully see that this page will work once we go to it. So let's try to go to our purchase history, and you should see that we have our purchase history for the one product that we've purchased. Now I'm going to sign out and I'm going to log in specifically as the GitHub user. This is the person that has purchased all of the different courses. So if we go to our purchase history here, you can see we have our purchases, the date they were purchased, and the amount, which reflects the actual amount that we paid. You can see this was only $50 because we only paid half price for this course. Now the next thing that I want to work on is I want to work on a page specifically showing the receipt of a purchase. So here we're going to create a purchase ID. Whoops, let me delete that. We're going to create a purchase ID, and we want to create a page.tsx inside of that. So this is going to be our purchase page. Inside of here, we're going to have some content. So we're going to have our container with a margin on the top, and then we're pretty much going to go straight into a suspense component, which is going to have a loading spinner. So we're going to have our loading spinner. Size for this one is going to be 36. So make sure we say size 36, MX auto, and the margin, we don't need to worry about any margins on that, so we'll just leave it just like that. Then we're going to have our suspense boundary, and we'll pass it in any parameter related information we need. So let's just do an async function suspense boundary, just like that. This is going to take in our parameters, which is just going to be our purchase ID. So we'll say purchase ID. That's going to be a string. And up here, this is going to take in params. And our parameters here is going to be a promise that returns to us a purchase ID that is a string. There we go. Perfect. So now let's make this an async function so I can get out that information. Const purchase ID equals await params, and we can pass that along. Purchase ID is purchase ID. Now the first thing I want to do inside my suspense boundary is to get my user. So I'm going to get my user by calling get current user. And I want to get all of the data for that user. So I'm passing in all data true. And then if my user ID or my user is null, redirect me to the sign in. And then what I want to do is I want to get a purchase. And if my purchase is not found, I'm going to return not found. So let's create a function called get purchase to get our purchase information for our user ID as well as for our ID. So this should say user ID is a string, ID is a string. This is going to be another function that we do some caching inside of. So just to save us some time of writing this out, since we've seen it a million times, we're going to be getting our specific purchase ID tag. We're going to come in here with a DB on our query to find the very first purchase of this particular type. And then I want to specify a where, and this is going to be an and clause where I want to check to make sure that the ID column, so the purchase table.id is equal to our ID, and that our purchase table dot user ID is equal to our user ID. So we're making sure both of those are true before we continue any further with this. And if all that's true, then we're just going to return our data for get purchase. So once we have our purchase up here, we can come down below and we can get all of our Stripe details. Essentially, I'm going to hook into the Stripe API to get all the information for discounts, total prices, refunds, and so on, as well as a receipt URL if they want to view the actual Stripe receipt. So we need to create a function for handling that as well, which is going to be called get Stripe details. And this is going to take in quite a bit of information. It's going to take in our session ID. We should probably call this our Stripe session ID. That's a string. It's also going to take in our price paid in cents. This is a number, and it's going to take in whether or not it was refunded, which is a Boolean, just like that. So the first thing I want to do is get all of our information from Stripe. So I'm going to copy over the code for this particular section, just the actual querying of the Stripe client, because it's a lot of code to write out. So essentially what this little bit of code does is we're saying, okay, get our checkout session for our ID. And I specifically want to make sure I get all the information about the last charge, which was the actual payment that was made, as well as I want to break down all the discounts that I had, for example, all the different coupons applied. And I want to get all the information associated with that into these different variables. Then what I can do is I can come down here and I can determine if I had a refund amount. So my refund amount is equal to the type of payment intent is not equal to string. And that's just because of the way that Stripe does their different typing. This payment in type could be a string or a payment intent. So we want to make sure it's not a string. And we want to make sure that the type of payment intent, and we want to get the last charge from it, which again could be a string. So we want to make sure that is also not a string. And then what we can do is if both of those are not a string, then we can return payment intent dot latest charge, dot latest charge dot amount refunded. So there we go. That's giving us the amount refunded. Otherwise, we'll default to 0 for now. So if both of these are not a string, then we return whatever the refund amount is. Otherwise, what we do is we check if it is refunded, and we're just going to return the price paid in cents. Otherwise, we're going to return undefined. Now, this may seem really confusing, but essentially what I'm doing is by default, I'm checking Stripe. And if Stripe has my refund amount stored inside of it, I'm using that. If for some reason Stripe doesn't have my refund amount stored or I can't access it properly, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if I've already marked this as refunded. And if I do, I'm just going to refund the price paid in cents. That's what my refund amount is going to be. Otherwise, I have no refund, so this is going to be set to undefined. Now comes the point where I'm going to get my receipt URL. So we'll say receipt URL is get receipt URL. Just breaking these out into their own functions to make it easier to read. And we'll pass in the payment intent. And that's going to be inside of an object. There we go. I'm going to do the exact same thing with my pricing rows. That's going to call get pricing rows, which is again just a function I'm using to break all this out. So we're going to get our total details. That's all the information about our totals, as well as we're going to pass in our total, which is our amount total, or it's going to be our price paid in cents. And that's going to be subtracted from any amount that we had refunded. So we're going to subtract that from our refunded amount or 0. Just like that. We also want to make sure that we get the subtotal. That comes from our amount subtotal, or it's going to be our price paid in cents if for some reason the subtotal doesn't exist. And then we're going to get our refund, which is just that refund amount that we already calculated. So now we can create these two helper functions to make getting our information a little bit easier. So we have our payment intent from here. I'm just going to copy this function because it's really about as straightforward as a function as you can get. All we're doing is we're checking all that type of information, and then we're getting the receipt URL if it exists. Otherwise, we're returning nothing. For the next function, our get pricing rows, what we're doing is I'm just taking in all that information that we already created for our total details, as well as our total, subtotal, and refund amount. Now, what this function is going to return to me is just a bunch of different rows I can put in my receipt. So for example, my subtotal, how much was refunded, if I had a coupon, what the total amount at the end was. I want to return all that information. So first of all, I'm going to check my total details dot breakdown, and I want to make sure that's not equal to null. So if that's not equal to null, that's going to give me a lot of information. So I can take my total details dot breakdown dot discounts, and this is going to give me all the discounts that I had applied to this. For our case, it should just be 1, but there could be multiple, so we're going to keep that in mind. And then we're going to add this to our pricing rows. So I'm going to create a constant called pricing rows, and it's going to have a type, which is a label, a string. That's going to be like, is this a refund, a coupon, so on. Amount in dollars is going to be a number. And then finally, is bold is going to be a Boolean for if we want this to be bold, which is most likely going to happen for our particular return for the total value. So the total will probably be bold. So now what I can do is I can push a new value into here for my discount. So the label here is going to be the discount.discount.coupon.name. So that's just the name of the coupon we used. And then inside of here, I want to specify what the discount amount was. So we can say discount.discount.coupon.% off. That's going to give us the actual discount percentage. And then we can just say % off at the very end. Finally, we can have our amount in dollars, which is our discount.amount divided by -100, because this is going to be in pennies. We want to convert to dollars. And since it's a discount, it subtracts from the price. So we're going to use a negative value for this. Then what we can do is if we have a refund, then my pricing rows dot push, and it's going to push in a label, which is refund, and it's going to push in an amount in dollars, which is our refund, divided by -100 again, because a refund is a negative value. Now, if our pricing rows dot length is equal to 0, well, that means we have no refunds and no discounts. So all we really need to show the user is the subtotal, or I'm sorry, the total, because there is no subtotal. So we're just going to return an array that is a label of total. It's going to have an amount in dollars, which is our total, divided by 100, and then is bold is going to be set to true. So if we have no data at all for refunds and so on, we just return the total. Otherwise, finally at the end here, what we're going to do is we're going to take a subtotal, so label subtotal, amount in dollars is our subtotal, divided by 100. Then we're going to take all of our existing rows for our discounts and refunds, and then finally our label for our total row, which is essentially just the exact same thing we have up here. So I'm going to copy this, paste it down just like that. So it'll start with our subtotal, then have all of our discounts and refunds, and then finally list out our total. And that should be everything we need to do for this section. Now what we need to do is render this content to the page. So let's come in here with a return. And the very first thing I want to return is going to be all of my page header related content. So let me just do these imports real quick, and then I'll show you exactly what's going on inside this code. So we have our page header, which just tells us what the name of the product they purchased was. If they have a receipt URL, then we're going to add a button with a link to go to that receipt, and it's going to use that receipt URL. That'll bring them directly to Stripe to do the refund that way. The next thing that we're going to do after this is going to be anything related to our actual purchase, and we're going to put that inside of a card. We're going to then have our card header next. So let me make sure I import our card just like that. And inside of our card header, we're going to have a class name with some padding on the bottom of 4. There we go. And then inside of here, we're going to have a div, class name, flex, and space between. There we go. And this should say justify between. There we go. Items, start, and we want to have a gap of 4. We can close that off, and then next we can put our different content. So this is going to have a class name, flex column, and a gap of 1, and this is where essentially our main content is going to go. So here's our card title. Our card title is going to say receipt. Then we're going to have our card description, and this is going to have the ID for our receipt, which is just our purchase ID. There we go. So that's our receipt information. We can close that down. The next row that we want to create is a badge that's going to determine if it's refunded or not. So the class name is going to be text base. And then what we want to do is have purchase dot refunded at. If it was refunded, this will say refunded. Otherwise, it'll say paid. So we know if they made the purchase or if it was refunded to them. Then below that, we can have our card content. Class name on this is going to be padding bottom of 4, a grid columns of 2, gap of 8, and a border on the top. Finally, we want some padding on the top of 4 as well. Now inside of our card content, we essentially just want to have a bunch of different sections. I'll copy the first one to show you what they look like. We're going to have a div that wraps a label, and it wraps another div that supports whatever our content is. So here we just have some small text, some muted text that says date, as well as the date that we formatted. And we're just going to do this essentially a bunch of different times. So this one is going to say product, and the very next thing below it is going to be our product information. So purchase.productdetails.name. So that's the product we purchased. We're going to copy this down again to get what the customer was. So this is just our user's name, user.name. Copy this down again, and that's because we want to get the seller. And the seller in our case is just our name. So web dev simplified. There we go. And now inside of our card footer is where we're going to specify all the content that we created inside that pricing details section. So first, let's add some classes to this. We're going to have a grid columns of 2, gap in the Y direction of 4, a gap in the X direction of 8. We want a border on the top again to separate this out, and some padding on the top of 4. Now inside of here, we're just going to take each one of our pricing rows and we want to loop through them. So for each one of them, we want to map through them. We want to get our label, our amount in dollars, and if it is bold or not. And then we're going to return a fragment, which has a key, which is just our label. We should only have one label, so that's going to be a fine key for us. Then the next thing that we can do is we can have a div, which is a class name. This class name is going to be using the cn function, and that's because if it is bold, then our class name is font bold, just like that. And we can render out our label. We can have another one directly below here. This one is going to have a justify self end, just because we want this to show up at the very end. And again, if it's bold, it's going to say font bold. And for this one, we want to format our price, and we want to take our amount in dollars, and we want to show 0 as a number. So we'll specify that as true. That's just because if we did a refund and they purchased this item for $0, we want to make sure that we show that. So now what we can do here is we can go ahead and click on the details. And of course, we're getting some issues with use cache functions must be asynchronous. So let's make sure that this is asynchronous. That should fix the problem. Now it's going to load our page, and you can see here, TS simplified. We can view the Stripe receipt, which pulls up the Stripe receipt right here. And then obviously they have the receipt directly inside of here that you can use instead. You can see our subtotal 100, the discount for 50% off, which is $50, and the total value directly below that, as well as the fact that this was a paid purchase. Now, if we were to go to a product that was purchased without any type of coupon, we can see what that looks like. So we're going to sign out of this account. I'm going to be on a brand new account. I'm going to be trying to purchase this course. Of course, it looks like we're getting an error where it cannot resolve our skeleton button. Looks like our error might be directly on this page. So let me make sure. I'm going to come up here. That was actually the error right there. So I'm going to do a quick search for skeleton button, just because I think the reason it's not working is because I moved my import when I actually learned how to spell skeleton properly. Looks like it actually is working. It just wasn't saved maybe. So that was just a little bit of a fluke, nothing to worry about. Let's sign into an account. Doesn't really matter what the account is going to be. So we'll create a brand new account. We'll just sign up, give it a random name, random email. There we go. And this is going to be someone that's going to purchase something completely fresh. So we'll paste that into here. You can see that has come through a success. We are now being redirected to our page. Hopefully, looks like it's taking a little bit of time to redirect us. It's doing all the different posts back and forth, which it really shouldn't be doing. But we'll just give this a quick refresh. That seemed to fix the problem that we were running into. Now let's go ahead and try to purchase this to see what that looks like. So we'll go into our card purchase. 4242424. There we go. And again, you'll notice how over here on the side, our image doesn't show up properly. That's purely because we're on localhost and our image is on localhost. So obviously Stripe can't host that image for us. So now we have that purchase. If we go to our purchase history and we click details, you'll notice here it just says the total because there's no discounts or anything else applied to this purchase. So now we have the ability to view purchases from the customer side, but I want to work on this from the admin side next. So let's do a quick sign out here, and we're going to sign in as an actual user. That's an admin user, which is our GitHub user in this particular case. Go to the admin page, and I want to focus on this sales section right here. It's the last admin page we have left. So what we can do, minimize all this down. Inside of our app, go to the admin section, create a new folder called sales, and inside of here, we're going to create a page.tsx. And inside of this page, it's going to be a relatively straightforward page. Export default async function sales page. There we go. And we might as well call this purchases page. There we go, purchases. And inside of here, we want to get our purchases, which is equal to awaiting get purchases. Whoops, get purchases. There we go. And we can create that function. Make sure it's async so we can cache it. We can use cache on this. Do a quick cache tag on that. Get purchase global tag. And we want to get our user global tag as well because we're going to be getting user information for this as well. Let me make this quite a bit bigger so it's easy to see. And here we can return db.query.purchase table. We want to find all of the purchases and we want to get specific columns. So ID is true, price paid in cents true, refunded at true. We want to get the product details and we want to get when the purchase was made. And then we want to order them by the date that they were created. So we can say descending purchase table dot, and we want to get that by the created at. And then finally, we want to get this with a user, and we specifically want to get the columns for the user name. There we go. Then for each one of our purchases, what we can do is we can return a div with the class name of container. Margin on the top and bottom is 6. Whoops, let me close that off. Page header, where we want to have the title equals sales, which we can close off. And then we can render out a purchase table. And of course, we should probably call this our DB purchase table. So we can say here that we want this to be our DB purchase table. There we go, just so we get the name proper. So down here, make sure we use it like that. There we go. And this purchase table will take in our purchases just like that. There we go. So now let's create this purchase table. We're going to want to go down into our features section for our purchases components, and we'll create a brand new file called purchase table.tsx. And for this, it's kind of going to be similar to our user one, so I might as well copy that at least as a base starting point. So for our purchases here, we have our product details. And for this, we're also going to have a user, which has a name, which is a string, just like that. Now for our different table heads, we're going to have the customer name. As our very first one, we're going to have the amount and our actions. And we're also going to have one other one that's going to tell us the number of sales that we have. We've pretty much done this a bunch of times, so I'm going to copy it over. Essentially, we're just taking our amount of purchases and summing them up and adding an S for sale or sales. Then we're going to move down and we're going to loop through all of our different purchases. And this part's going to be relatively similar. We want to show an image of the thing that's being purchased. We want to show the name and we want to show when that purchase was made. So that can stay exactly the same. The next table cell we have is based on our user. So we're going to say table cell just like this. And this one is going to be purchase.user.name. So we can figure out who actually made the purchase. We can determine if it's been refunded or not. And then finally for our actions, this is going to be a little bit different because we want to be able to refund a purchase. So if a purchase.refunded is equal to null and the purchase.price paid in cents is greater than 0, because if they bought something that was free, well, obviously they can't refund it, then we want to refund, or we want to show an action button. And this action button is going to be an action that is going to refund a purchase. And we can bind the purchase ID to that function, just like that. We'll create this function in just a little bit, but let's finish out our action button. This is going to be a variant that is going to be destructive outline. And then finally, we want to require are you sure? Lastly, what we can do for this action button, once we close it off, is we can have it say refund inside the text. And that's pretty much everything we need to do, minus create this refund purchase function. So inside of our purchases, we just need to create an action file. So we'll call this actions. And inside of here, we'll create a brand new file called purchases.ts. And we want to export an async function called refund purchase. And this is going to say use server. So we know that this is a server function. It's going to take in the ID of the purchase we want to refund. And then we get to go ahead and check to see if they can refund a purchase. So if they can refund purchases, or if they cannot, sorry, we want to get our current user, just like that. So if they cannot refund a purchase, well, then we can return an error. And we can say message, there was an error refunding this purchase. So let's go ahead and actually create the permissions for this. So we can just copy those from somewhere else, for example, our products, paste that into our purchases section. And the only one we care about is can refund purchases. And again, this is just going to determine if they have a role here of admin. That's the only thing we care about. Next, we can go into our purchase. We can make sure we import that properly. And we can make sure that we have everything running properly. We're awaiting this properly. This is getting our current user. This should be called get current user. There we go, just to make sure we have the right function. And now what we can do is we go ahead and get our session for the thing that we want to refund. So await stripe server client dot checkout dot sessions dot retrieve. And we want to get this from the refunded purchase. So first of all, we need to get the refunded purchase. So let's put this inside of a transaction, db.transaction. Because to get the refunded purchase, I'm just going to mark it as refunded, trx. So const refunded purchase is equal to update purchase, which is a function we'll have to create. We'll pass in the purchase ID, refunded at, which is a new date, and we're going to pass in the transaction that we're using for this. So let's create update purchase. We can go into this DB section right here. It's probably going to be pretty similar to insert purchase. So I'm just going to copy that over. This will say update purchase, just like that. And for the data, it's going to take a partial of all of the insert data. And it's also going to take in an ID, which is a string. Now what we want to do is instead of new purchase, this should say updated purchase. This is going to be an update function. We want to set our data specifically, and our product details are either going to be our details. So for example, if we have details, we're going to pass them along, and we're only going to get the specific details that we want. Otherwise, we're just going to pass in undefined if we don't have any details. And this could actually be simplified by just using the double question mark syntax here. That does the exact same thing. And actually, technically it won't, because if it's null, it'll try to do this. So we need to do it this way. Then instead of doing a on conflict here, we should do a where equals purchase table dot ID is equal to our ID. Then we can just return that information. So what we can do is if it is null, we throw an error. So here we can just say, throw new error, failed to update purchase. So that should be everything for updating the purchase done. Let me just add that comment in there and everything's looking great. So now we can make sure we import that. We can pass in our product ID, which should be coming into here as our ID, and then refunded that should be inside of an object. There we go. Now that looks like it's working properly. And now we can actually use this refunded purchase properly. So we have our refunded purchase. And what we can do inside of this session here is we can retrieve the session based on our refunded purchase dot stripe session ID, just like that. Let's just make sure we move this into our transaction though, so we have access to that information. Then what we can do is if our session.payment intent is equal to null, well, that means we failed to get this information. So we need to make sure we do a rollback, and we're going to return the error that we had. So error true, message, there was an error refunding this purchase. There we go. So now we have that error case taken care of. Next thing we can do is a simple try to make sure we actually can refund these funds. So we're going to await the Stripe server client.refunds.create, and I'm going to create a payment intent, just like that. And what I want to do is I want to get the type of my session.payment intent. If it is equal to a string, well, then what I want to do is I want to take my session.payment intent because that means it is the ID. Otherwise, I want to take my session.paymentintent.id. So essentially, if this is a string, give me the actual thing because it's an ID. Otherwise, give me the ID. I'm going to add a catch in here real quick for catching any potential errors that we have. And I'm just going to call rollback on this. So we'll call rollback, and we'll make sure we return essentially the exact same error if we have an error showing up inside of here. There we go. And now what I want to do is, since we're creating a refund for that particular payment, I want to also revoke user course access. And that's going to be for my refunded purchase and my TRX. So I'm just going to make sure I revoke any access that they're possibly granted. And then what I can do all the way up here is I can make sure in my transaction I'm returning the proper data. So here in my transaction, I'll say const data is equal. And then down here at the very end, I can either say if I have data, then I want to return it. Otherwise, I want to return that there was no error because everything was successful. Because the only thing I'm returning from here is error messages. So we'll say successfully refunded purchase. There we go. So now all I need to do is implement this revoke user course access. So we'll go into our courses and then into our database for our user course access. We already have the add user course access. Let's just import the version here for revoking the user course access. Now this function essentially takes the exact same parameters. So we'll paste those parameters into the function like this. And now we can go ahead and use this. And first of all, I want to get the valid purchases. So we're going to say await trx.query the purchase table. Just like that, I want to find many purchases. And I want to specifically get them where my user ID here is equal to, and let's actually do and as well. So I want to get it where my user ID is equal to my user ID. So we'll say purchase table.user ID is equal to user ID. I also want to get it where they are currently refunded, or not refunded, I'm sorry. So is null purchase table.refunded at. There we go. So what this is going to do is it's going to give me all the purchases that are not refunded. And that will allow me to get all the courses for those users. So to do that, we can just add a simple with onto here. So we can say with product. And from there, I can say with course products. And I can specify for the columns, and I want to get the course IDs. There we go. So this is just going to give me all the courses for all the products that they have purchased. That's relatively straightforward. The next thing I want to do is I want to refund their purchase. So I'll say refund purchase equals await trx.query.product table.find first. And I want to find the first one where, and I want to get that ID again. So equals, and we'll say here that the the product table.id is equal to ID. And of course, I imported the wrong product table. There we go. .id is equal to my product ID. There we go. And that product ID should be passed into here instead of course IDs. I don't know why I had the course IDs in there. There we go. So we're getting the product ID that we want to revoke the access to. So there we go. And for this, I specifically want to get the course products of it. So we can say columns, and we can say course ID true. So what this is going to do is it's going to determine, okay, which purchase did they refund, and then get all the courses for that. And here's all the courses that they currently have inside of valid purchases. So now what I can do is I can make sure that I only revoke access to courses they don't have from other products. So if I refunded a product that they had access to a course in, but they also purchased another product that had that course, I should not remove the access for that. So here, what we can do is if our refunded purchase equals null, then return, because obviously we don't have any purchase that was refunded. So we're just going to return null. Then we can come in here and we get our valid course IDs, which is equal to valid purchases. And I essentially want a flat map over each one of these purchases. I want to get the product. There we go. Product. I want to get the course products. I want to map the course product course ID. So this is just giving me all the courses that they should have access to. And then I want to get the course IDs that I should remove. So I can take refund purchase.course products. And again, want to do a flat map. And this one is going to be all the course products that they are inside that course. So there we go. There's all our course IDs. And I want to filter out the ones that are valid. So course ID. And I want to make sure that if it's inside the valid course IDs that I don't get rid of it. So dot includes course ID. There we go. So essentially what I've done is I've said, okay, what courses do they have access to? Which one did I just refund? Now get rid of the courses that they should not have access to, but keep the ones that they still should have access to. And then we can get our revoked accesses, which is equal to trx.delete user course access table. Specifically, I want to get it where we can do an equal clause here that the user course access table dot user ID is equal to our user ID. And then I also want to get it where the user course access table dot course ID is equal to one of these course IDs. So we can just say remove course IDs. There we go. And this should say in array. There we go. Because we don't want to check if they're equal. We want to check if it's in the current array. And then we should just return all the different things that we get from that. So we'll call returning. Now for each of these accesses that we revoked, we want to invalidate our cache. So we're going to say revoked accesses dot for each. For each, we want to revalidate our user course access cache, just like that. Make sure I spell all this properly. I of course need to await this. There we go. That fixes my problem. And then we can return my revoked accesses just like that. Now this should clean up our code drastically if we just make sure we import that properly. That's pretty much everything we need to do to actually refund our purchase. So let's go ahead and see if this actually works. Let's make sure that we import this just like that. We got our refund purchase being imported as an action. So I most likely imported the wrong one. Looks like that is the correct one that is being imported. And let me just make sure refund purchase takes in an ID as a string. Why is my action showing me that there's a problem? It should be returning a promise. Let me make sure it is returning a promise. So inside of here, not here. This is update purchase, insert purchase. I don't see our refund. Of course, that's the database one. Let's see here. Let me find where that exact function was in our actions for our purchases. Refund purchase. It should be returning to us either data, which is a promise. Oh, we forgot to await up here. That's our problem. So we can just do a simple await. And that will clean up our problem. So now our data is the proper type. There we go. That fixes the problem that we had inside of here. Let's make sure we get rid of the unnecessary imports that we didn't need. Make sure we import purchase table. Make sure we get the right purchase table being imported. Looks like it's not letting us import the right purchase table. Let me make sure in our purchase table. Yep, there we go. We just named this the wrong thing. Now it should let me import this properly. There we go. So now over here, if we give this a refresh, it should show all the different purchases that people have made. As you can see, it shows the name of the customer, all the purchases they made. And for example, I could do a refund. Let's say I want to refund myself. So it says this action cannot be done. Yep, that's fine. Okay, it's going to go through and do the refund. It has now refunded this purchase inside of Stripe as well as inside of my application. So I can actually check my purchase history for that user, go to that purchase history for the one that was refunded. And now you can see I also have my refund being processed down here. And all of that is handled perfectly inside of Stripe. If I actually go ahead and I view Stripe and I look at all my different transactions, we should see that we have a refunded transaction for $50 right here. And this is the one that was just properly refunded. Now, the really great thing is we've got the entire admin side of our application entirely done. We have the purchase history done. We have the admin section done. Like I mentioned, we have this section done. I guess technically we still need to do this section, the admin, where we have the actual dashboard. But the next thing that I really want to focus on is going to be the My Courses section, because this is going to be like the last major thing to work on. So to get started with this, let's go ahead and try to create the actual course page itself. So we can come over to our section for our consumer. We'll close out of the rest of these pages, and we're going to create a new folder for courses. And I just want to create the starting page. So we'll create page.tsx, and this is going to be for rendering out all of our different courses. So everything related to our courses that we own. Export default function courses page. And for this courses page, we need to use suspense again, because I want to get the courses for a user. And to get the user, I of course need to wrap everything in suspense. So let's get the section that we don't need suspense for. So for example, we can create our container with some margin on the top and the bottom. We can also create our page header. So let's create a page header. And the title for this one is just going to be My Courses. We can close that off. And at least if we give this a save, we should see at least the header is showing up, which is great. And now we can move on to what our grid is going to look like, because essentially we're going to have a grid for each of our courses, and each course is going to be represented as a card. So we'll have a grid. By default, it's going to have one column on the smaller screen sizes. On medium screen sizes, we're going to bump that up to 2 columns. And on our largest screen sizes, we're going to bump that all the way up to 3 columns. There we go. And then let's just add a little bit of gap in there for our grid. And now here's where we come with our suspense, because to get our courses, we of course need to render them using the user. So let's wrap all this inside of a suspense, and we're going to create a fallback. For now, I'll just leave this as null. We'll come back to fill in what the fallback should look like after we finish looking at what the actual look should be. So this is going to be our course grid. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And then we can come all the way down here, export. Actually, we don't even need to export it. We can just make this an async function called course grid. And inside of here, we want to get all the courses and get the user information. So we can say that we want to get the user ID, and that's going to be coming from await get current user. There we go. And then if our user ID is equal to null, well, then we just want to redirect the user back to sign in. This shouldn't be something that should happen because this page should not be accessible unless you're signed in. But just in case, we're going to put that return directly into here. There we go. So now we're ensuring that our user ID is a valid string. Next, we can get our courses. So we can say await get user courses. There we go. Let me make sure I spell that properly. And let's create that as a function down here. Async function get user courses. This, of course, should take in a user ID. So let's make sure we accept a user ID, which is a string. And we want to cache this function. And this is going to be cached for getting our users. So our cache tag here is going to be the get user, or not user, course user. Let's see if we have one course. And of course, we don't have an ability to store the user's courses, but we do have the user's access to those courses. So we can say user course access user tag. There we go. And we can pass in our user ID just like this. So this is going to get us all the different users' courses that they have access to. And anytime we change that, it'll revalidate this cache. We'll probably have to add more to this later, but for now, this will be a good enough start. Next, we can return all of our database information. So let's actually just put that in a variable. We'll say courses is equal to await db dot, and we're going to do a custom query here. So we're going to use a select. We'll put all the fields that we want to select inside of here in a little bit. So let's just say that we know, but we probably want to have our ID from the course table. So we can come ahead and put our ID inside of here, and we'll get all the rest of the stuff we need in a little bit. Next, we want to determine what table we're going to be selecting from, and that is going to be coming from our course table because we want to get all of our course information. So now let's try to figure out what information we want to show in each one of these cards. So that way we can write the rest of our query. Well, obviously, we're going to want to show the name of the course. So we'll get the course table.name. The next thing that we're also probably going to want to show is the description. So we can come in here and we can say we want to get the description, and that is course table.description. Let me make sure I put my comma up here to get rid of any errors. There we go. Next, we're probably going to want to be able to get how many sections, lessons, and the percent that this user has completed this. So we're going to want to get the sections count, just like that. And we're going to be using the count distinct function for this. And we want to essentially count how many sections there are. So we can use the course section table.id for that. And we'll have to do a join on that table to make sure we have that information. Next, we're going to want to get how many lessons are in this course. So the lessons count. And this is going to be the same thing, but we're going to count the lesson table instead. So we'll make sure that we do that. And of course, we'll need a join on that. And then finally, we'll need to determine how many lessons the user has completed to determine what percentage they are through the course. So we'll say lessons complete, and then we can do a similar thing with a count distinct. So I might as well just copy this. And this is going to be our user lesson complete table, just like that. And for this one, we can just make sure we select the lesson ID. So now let's go ahead and make sure that we do all the different joins and so on that we need to do. So first of all, we're getting all of the courses that we have. So we need to figure out which courses the user has access to. So we can join on the user course access table to determine which ones they have access to. And we specifically want to do it where the user course access table course ID is equal to the course ID in our course table. There we go. So this is only going to get the courses the user has access to now. The next thing that we can join on is going to be our course section to determine how many course sections we have. So we can use course section table, and we can do a very similar thing. I'll just copy this down because we're essentially going to be checking where the course section ID, the course ID specifically, is equal to our course ID. And we also want to do another query. So I'm going to wrap this inside of an and. And the other query that we want to do is specifically for only public ones. So we're going to make sure that these are public course sections as well. And that's because I don't want to accidentally count how many private sections there are. I only want to show the user the public sections they have. Next, I'm going to do another query, and that's going to be to get the count for our lessons. So I can copy this down. This is our lesson table. We want to get our lesson table section ID and base that off our course section ID, just like that. And then we want to get our public lessons. Again, only wanting to show the public lessons to the user. Finally, for our very last query, we want to determine which lessons they have completed already. So I'll just copy down this join again. And for this one, we're going to be getting our user lesson complete table, just like that. And this one is going to be a little bit more complex of a query because I want to check, first of all, where the lesson ID is equal to the lesson ID from our table. So lesson table.id. And I also want to get it where the equality here for our user lesson complete table dot user ID is also equal to our current user ID, so we can pass in user ID just like that. So we're making sure that we're only selecting things for the specific user. And speaking of that, we should probably do the same thing up here for our user course access. We should again only expect to select things where we are at the current user. So we can say user course access dot user ID is equal to our user ID. That way we're making sure we're only selecting the courses that they actually have access to based on their user ID and their course ID. Now finally, to be able to do all of our different selecting of things such as our counts, we need to have a group by statement. And this one's going to be rather simple. We just want to group by the course ID. So we can say course table.id, just like that. And then finally, we probably want to do some ordering to make sure that we can list out our courses in the right order. So we'll order this by the course table.name. Give that a quick save, and that's going to give us all of our course related information. And we can come all the way down here and we can return that information, but we probably want to add some additional stuff to our actual cache tag here. So first of all, we're caching all the users' lessons that they completed. So we can get user lesson complete tag. And of course, it doesn't look like we have the caching set up for our user, so we should probably create that as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at our files. So we have our lessons section down here, we have our database, we have our cache, and of course we have nothing for our user lesson complete. So we can say our user lesson complete, and I'll just paste in the code because it's relatively straightforward. We're getting the global tag, we have the ID tag based on their lesson user, we have the ability to get a user tag, and then we're revalidating all that down here. So let's make sure that we add this to our list of approved tags. There we go. So now that should clean up any errors that we have, and we can import this function. There we go. And now we have the ability to tag people based on the course access as well as the lessons they have completed. But we even need to take this a step further because as you can see, we're accessing our course table, we're accessing our section table, and we're accessing our lesson table. So we need to cache on those as well. And if specifically we want to cache each of these based on the courses we get back. So what we can do is we can come down here and we can say courses for each, and we can revalidate our cache for each one of our courses. So I can just call cache tag just like this. I can pass in my course ID tag, which is just my course.id, and then I can pretty much copy this down and do this for all my other caches. So I'll paste this down 3 different times because this one is going to be our course section course tag, and then this one is going to be for our lesson course tag. So now we're specifically saying, okay, get all of the courses that the user has access to, as well as all the lessons that they have completed. And then what I want you to do is anytime any of the courses or the course sections or the course lessons that they have access to change, also revalidate this query. So I'm making sure I only revalidate it in the specific instances where I need to, only if the courses they have access to change or if the access to the courses they have changes. So now let's go ahead and actually render out this information. First of all, we should probably create a state for when our courses.length is equal to 0, just to let the user know, hey, you don't have any courses yet. So we can return just a simple div. We'll add a class name here, flex column, a gap of 2. We'll put the items at the very start, and this will just have some simple text, you have no courses yet. And then below that, we'll create a button that'll link them to the ability to purchase courses. So we'll do an as child. We'll make it a large button. And then we'll put a link inside of here that'll just redirect us back to the home page. And it'll say browse courses. There we go. So now if we had no courses, it'll render out that particular section. Of course, we're getting an error because it looks like courses is returning to us not an array. It says error cannot read property undefined of length. And I believe the reason for that is because of the caching. We created our cache before we finished our function down here. So that's why it's caching essentially null data. So to easily fix that, we can close our application and delete our cache. This is something we only have to do because we created our cache before we actually saved the information inside of it. So it saved essentially an empty cache. But now with that out of the way and we refresh, we should hopefully see that right now it'll render nothing because we actually have courses, but we can emulate what it looks like to have no courses just to see what this would look like. Let me make sure it looks like it's compiling everything and it's running our code, so it should show up in just a little second. But for now, what I want to do is I want to put an or true statement in here just so we can emulate what this will look like in the case where we actually have no courses, so we can make sure we're checking that particular use case. There we go. You can see it says you have no courses yet, and we can click browse courses to bring us to that particular page. Obviously, we want to actually render out our courses, so we'll do the course length equals 0. And when I refresh, you can see it doesn't render anything because now we need to render out all of our different courses. So inside of here, we can just return courses.map. I want to loop through each one of my courses, and I essentially just want to render out a card. So we can come in here with a card, make sure that I import that properly. We'll give it a key, which is our course ID, and some class names, or for example, make it an overflow of hidden, a flex, and we'll add it in a flex column here just to stack everything vertically. We'll add in our card header, which is going to have our card title, just like that. And inside the card title, we'll put the course name. That's a good start. So now you can see we have our course name showing up. Next, we're going to want to have a description. So we'll come in here with our card description. And for this, I'll just copy it over because we have done this 100 times. Essentially, all we're doing is we're formatting the plural version of our section count and our lesson count, separating them by a single dot. So you can see we get 2 sections, 3 lessons, and 2 sections, 2 lessons in these courses respectively. Next, we need to focus on the actual description of our course. And if you remember, the description is actually an optional property. This could be a null thing. Actually, it looks like when I hover over this, it is a required string. It actually cannot be null, so we don't even need to worry about checking for it. We can just instantly render out our card content, and we can come into our card content, give it a class name. We're going to line clamp this to 3 lines specifically. I'm also going to give it a title, which is just my course.description. There we go. And then inside of here, I'm going to put my course.description. Now, the reason that I'm actually doing a title on this, as you can see here, is because if the line clamp actually clamps our text to less than 3 lines, we want to be able to see what the rest of our text is. So if you hover over it, it'll show you the rest of the text in case it's overflowing. Now, really the last main thing we need to do is to create a button that brings us to this particular location. So we're going to put a card footer into here at the bottom. And actually, before I do that, in between my description and the footer, I'm going to create a simple div with a class name of flex grow. The reason I'm doing this is because if some of the text in my text box is wider or taller, I want all the cards to be the exact same height. So for example, let's open up our admin page in a brand new tab. We're going to go over to our courses, and I'm going to make one of the courses have a much longer description so that we can see what this exactly does. So we'll give it a second to render out the page to edit. We're going to go over to details, and I'm just going to add some bogus text to the very end of this. We'll click save, and we'll come back over to here, give our page a quick refresh. And now you can see both these boxes are the same height. If I remove that flex grow, they're not going to be the same height, which is definitely not what I want. So by adding in this flex grow, it's just going to make sure that they all grow to the exact same height. Now the next thing that I can do with my card footer is I can add a button inside of here. Let me make sure we get the correct button. I want this to be an as child button, and it's just going to render out a link, super straightforward, that's going to bring us to the course page. So we can come in here, courses, / whatever the course ID is, and then we can say view course. Rather straightforward stuff. There we go. So now we have a link at the bottom to view our course, and if we click on that, it'll bring us to the course page, which we obviously don't have done yet. The last thing I want to do, even below our footer, is I want to create a div for our progress. So we're going to give this a background of accent. We're going to give it a height of 2, and we're going to give it some margin on the top of -2. That's just going to make sure that doesn't add extra space to our container. It's just going to put down here at the very bottom. I'll show you what I'm talking about in just a second, but let's actually create that div right there, and we'll give that a quick save. And you'll notice all it does is create this blue bar. If I remove this margin top, you can see it increases the height of my container. I don't want that, so I'm removing that margin on the top. Now the next thing I want to do is specify how wide this should be. So the width of this should essentially be the percentage that we have completed this project. So what I want to do is I want to take my course, and I want to get the amount of lessons that we have, as well as the lessons complete, and divide them. So lessons complete divided by courses, or course dot, and I want to get the lessons count. That's going to give me a percentage, which I can just multiply by 100, and then I can convert that to a percentage. And now you can see, since neither of these courses have any amount of videos complete, they're at 0%, so there's no progress bar showing up on the bottom. But as soon as we start marking videos as complete, we should see a progress bar. For example, if I change this to 1, and now I give this a quick save, you can see this course is 50% complete because there's 2 lessons, and this is 1/3 complete because there are 3 lessons. We'll come back to this and show you what it looks like once we start marking videos as complete, but now we need to actually add in a loading state because our loading state right now is essentially just nothing. So let's add in a loading state. This will be a relatively simple loading state where I'm just going to have a skeleton array, and I want the skeleton array to be essentially an amount of 3. So we'll come in here with an amount of 3. And then inside that skeleton array, I want to render out a skeleton card. There we go. And we'll make this a skeleton course card, so it's super descriptive what it is, just like that. And we'll create this component next. So we'll just come down here underneath our course grid, and we'll come in with a function called skeleton course card. And really all I want to do is just emulate this card structure right here. So I'll just copy this, and then obviously remove all the stuff that's specific to cards. So what I can do inside of here is I can remove all the base styling. We don't need any of that fancy styling. We have our name section. So inside of our title, we can put a skeleton text. And for this one, I'm going to have a class name of width of 3/4. There we go. Just to give it a specific width on that. Then the next thing we can do is for our description. This description, I'm going to have a width of 1/2 just to make it a little bit smaller. There we go. So now we have our title, we have our description. Now we can work on our card content section. This one, we don't need to worry about line clamping or anything like that. But what I do want to do for this one is I want it to be essentially 3 rows of text because that's our maximum size. So we might as well use that for our filling section. We don't need this flex grow anymore because all of our cards are the exact same size. And then finally, we can add in a skeleton button here, just like that. And we can remove this div for the progress tracker because again, we don't need that. So now we should have pretty much the same structure for our skeleton course card. And let's actually render exactly what that looks like. Probably the easiest way is just take our fallback, move it directly into here and comment out our course grid. And we give that a quick save. And you can see now we have 3 cards that look relatively good as they're loading in. And then obviously as soon as they load in, it'll look like this on the page. That looks relatively good. So now we can move on to what the individual course page looks like as well as what the lessons page look like. And I essentially want them to share the exact same layout. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a brand new folder for our course ID. And inside of here, I'm going to create a layout file. And this is where we're going to have the shared layout between these 2 pages. And then we're also going to have our page for a specific lesson. So we're going to say lessons/lesson ID. And inside of here, we're going to have a page just like that. And in our course section, we're going to have our page.tsx. And I want them both to share the same layout, where essentially I have the list of all my lessons and sections on the left in a sidebar. And on the right, I either have my course description and course name, or more likely I have the video for the lesson that they have selected, depending on which page I'm on. So let's go ahead and focus on the layout first. But to make sure that our page renders, we can just export a default function. We'll call it course page. And for now, we'll just return null. So we have nothing showing up on that section. And now we have an export default function of course page layout. And here we'll just return null as well. So now at least we have everything showing up. Now for our course layout, we obviously want to take in some params and we want to take in our children. So let's make sure we render out the children down here at least so we have something rendering. And then we can go ahead and we can focus on typing that out. So for our params, this is a promise that's going to have our course ID. And then the children is just going to be a React node. There we go. And actually, let's put some children inside of here. We'll just put the text hi. There we go. So it should render out the text hi somewhere on our screen once we save everything. There you go. You can see we have the text hi, just so we know we have some content showing up on our screen. Now, instead of rendering out the children, we obviously want to get our course related information and so on. So we can come in here with our course ID, and that'll be equal to await params just to get our course ID. And then we can get our course, which is just going to be calling a function called get course. Now you may be wondering why I'm not wrapping this inside of any type of suspense or so on, and the reason for that is because getting the course doesn't require the user's ID or anything like that. We can just get the course information and then show that to the user because it doesn't matter if they're logged in or not. They should still be able to see what the course is because we have preview videos that they should be able to access. So what we can do down here is we can create that function. We'll call it get course, and it's going to take in the ID of the course, which is going to be a string. There we go. And this should be a relatively straightforward function where we just want to get our course related information. But of course, we need to make sure we get all the sections and lessons as well. So let's set up our cache tag because it's going to be relatively simple. We're going to have our course ID tag, which takes in the ID. We're going to have our course section course tag, which takes in our ID of our course. And then finally, our lesson course ID, just like that. So essentially, we're tagging everything for individual courses, all the sections for a course, and all the lessons for a course. Then we can come down here and take our database query and we can return some information for our course table. And luckily, we just need to get all the information. So we just really need to specify what columns we want and our really simple where clause. So essentially we want this to be where the equality happens for our course table .id is equal to our ID. So we get only the courses that are equal to that ID. And then for columns, we want to get just the ID and we want to get the name just like that. So that's going to give us the information we want about the course. The next thing that we can do is specify the extra columns we want to get. For example, we want to get our course sections. And for our course sections, we want to order them by their order. So we can say ascending course section table dot order, just like that. So now we're ordering them in the proper order. We also need to do a simple where they're public. So this is going to give us our public course sections. And then we can specify the columns we want. So we're going to do our ID, our status, just to determine if it's a preview lesson or a private lesson. And actually, we shouldn't even need this status property. So instead, we can just use the name because we're already limiting them to only public ones. So we know that it's public if we get to this point. Next, we can say we want to get the individual lessons as well. And again, we only want to get the public ones. So we're going to say where there are public lessons. We also want to order them in the correct order. So we're going to say ascending based on our lesson table.order, just to give us the right order of our lessons. And then finally, we can move on to the columns we want, which in our case is just the ID and the name. So relatively straightforward for that. And this is going to give us all of our course related information as well as the sections and the lessons. So we can use that up here. So obviously, if our course is equal to null, then we're going to return not found, relatively straightforward. Then otherwise we can return our information. So this is going to be a grid-based layout. So we're going to have a grid and a grid columns, and this is going to be custom. So we're going to have 300 pixels on the left side and 1 FR on the right-hand side of our screen. Then we're going to have a gap of 8, and we're going to use a container for this. So this is just going to give us a 3 or 2 column layout where we have a small column on the left for our sidebar and a large section on the right. Then we can come in with another div. This one's going to be padding on the top and bottom of 4. This is where our sidebar is going to live. And inside of here, we're going to want to put our course name. So we can say class name, text large, and we'll make our font semi-bold. There we go. And we'll just put our course name to be rendered at the very top of our sidebar. Then to render out the rest of our sidebar, we want to be able to determine whether or not the user has completed the lesson or not. So we actually need to be putting this in a suspense because determining that requires our user object. So we'll come in here with a fallback. Right now, we'll just put it as null. And then inside of here, we're going to want to have our suspense boundary. There we go. I'm going to pass along all of our course related information into here. There we go. So now we have that rendering out. We'll come back to creating the actual sidebar in a second. But the next thing I want to do is render out our main content. So we can say class name, padding Y is going to be that same 4 value. And then what we can do inside of here is render out our children. So if we give that a quick save, we should hopefully see that things are rendering, but we're getting a 404, essentially saying it cannot find this course. I again believe that's because I created my cache and saved it before I actually returned any data. So let's just go ahead and make sure we delete this and we restart our application. That should fix that problem. And again, if we created our database query before we added the cache, we wouldn't have had that issue. It's just the order of how we created things inside of our development environment. So while we're waiting for that to rerun, let's go ahead and we're going to create the async function for our suspense boundary, just like that. And of course, this should be taking in a course. And let's type out what that course should be. And it should look something like this, where we have a name and ID. We have our course sections. This should be a status though, course section status, but actually we don't even need the status, so we can get rid of that in the order. It should just be name ID, and then our lessons with name ID. And essentially all this is doing is just taking the return type of this function because that's pretty much what we're using inside this section here. Now immediately you can see things are starting to work. We have our sidebar that says JS simplified, that's the name of the course. And then we have our main content on the right-hand side, which is looking really good. Now we want to get our user information. That's the whole reason we wrapped this in a suspense, so we can get our current user just like that. And then we, of course, can come in here to get the lessons that they have completed, because this could be null if they're not signed in, or it could be a value. It doesn't matter. They can still access this page. But what we want to do is we want to get the completed lesson IDs. There we go. And for this, if the user ID is equal to null, well, they don't have any completed lessons, so we're going to return an empty array. Otherwise, we're going to call the get completed lesson IDs function that we're going to create. There we go. And we're going to pass in the user ID. So let's go ahead and create that function real quick. This is going to be an async function, get completed lesson IDs, which takes in a user ID. And then I'm going to do the caching later so that we can actually make sure we get our data returned. So we'll do the cache afterwards. So what I'll do inside of here is I'll get our data, which is just calling db.query. We want to get our user lesson complete table. I want to find all of them specifically for this user. So we can come in here with a where clause where we say that our lesson or user lesson complete table dot user ID. We want to make sure we do an equality on this. There we go, is equal to the user ID we pass in. So only get them for this specific user. And that's pretty much all we need to do. I just want to specify the columns that we need because really all we care about is the lesson ID column. So we'll specify that as true. And then what we can do is just return this as an array. So we can take our data, we can map through that data because this is going to be all of these values. And I just want to get the lesson ID. So I'm just going to return the lesson ID like that. So really all I'm doing is taking this array, which is an object, and converting it to a single lesson ID value. Now it looks like I'm getting a little bit of an issue here. I'll just type this as D, and then we can say d.lessonID. That should fix any errors. I don't know why that was causing some errors, but at least we got that fixed. And now we can work on using these completed lesson IDs. So what I want to do here is I want to render out a full sidebar. So we're going to return essentially the sidebar. And I want the sidebar to have all the different lessons as well as which ones are completed. But the interesting thing is up here, my fallback, I also want this to render the exact same sidebar, just without the lesson complete status. It's going to render out all the courses and sections. It just won't tell me which ones are complete yet. So essentially I want to create a value that is going to be for our sidebar. Now this gets extra complicated though, because the sidebar should also know what the currently selected lesson is. So for example, if we go back to our page structure, we can access this lesson right here, and we have a lesson ID and a course ID, but our layout doesn't know what that lesson ID is. It does not come into our parameters just because of the way it's laid out in our page. It comes before the lessons page, but we should still be able to access the ID in the URL to get the current lesson that's being accessed, so we can make sure to highlight that inside of the sidebar. And to do that, we need to use a client component, so we can use the useParams hook. Now, unfortunately, to make this work easily, we need to essentially create a brand new file. We'll just call this client.tsx to give us the client portion of our sidebar. And all I'm going to do inside of here is just pass in all the information for my course. So I'm going to paste that down real quick. So essentially all I've done is I've taken my course, passed it in with the ID, passed in all the different course sections with their ID and name, and also I've added an isComplete Boolean to our lesson, so we know whether or not the lesson is complete or whether or not the lesson is not complete. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my lesson ID. So I can get that by using the useParams hook. This is the whole reason that we're creating a client component here, so that this can actually access the current URL inside of our page. So it doesn't matter what page we're on, this will determine if we have a lesson or not. Then I can determine what essentially my currently selected lesson is. We're going to call that the default value, just like this. And the default value is first of all determining if the type of our lesson ID is equal to a string. Well, that means that we currently have a lesson ID selected, and I just want to make sure that I use that as my default value. So I can take my course.course sections, and I want to find the section for that value. So essentially I want to figure out which section we are currently inside of. So I can say that this is going to be section.lessons.find, and I want to find the lesson for that ID. There we go. So what this little bit of code does is it's essentially getting the current lesson, or getting the current section that is the current lesson. So whatever lesson we're in, it gives us the parent section. Otherwise, what I want to do, if we don't have a lesson, I just want to take the very first course section and I want to use that instead. There we go. That is going to be our default value. Now, the next thing that I want to do is I want to render out essentially an accordion for all of our different course related stuff. So down here, I can just do a simple return, and I want to return an accordion. There we go. And this accordion is going to have a bunch of different props that we could pass to it if we want. I'm going to make sure that I get my accordion directly from here. And then inside my accordion, I want to loop through all my course sections, and I want to map through them. And I want to render a section in my accordion for each one. So I'm going to have an accordion item. For each one of these different items, I need to give them a key. So section.id and a value, so we know which one is being opened, which is also our section ID. And then inside of our accordion item, we need to have a trigger as well. So let's get our trigger for that. This is the thing that opens it, and we'll make the text on this a little bit larger. And this will just be the name of our section, section.name, just like that. So there we have our accordion. First of all, I'm going to specify the type of this to be multiple. And now just by doing that, we should actually see our accordion showing up if we try to render our course page client. So let's go back into our layout and try to render that out. So we're going to come down into here. We're going to render our course page client. And of course, we want to pass it all of our course related information. So we'll come in here, we'll say course and course, but of course this is not quite correct. Let me make sure that this is imported properly. There we go. We're going to get an error because this expects an isComplete property on our lesson, and we don't have that property on our lesson. We need to add that to our lesson. And we essentially need to do the exact same thing up here in our fallback as well, but essentially none of our lessons are going to be complete. So I just want to take a really simple helper function that's going to add that for us. So we're going to come all the way down here at the very bottom. We're going to create a function called mapCourse. And this mapCourse function is going to take in our course information, and it's going to return to us essentially the same information for our course, but mapped through to add that isComplete property. So this is going to take completed lesson IDs, which is a string array. So these are all the lessons that we have completed. And of course, I want to make sure I type this out properly. So we can say here, course and completed lesson IDs. There we go. For our actual course itself, really, there's only a few things we care about. We have our course sections right here, which is just going to be an array of objects. And for that course section, we have our lessons. And the only thing that we care about that is that it's going to be an array of objects. And that's really all that matters. And specifically, all we care about is that there is an ID property on this. So we can make sure that's a string. There we go. And that's all we care about for this map courses. So what we can do now inside of our function is we can just take our courses and essentially map through them, like I said. So we're going to take all of our normal course values, and then we're going to take our course sections, and we're going to override that. So our course sections is our course.course sections, and we want to map through each section. So for each section, what I want to do is I want to return a new value, which is just going to be my full section, but I'm replacing the lessons category. So we're going to say lessons is section.lessons. Of course, I spelled this wrong. This should be with an S at the end. There we go. Lessons.map for each lesson. And now here's where the important part comes in with our lessons. We're going to return all of our lesson stuff, but specifically the isComplete property. We're going to specify that as completed lesson IDs dot includes our lesson.id. So really all that we're doing is we're just adding this isComplete property to our lesson. Otherwise, as you can see, everything else stays exactly the same. So we're just adding that property based on the completed lessons. So now I can call this function and I can use it in both places. For example, I can map my course and I can take my completed lesson IDs, which in the fallback version is just an empty array. Now I should make it so that this is not an object-based property. I don't think that really makes much sense. We don't need to pass this as an object. We can just pass it as two values like this. And now you can see that this works fine. We're still getting an error with our course related stuff. We'll come and fix that in a little bit, but I'll bring my map course down to here where we're doing our suspense boundary. And then we can take a look at what any problems that we're running into are. So here we actually have an array of our completed lessons we can use. I believe the reason we're getting this error is because essentially our type here is being limited by the type of our course. So I think what we should do is we should actually use a generic type here, say that it extends this specific type. There we go. So we're saying at a minimum, it requires all of these different types. And then we can come in here and put our type of T right there. Make sure I close that off. And that should hopefully try to fix some of our errors because now our return from this value should include, as you can see, all of our information, but we're still getting some error. Well, one easier way that we can do to fix this is essentially just take where we are getting our course value, this whole thing. We can just copy that down to our course down here. Get rid of this whole T stuff. We don't need any of that. And that should fix the problem if I just make sure I close off my last parentheses. And then you can see it just wasn't getting all of our type information properly. But now you can see that this map course is working. And actually, if you look on the right, we have our accordion showing up. Obviously, we don't have our accordion finished because we still need to work on our section for the actual client here to get everything in place. So let's go ahead and set our default value so we know which one should be open by default. So if we have a default value, then I just want to get the default value.id. Otherwise, I'm going to return undefined here. So what this is going to do is it's going to open whichever one is our current default value. So in our case, this will either be the one that has the currently selected lesson, or it'll be the first section. So if I refresh my page, we should see the first section is open. Right now, there's no content in it. So let's add some content so we can see what that looks like. Inside of here, we can add our accordion content just like this. And for our accordion content, I want to add a few special class names to it. So we can come in here, the class name of flex column, and gap of 1 to space out each of our items. And for each of our items, we just want to loop through our section lessons. So for each one of these, we're going to get our lesson. And specifically for each one of our lessons, I want to render out essentially a button that's going to redirect us to where we want to go. So we're going to say button. For this one, we're going to have a variant. Make sure I import button properly. There we go. Our variant is going to be the ghost variant, just like this. We're going to have an as child property on here so we can render it as a child. And we, of course, need a key, which is our lesson.id. Let's close off that button so we can put some content inside of here, which will pretty much just be a link. So we can come into here. We can say that we're going to have a link. href for this is going to be /courses /course ID. Then we want to go to /lessons /whatever the lesson ID is. There we go. So that's going to bring us to our lesson. And inside of here, we can essentially put all the stuff we want for our link. So first of all, make sure I get link imported. There we go. And then inside of the link, what we want to do is we want to have our video icon. There we go. So we can see that it's a video. We want to put our lesson.name, and then we want to determine if the lesson is complete. So if the lesson is complete, then I want to render a little check mark to let them know they've completed this particular lesson. So we can say check circle 2 icon is the one that I want to render. And we'll make sure that it's all the way on the right-hand side by putting some margin on the left of auto. Now, if we give that a save, you can see we have our lessons showing up. We want to make sure we space things a little bit better. So I'm going to come into our button here, and I want to add a few different classes to it. So we're going to use that CN property. There we go. And I want to first of all have a justify start to make sure everything is positioned on the left-hand side. That is a great start for us. And then I want to determine, is this the currently selected lesson? So if our lesson.id is equal to the lesson ID, that means it's the currently selected lesson. And what I want to do is I want to change my background to the accent background, but with 75% opacity. And I want to change my text to the foreground text for the accent color. So now whichever one is our currently selected lesson, if we have one, it'll show up in a purpley color. Now right now we don't have a currently selected lesson because we don't have that page, or we're not on the lesson page. If I were to click one of these, it would actually show up as the currently selected lesson, but we don't have an export yet for that. So let me just go ahead inside of here. And we're just gonna, let's just copy the page that we have here because it's essentially the exact same thing. There we go. So now you can see that this one has that color set to exist the currently selected. If I select this one, you can now see that has the currently selected color. And if I select this one, it has the currently selected color. And if I refresh my page, whichever one has the currently selected lesson is going to be the default section that's open. So now let's go ahead and go back into our layout, make sure we have everything exactly as we want it to. So get complete lesson IDs. This I should probably put inside of a cache. So we can come into here, use cache. And this has a rather simple cache tag where it's just going to be getting the user lesson complete. And we specifically want to get the user lesson complete tag for the user. There we go. User ID. Perfect. So now we're making sure we cache that information just to make sure it loads a little bit faster. The next thing I want to work on is the page for our course. So we can open this up so it doesn't just say hi, it'll actually show information related to the course. So first of all, what I want to do inside of here is get the course ID. And that's going to be from await params. Make sure this is an async function, and we actually are taking in some parameters. So we have our params, and our params here are a promise that returns our course ID as a string. There we go. So now that we have our course ID, we can get our course by calling await get course, which is a function we'll create. There we go. This is going to take in our course ID. We'll just call it ID. And then we can return whatever we want from here. So it's going to be a database.query. This is going to be one of the simpler queries we do. It's going to be on our course table. We want to find the first one, and we're just going to do a simple where clause. So we're going to check the columns here. ID is true, name is true, and description is true. We just want to get essentially the basic information about this. And then we can simply add our where we want to have an equal clause where our course table dot user ID, or not user ID, ID is equal to our ID. So just get the very first one. And now let's cache this as well. So we can say use cache. Our cache tag for this one is going to be the get course tag. And this is our ID tag. There we go. And that should be the only thing we need to cache because that's the only data we're getting from this. Now we can say if our course is equal to null, we're going to return not found. Otherwise, we're going to return a div that has a class name, margin y of 6. We're going to put the container class on here as well. And then we're going to come in with our page header. Class name on this one is I want to have slightly less margin on the bottom, so we'll use a margin of 2 on the bottom. And we'll put our course name directly into it. And then finally, we can add a paragraph tag with some margin on the bottom of 6 just to give it quite a bit of space. Actually, we don't even need that because we already have our margin y here. So really all we need is a text muted foreground, and we can add in our course description to add in all the possible description for the course. So now on the right-hand side here, it should show the actual name of our course and the course itself whenever we're on the course page. So let me navigate to the course page. You can see it says the name of the course and the description of the course. And if I select a lesson, it brings us to the lesson page, which is probably the next thing we should tackle. So to get started with that page, I'm actually just going to copy kind of the start of what we have here because it's going to be a little bit similar at the start. So we'll come in here. This will be our lesson page, but it's also going to have a lesson ID, which is a string. So we need to make sure that we put that inside of there. So we're going to get our course ID and our lesson ID from our parameters. And specifically, I want to get the lesson. So we're going to get our lesson based on our lesson ID. And if our lesson is not found, we'll return not found. And then we'll come back and fill in the rest of this section in a bit. But let's create the function for getting our lesson. So we're going to say async function get lesson takes in an ID. And this is, again, another pretty simple one. We're going to return our db.query on the lesson table. We want to find the first one. We specifically want to do it where the ID is equal to this ID and where we have the public ones. So first we'll check for our lesson table.id, and then we'll come in here with our where public lesson as well. So we're only going to get public lessons with that specific ID. Also, I'm going to specify which columns we want to get. So I'll come in here with a simple columns field. I like to manually specify my columns just so I don't accidentally fetch more data than I need to. This lets me be explicit about what I want. So we pretty much need to get everything. I would say most of the data we want to have. We're even going to need the status to know if it's a preview one or not. And then finally, we can get our section ID. And we'll even specify that should be all we need right there. Now let's make sure that we cache this. So we'll say use cache. And then finally, we'll come down here with a cache tag. And this is going to be our lesson ID tag, just like that. So that should cache this lesson now, so we can actually get the information for it up here, and we can use that information inside of this function. Now, unfortunately, there's really not much more that we can render on our page because we need to first determine if the user can view the lesson before we actually show any of the lesson content. So we pretty much need to wrap everything in a suspense to be able to get that user information. And we'll have a fallback here, which is going to render out a loading skeleton, which is just a function we'll create in a second to do the loading section of our page. Otherwise, we're going to have our suspense boundary. And this is going to take in a lesson as well as our course ID, just like that. So pretty much the only thing that we can get outside of our boundary of suspense is our lesson because that's cached and does not require the user information. So let's go ahead. We'll create two functions. We're going to have our loading skeleton, and then we're going to have a function for our suspense boundary. There we go. This one is obviously going to need to be asynchronous. And up here, we'll just return null for now. So we have a loading state, but it doesn't do anything yet. Inside of here, we want to specify our lesson and our course ID, and our lesson and our course ID. So our course ID is a string. And for our lesson, we essentially want to get all that information. So I'll just copy over those statuses and so on. Here's all the different types that we're using for our lesson. Essentially, all I'm doing is taking all the things we selected from here and putting them inside of our TypeScript type right there. Now, the very first thing that we need to do inside this suspense boundary is determine who the user is and if they are even able to watch this lesson. So we can come in here, we can say we want to get the user ID and their role, and we can call await get current user. And then what I can do is I can create a variable called can view, and I'll just call await can view lesson, and I'll pass in my role and my user ID as well as the lesson that I want to view. So this is going to be able to determine, can I view this specific lesson? And this is going to go into our permissions for the lesson. So we're going to scroll all the way down to where we have our lesson-based information, go into our permissions. I'm going to create a brand new function, can view lesson, and this one is going to be quite a bit more complex. So first of all, we need our role information as well as our user ID, just like that. So we'll say user ID is a string or undefined. There we go. And then finally, we need to have all of our lesson information as well. Now for our lesson, all I care about is the ID and the status of my lesson. There we go. So what I can do inside this function is, first of all, if my user, my user's role is equal to admin, or the status of the lesson, so lesson.status is equal to preview, well then I can watch this lesson, because if I'm an admin, obviously I can watch it, or if the status of this lesson is preview, anyone can watch it as well. And then I want to check, is my user ID equal to null? If that's equal to null, that means we don't have a user, or if the lesson status is equal to private, well then I cannot view the lesson. So I can only view a lesson if it's a preview or I'm an admin, or if I'm signed in and the lesson is a public lesson, I can view it. So I'm checking to see if I'm not signed in, or if the lesson's private, then nobody can view it at all. So the last step is to check, okay, the user is signed in and the lesson status is public. Now I need to determine, do they actually have access to that lesson? Do they have access to the course that controls that lesson? So now I need to get all of the information for this. And the best way to do that is with a database query, and it's going to be a quite big one. So all I want to do in this query is determine if they have access to this lesson. So I just want to get the course ID from our course table .id. And it really doesn't matter what I select from here. I just want to select something so I can actually use that data. So we'll return that as data here. So I can determine, okay, if this data exists, they have access. If it does not exist, they do not have access. So just like that, now you need to do a bunch of queries essentially. So first of all, I'm going to select this from the user course access table. So this is going to determine which access I have to different things. And now let's do a bunch of different left joins. So first of all, I'm going to join on the course table. And I want to check when the equality of our course table.id is equal to our user course table.course ID. There we go. Now that I have a course, I need to be able to get the sections for that course. So I can do a left join on the course section table. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And I want to do an AND query on this because I want to, first of all, get the correct one. So course section table.id is equal to, or not ID, I want to get my course ID is equal to my course table.id. There we go. So first of all, I'm checking, is this the correct course? And then I'm also making sure I only do it where I have public courses. So, okay, now I'm getting all the public courses. I need to do essentially the exact same thing, but for my public lessons as well. So I'm going to come in here. This is going to be my lesson table, my lesson table.section ID. is equal to my course section table ID, where I have a public lesson. There we go. So now this is only going to return to me the public lessons. And then finally, I can throw in a simple where clause here to make sure that I'm getting this only for the specific lessons I care about. So we'll put a simple equality here, and actually I'm going to do an and first. So I'm going to do an equality on my lesson table.id is equal to my lesson.id. So this is getting based on my lesson. And then I want to get also based on the user having access. Course access table.user ID is equal to our user ID. And of course, we only care about one, so we're just going to limit this to 1. So what this query does in a nutshell is, first of all, I'm accessing my user course access table, and I'm using that table to go all the way to my lesson table. So this is just joining between my user course access and my lesson. And then I'm saying, okay, this particular lesson, does this user have access to this lesson? So I'm saying, okay, based on this lesson ID and this user's ID, do they have access to this information? That's what all these different joins are doing. And I'm returning just one row to essentially say they have access or not. So here, I can just do a quick return. If my data is not equal to null, then what I want to do is I want to return my data.course ID is not equal to null. So essentially, if I have data and that data has a course ID, then that means that this user can view this lesson properly. Now, I obviously want to cache this information because this is a lot of information. So I'm going to put a simple use cache into here, and then we'll throw down some cache tags for this particular information. So we can come in here, we can say cache tag just like this. This is going to be based on our get user course access, and we want to get it based on our user tag. There we go, user ID. And I'm going to get another tag that is my lesson ID tag based on my lesson.id. Let's make sure we cache these. There we go. And that's just going to make sure we cache this information. So if for some reason the access to the courses changes or the lesson itself changes, we can determine if that user has access to it or not. So now let's go ahead and make sure we get this to work. We can get rid of all these imports we don't need, come back over to here and import this brand new function we just created. Now we have access to whether or not they can view this lesson or not, which is great because now we can actually show the YouTube video player or not, depending on if they have access. We also should probably determine if the lesson is complete or not. So we'll get the isLessonComplete function, which is just going to be based on if we have a user ID. If the user ID is null, well then obviously we return false. Otherwise, we're going to call the isLessonComplete function, which we're going to pass in our lesson ID, and we're going to pass in our user ID. And we'll create this function. We'll just copy this down and essentially create the exact same function like this, but obviously we're going to change around how certain things work. So for this query here, I'm just going to get rid of everything and start over from scratch. We're going to have our user lesson complete table. I want to find the very first one, and this is going to be a where clause here. I want to get specifically where, here we go, the lesson user lesson complete table dot user ID is equal to our user ID. Make sure I get my user ID and stuff from here. So we get user ID, lesson ID. User ID is a string. Lesson ID is also a string. There we go. So I want to check where it is equal to my user ID and where my lesson ID is equal. There we go. So I'm getting both of those checks. And essentially this is just going to return to me some data. So we can say here that we're going to get data, and we want to return data not equal to null. Let's make sure we await this, because essentially if we have a record in the database, it means the lesson is complete. And if we don't, it means the lesson is incomplete. So this is just going to return to us the status of complete or not. Now let's make sure that we cache this information. And we can do a simple cache tag on this for get user lesson complete. And we want to get the ID version just like that. Pass in our user ID and our lesson ID, and then anytime this particular user and lesson ID combo changes, it'll refresh this cache for us. So now we have access to if they completed it and if they can view it. Now the next step is to start rendering out the information on our page so we have something to look at. So let's come in here with a quick return. We're going to return a div, class name. We're going to add some margin on the top and the bottom, flex column, and a gap of 4. And then inside of here, we want to have a div that's going to contain our YouTube video player. So we're going to say class name, aspect is video. And this is going to determine if they can view this lesson or not. So if they can view it, we want to render out the YouTube video player. So we're going to use our YouTube video player that we've already created. We're going to pass in our video ID, which is our lesson.youtube video ID. And we also need to pass in whether or not they can finish the video or not, like if it'll mark it as complete. For now, I'll just put undefined into here, but we'll come back to this in a second. There we go. We can close off that video player. Otherwise, what we want to do if they can't access it is we want to just add a placeholder for them. So we're going to create a div, class name, flex, items in the center, justify in the center. We want the background to be the primary color, so it'll be a nice black background. Text is going to be the primary foreground. There we go. We want the height to be full and the width to be full, so it'll just fill the entire space, just like that. And inside of here, we want to essentially put some text or some warning for them. So we'll add our div closure right there. And then inside of here, we're going to put a lock icon. So we'll say lock icon, just like that. And we'll give it a nice big size of 16. So if they don't have access, it'll just show them a really big lock icon right in the middle of the video player. So let me show you what that looks like. Right now, I can view this lesson because not only do I own this course, but I'm also an admin user. But let's say that we cannot view that lesson. I'll just flip-flop this by saying cannot view. Now you can see it's going to show me this black screen right here with a lock icon right in the middle. So we can flop between if they can view it or if they cannot view the lesson, which is really important. The next thing I want to do is render out all my lesson related information. So I'll create another div. This one's going to have a class name of flex column, and a gap of 2. And the first thing I want to render out is going to be an H1 that has the name of my lesson. So we'll say text 2XL to make it really large. Font is going to be semi-bold. And I want to have my lesson name. There we go. So now that'll render out my lesson name right there. Next, what I want to do is I want to have all the different buttons to go to the previous lesson, the next lesson, as well as to mark a lesson as complete. So we're going to need a couple different buttons. I'm going to put them in their own flex container. Gap for this one is going to be 2. And I want to justify the content on the end just to make sure it shows up as far right as possible. Now here's where I'm going to have my different buttons. So we're going to have a button. This one's going to have a variant of outline as child because this is going to be a link that just goes to the previous page. So let's wrap this inside of a link. There we go. And for the href for this, we need to figure out what that's going to be. For now, I'll just put it in an empty string, but we're going to get to the point of whatever this href is in a second because we need to figure that information out. Otherwise, though, this is going to work just fine, and now we have our previous button. Now I want my lesson name and my previous button to be on the same line, so I'm going to wrap them inside of a div. We'll come down here, put that underneath our buttons, make sure this has a class name of flex. We'll put justify, in between them to space them out. We want the items to be at the start, and we'll use a gap of 4. That'll just put them on the exact same line, which is exactly what I want. Now, essentially, I need 3 different buttons. We're going to have a previous, we're going to have a next, and then we're going to have a lesson for marking something as complete. So for this completable one, this one's going to be a little bit different because it's going to be using an action button because we want this to perform an action for us. So for whatever action we want to do, we'll figure out what that is in just a second. But otherwise, we're going to come in here. We're going to make sure the variant of this is outline. And then we can close off our button, and inside of the button, we can determine what we want the text to be. So if the lesson is complete, well, then what we want to do is we want to render out one set of information. So we're going to render out a div, class name of flex, gap 2, and items in the center, just like that. And this actually we can put outside of here because our entire thing is going to be wrapped in this div, just like that. Make sure I close that off. There we go. And then if our lesson is complete, we want to render out a check square 2 icon and the text mark incomplete. There we go. And we can probably wrap that inside of a fragment just so it's going to work fine. There we go. Then what we can do after that is we can essentially render the exact same thing, but this is going to be an X square icon, and this is going to say mark complete. So determining if the button is complete or not is going to determine what we actually render. And here I'll just put null for now. There we go. So now you can see we have our mark complete button. And right now, since the lesson is incomplete, it's going to have that X and it's going to say mark complete. Now, before we come back to fixing all of our actions and previous and next buttons, I want to just finish out the rest of what this container is going to look like because we're pretty much done with most of it. The last thing I want to do is I want to determine if they can view the lesson. I want to render out the description. So we're going to say lesson.description. And we want to render out that description because some lessons don't have a description. So only if they have a description do we render it out. Lesson.description, there we go, because this is a nullable value. Otherwise, if they cannot view the lesson, well, we're going to render out some text that essentially tells them they cannot. We'll say this lesson is locked. Please purchase the course to view it. There we go. So now you can see we're rendering out our description, but if we flop this around and it's a locked lesson, you can see it says this lesson is locked, please purchase to view it. So that's just giving us a nice description at the very bottom for our course. And if we open that up and make it a little bit wider, you can see this works really well. We just want to make all of these buttons in the middle work. So the first thing we want to determine is if the user can update the completion status. So we can come in here, we can say, can user complete the update status? Can update completion status is equal to await can update user lesson complete status. There we go. We're going to pass in our user ID and we're going to pass in our lesson ID. This is a function that we're going to create inside of our permissions to determine, can this user actually do an update for this? Essentially, do they have access to this course and are they signed in? So let's go over into our database section, or into our features section, sorry. We want to find the lesson complete section, which is inside of lessons, I believe. We want to find our permissions, and inside of here, we're going to do user lesson complete.ts. Make sure I spell all of that properly. There we go. And we're going to export an async function to determine if they can update this information. And this is going to take in our user, which is just a user ID, which is a string or undefined. And then it's also going to take in our lesson ID, which is a string. There we go. Let's make this a little bit wider so it's easier to read. And inside of here, we're going to do some caching and so on. But first of all, if our user.userid is equal to null, then return false. Obviously, you cannot mark something as complete if you don't have a user account. Next, what I want to do is I want to determine, do they have access? So we'll say course access is equal to calling await, and we want to await on our database, and we want to select our course access. This is pretty similar to what we already did before, where we were trying to determine if they have the access to the lesson. We want to now determine if they have access to mark it as complete. So we're going to select the course ID as the course table.id. Make sure I import our course table. There we go. And then we need to do essentially a bunch of different left joins. First of all, we're going to select from the user course access table, and then we're going to do some joins. We'll actually do inner joins this time. So we'll inner join on the course table, where the course table.id is equal to the user course access table.course ID. So now we're linking these two tables together. Next, we're doing inner join on our sections. So we'll say course section table, and we'll check the equality for our course section table.course ID is equal to our course table.id, just like that. And of course, I only want to do this for the public sections as well. So we'll come in here with a simple and we'll say where public course sections. There we go. Make sure I do an import on this. We're going to do essentially the exact same thing to get our lesson table. There we go. We want to get the section ID. This is our course section table. And we want to get only the public lessons, just like that. And then finally, we can add a simple where clause, where we're just doing a simple and check to make sure this is the correct lesson. So our lesson table is equal to our lesson ID, and our user course access table user ID is equal to, user ID is equal to our user.id. There we go. And then we can limit to 1, just like we did before. Now here we can return if our course access is not equal to null. Then we pretty much know that they have access to this particular course and can mark it as complete. So now we have that function. It's very similar to the other function that we did before. You can maybe even use them both in the same place. But here, we're going to be doing that status right there. And I also want to make sure that we cache this, because right now we're not. So let's throw in a use cache. There we go. And let's get our cache tags. Just like that. We'll say get user course access. And we want to get this for the user. There we go. And then we're going to do the same exact thing for our lesson ID tag, which is just our lesson ID. There we go. So now we have our different cache tags. I'm actually going to take this lesson one and move it up. So we can come up here and put the lesson one right there. So we're only caching the user one if we have a user ID. Otherwise, we're always caching the lesson one. There we go. So now we can use this variable to determine certain things. For example, in our video section, we can determine what happens when the video is finished based on if they can update the completion. So here we can actually check to see if they can update the completion. So what we'll do is we'll determine, okay, is the lesson complete and can they update it? So if the lesson is not complete and they can update the status, then what we want to do is we want to update the lesson complete status. We'll actually make this into a function in a second. I want to make sure that we bind this to null. We pass in the lesson ID as well as true, because we're going to be marking that as true. Otherwise, we'll return undefined. So what this is doing right here is if the lesson is not currently complete and they have the ability to update the lesson, then once the video finishes playing, it's going to automatically call update lesson complete status, which is a function we'll create in just a second. And it's going to pass on the lesson ID and true to be saying we want to create this as a complete lesson. Now we can essentially do the same thing all the way down here for our action button. We only want to render this if they can update the completion status. So if they can update the completion status, then we're going to render out all of the content for our action button, just like this. And our action here is going to be simply that update function that we just had. So update lesson complete status, dot bind, null. We want to get our lesson dot ID And we want to essentially get the opposite of if the lesson is currently complete, because this is going to toggle between one state and the other state. So let's go ahead and actually create this function right here. I'll just copy that function. We'll go all the way down into our database for our lessons section. We want to go into our actions and we want to create a new file for lesson complete.ts. Make sure I spell that properly. There we go. And we'll export an async function with that name. Make sure that this is marked as use server. There we go. And we know that this should be taking in the lesson ID, which is a string, and the complete status, which is a Boolean. There we go. Now inside of here, we want to get our user, and we get our current user, and we also want to determine if they have permission. So this is just going to be equal to that can update user course, or not, there we go, can update, and this is going to be our user lesson complete. There we go. And we can pass in our lesson ID and our user ID and the complete status, or actually not the complete status, sorry, we just want the user ID and the lesson ID. There we go. This is the function we used before. We're just making sure to doubly check things on the server, because you never want to have an instance where you're checking things only on the client and not the server. So this allows us to check on the server and the client. Now, if our user ID is equal to null, or we do not have permission, then we can return an error. And we can say that there is an error updating lesson completion status. There we go, super straightforward. Now what we can do is we can call the update lesson complete status DB, which is just the database version of our function, and we'll pass in our lesson ID, our user ID, and our complete status. Finally, we can return down here an error that says false and a message that says successfully updated lesson completion status. There we go. So now we just need to create this particular function. So let's go back into this section, into the DB section this time. We have a DB section inside of here. We need to create user lesson complete.ts, export the function just like that. I will copy over what the props are going to be for this because there's no point in watching me type that out. That's pretty self-explanatory stuff. And now what we can do is we can determine if the lesson is complete, we want to do one thing. If it's not complete, we want to do another thing. So we're going to do a little wrapping here for that. So for the complete lesson, what we want to do is we want to take our database, we want to insert a new value, and we want to insert that value into the user lesson complete table. Our values here are going to be relatively straightforward. We're going to have our lesson ID and our user ID. These are the only values that we care about. And then what we want to do is we can say on conflict do nothing and return this particular value to us. The reason we're doing an on conflict do nothing is because if we mark a lesson as complete that is already complete, well, we can just potentially ignore it. We don't want to throw an error or anything. We just ignore it and pretend like nothing happened. Then what we can do is we can say that we want to get that lesson from here, and we can say that we're going to create a variable called lesson up here and set it equal to L. So we're going to say let lesson, this is going to be a lesson ID, and it's going to be a user ID or undefined. There we go. We should probably call this something like completion. There we go. So we're going to set our completion to that. We'll call this C just to make it a little bit easier to see what's going on. And let's make sure that we await this, so that way everything's going to work fine. And down here, we can essentially do the exact same thing, but instead of doing an insert, we're going to be doing a delete. So we want to delete from this particular table, and we want to do a where clause. This is going to be an and we want to check the equality of our user lesson complete table dot lesson ID, and we want to check the equality of that and our user ID as well. There we go. Make sure I get all my parentheses in place and make sure that this is called with our lesson ID as well. So now we're just checking to make sure the lesson ID and the user ID are the same, and if so, delete that particular value, return it, and then we're going to be setting our completion. So now what we can do is if our completion is equal to null, then we had some type of error because obviously one of these failed to run properly. So what we can do is we can throw a new error, failed to update lesson completion status, and then otherwise we can revalidate that information. So we can do a revalidate lesson complete. There we go. With our lesson ID and our user ID. There we go. And then finally, we can return our completion right here. Now, technically, I actually don't think I want to throw an error if completion is null. Really what I'm going to do is if completion equals null, Then I'm just going to return completion. So essentially, I'm just going to return undefined. That's fine. And then what we can do down here is our lesson ID is our completion.lesson ID, and our user ID is our completion.user ID. Now, the reason I don't want to throw an error if it is null is because essentially if this fails, we aren't able to find something to delete. Again, I don't really care. That means we tried to mark a lesson as incomplete that was already incomplete. So I don't want to throw any errors for that. I'm just going to return null for that particular use case. So now we can make sure we import this function. So let's come all the way up to here, make sure we call it import. We're going to import this as this from, and that's going to come from our db/user lesson complete. There we go. Now it looks like we named this wrong. This should be named, here we go. Doesn't need the db at the end of the name. That cleaned up all of our errors here. Now if we import this, we should hopefully clean up all of our errors here as well. I just want to make sure I import the correct one. Let's go all the way up here. It looks like I imported the incorrect one. So let me go back, get the correct import. I want to get the action imported. There we go. That cleaned up the error. Get rid of any other errors we have up here for imported things that we don't need. And now it looks like the only thing that we're having here is we aren't using our course ID. The reason for this specifically is because all the way down here where we have our previous and next button, obviously we're going to use the course ID in those links once we figure out what the previous and next URL are. Now let's go ahead and let's see if our marking as complete actually works. So if I click this button, it should mark the video as complete, which it did, as you can see. It marked it as complete in the sidebar, which is great. And if we go to another lesson, we can mark this one as complete, and you can see that marked in the sidebar. Marking it is incomplete worked. That works really well. And if I come in here and I go to the very end of the video and I just let it finish, it should automatically mark the video as complete as well. So we'll just give it a few seconds to let that run on the side while we continue to think about what the next thing we want to work on, which is our previous and our next links. So you can see that finished the video, it marked it as complete, and it showed up in the sidebar and everything. So at least we know that that is working and everything's being properly marked as complete, which is great. So now we can finish up with the previous and next button, which are actually a lot more complicated than you think. So let's create a function to get the previous lesson. We'll just create an async function, get previous lesson. This is going to take in our existing lesson, and the only things I care about are our ID property, our section ID, and our order. So we know which order this is and everything. So I need to make sure also that I import the order into this function. So here, I want to get my order, which is going to be a number, just like that. And I believe my lesson, where I'm actually getting that, needs to output the order as well. There we go. Just so I have access to that information, that should clean up any errors I have related to that. Now we can move on to this get previous lesson function. So the very first thing I want to do is let's just get the previous lesson the easy way. So we can say that we want to get the previous lesson, which is await db.query.lesson table. We want to find the first one. And here we want to do a little bit of a complicated where query, because essentially we want to just go one backwards in our order. But we can't just subtract one from the order, because it is possible that our order goes like 0, 1, 7, 9, 12. Those would still render properly, even though the order isn't, in a numerical order 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need to just figure out what the previous one is. So to do that, we're going to do a kind of complicated query, where we're first of all going to do a less than query. And we're going to get our order, our lesson table.order is less than our lesson.order. There we go. So first of all, we're checking, okay, find the previous lesson by finding the one that has all the lesson orders less than the current one. So we're getting all the lessons with a smaller order number, which will give us all the previous ones. We also want to get only the ones that are in the current section. So we'll say that our section ID, which is our lesson table section ID, and lesson section ID. So again, only get the ones in the current section that have a smaller order, and of course, only get the public ones. So there we go, we're getting only the public ones. Then we're going to do a quick order by statement on these. So we're going to order them by the descending order, lesson table dot order. There we go. So this will make it so that whichever one has the highest order number will be the first in the list. So what we can do is just make sure we only get one particular element from here by finding the first one, which is what we're doing. And I specifically only care about the ID column. There we go. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure I only get the ones that have a smaller order number, and then I'm putting whichever one has the largest of those order numbers first and selecting that one. So I'm getting whichever one is the previous lesson in the current section. The problem though is this could be null. For example, let's take a look at an example here. Lesson 0 right here is the first lesson in our section, so the previous lesson is null. It doesn't exist. Also, lesson 2 right here is the first lesson in its section, so the previous lesson doesn't exist, even though it should be lesson 1 from the previous section. So if our lesson is null for our previous lesson, we need to go to the next section over and figure out what that lesson should be. So let's make this a let variable here. And what we can do is we can say if our previous lesson is equal to null, well, then we need to do some other information to figure out what it could possibly be. Otherwise, we return our previous lesson at the bottom. So if our previous lesson is null, we need to get the previous section now. So we can say our section, we can call this our current section. So we'll say current section, we'll just call it section to make it easier, is equal to await db.query. This time I want to get the section table. I want to find the first one, and this is much easier because I just want to get the one with the current ID. So we can say where, and we can say equal, and we want to get the section ID. So section table.id is equal to our lesson.section ID, just like that. And the columns I want to get for this are specifically the order and the course ID. There we go. And now I want to get the previous section, which is kind of similar to the code we did up here. So I'll copy this because there's going to be some similarities. Previous section, there we go. This is going to be our course section table, just like that. And for our where clause on this one, it's going to be essentially the same thing. I want to do it where my order for my section is going to get essentially the previous order section. Then what I want to do is equality, where essentially the course table course ID is equal to the section.course ID. So I only want to get sections in the current course, which is what I want. And then finally, I only want to get the public ones. So where public course section, and up here, if my section is equal to null, let's just do a quick return. Essentially what this means is that we have no previous section. So if like I was on the very first video, there is no previous section and no previous video, so just return nothing. Now here for our previous section, again, we're doing the exact same thing we did with lessons, but for sections. So we're getting them based on the correct order. We're only getting the ones inside the current course, and then we're ordering them based on that order property. And for the properties we're selecting, we're only selecting the ID property because that's all I care about. Now here, we can do a quick check where if our previous section is equal to null, again, return nothing because we are having no previous section at all. This section should never be null, but in the case where previous section is null, again, it just means we're in the first section. Now the query to get the previous section is going to be really similar to what we did up here. So I'm going to just copy that over, or the previous lesson, sorry. We're going to be doing the lesson table as well. We don't care about this less than field anymore because all we want to do is get the very last lesson in this section. Because now we're in the previous section, we want to get the last lesson in that section. So what we're going to do is we're first going to be checking the equality of the lesson table section ID, and we want that to be equal to our previous section.id. So now we're checking inside the previous section for all the public lessons ordered by their order, and then we're returning the ID column. So this should be all we need to do to get the previous lesson. Now I'm not going to bother caching this value because it's a little bit complicated to cache, and honestly it's not really something that we need to cache. We can just get this previous lesson value every single time we need it. So we can come all the way up here and we can say that our previous lesson is equal to the get previous lesson, and we can pass it in our lesson as well as any other information we need, which I think is just our lesson. And let's just await that value. Now, since we're not actually caching this lesson value, I want to put it in its own suspense. It's not strictly required, but I want to put it in its own suspense because if it takes a while to load, I still want to render the rest of my page while this thing is loading. So let's come in here, we'll minimize all of this down so we get a little bit of a fresh slate to work with. This will be an async function, and we'll just call this the previous button. And actually I can just call it the like to lesson button or something, because I can make this work for the next and the previous button. There we go. And then inside of here, I can return all my button related information. So let's copy what our button looks like right here. There we go. Paste that in there. And for this, we need a couple things. First of all, we'll have our children. And then we're also going to want to specify how we get the lesson's actual thing. So we'll just say lesson func. There we go. And this is going to take in children, a React node, and a lesson func. And this lesson func is going to be a function that returns to us the lesson's ID. There we go. Or undefined. Perfect. So now what we can do is we can put our children inside of here, just like that. We also need our course ID. So I'll make sure I put that in here. There we go. So what we could do is we can make sure for our href that this is going to be equal to calling lesson func. So this is going to give us to lesson is lesson func, just like that. This is going to be a promise. So let's make sure we call this as a promise. There we go. And now what we can do is we can say we want to go to courses / and whatever our course ID is / lessons / whatever our lesson ID is. So it's going to be toLesson.lesson ID. There we go. And of course, if this is null, we don't want to render anything. So if our toLesson is equal to null, then we're just going to return nothing. So we'll make sure it returns null because I think that's required for React. There we go. So now that's going to render out our link to either the next or the previous button. So we can use this toLesson button in these places. So let's come up to here. We're going to use our toLesson button. We're going to make sure we pass it our course ID. We're going to make sure that we pass it our children, which in our case is just going to say previous. There we go. And then the last thing we need to pass it in is the lesson func, just like that. And this is going to be previous lesson, or actually get previous lesson. There we go. And this get previous lesson technically takes a lesson as a prop, so we need to make sure we specify that. So all the way down here, our get previous lesson takes in this as its parameter. So up here, let's make sure it also takes the exact same parameter and that we pass in our lesson into here. So we're going to take in a lesson as well, and the lesson has this exact same type. So we'll just put that in right there. That should clean up all this code, and it should make this work up here. Looks like the reason it's not working though is this returns an ID, not a lesson ID. So this should say ID, and this should say ID. There we go. That should fix the error that we were having. Looks like we're having a slightly different error. That's because we need to specify the lesson as well. So right here, we can pass in our lesson, and now we have our toLesson button working, and we can wrap this in its own suspense, just like that. And if we want, we can add a fallback to this. So for our example, our fallback could be the skeleton button. There we go. So now I can do the exact same thing down here for our next button. This one will say next, and it'll call get next lesson. There we go. So now all we need to do is just create that function as well. So we have our get previous lesson. I'm going to copy that, paste it down for get next because it's going to be very similar. Get next lesson. Anywhere we have previous lesson, whoops, went too far with that. We're going to replace previous lesson with the next lesson. We're going to replace previous section with the next section, just like that. And now we need to make sure we're actually getting the next one instead of the previous one. So really all we need to do is here, we need to swap less than for greater than and descending for ascending. So essentially we want to make sure we get the next highest number before the one that we're currently on. So really anywhere that we have greater or less than, we need to swap that for greater than, and we need to swap descending for ascending. And that should fix pretty much all the problems that we have for getting the next lesson versus getting the previous. And now let's see if this works. If I click next, it should bring me to lesson 1. And you can see it's bringing me to a 404 page, and that's because I had my link incorrect. So let me make sure that this link says lessons instead of lesson. Now let's go back to this page, refresh it to make sure we get the most up to date. We'll click next. It brings me to the next lesson. If I click previous, it brings me to the previous. Let's make sure that this actually processes over different sections. If I click next, you can see that brought me into section 2. If I click previous, brought me into section 1. So this is working as I expected to, and we can mark our lessons as complete or incomplete as much as we want. Now let's see how this works for someone that is not logged in. So we're going to log out of this user account right now, and we're just going to give our page a quick refresh to make sure everything is completely refreshed for our user. And now you can see, since this is not a private or a preview lesson, that it's showing up as locked. Same with this lesson right here. This one is a preview, so it says that we can actually view it, and these next and previous buttons are still working. But if we try to access any of these locked lessons, you can see we cannot access them. We can only access the lesson marked as a preview. And again, we don't have the ability to mark something as complete because we're not signed into an account that could do that. Now, the last thing that I really want to work on, we'll sign into our user account real quick, is essentially going to be the final admin dashboard page, which is going to give us a kind of overview of everything in our application. How many sales have we had? How many products do we have? How many courses do we have? It's just going to give us an overview of these different pages all in one single location, which is this dashboard section. So let's make sure we go over here. And also, I believe I should fix that link in our admin section. So let's go back into our admin section in our layout. This link should bring me to the admin page. So let me just expand that, bring to the admin page. That way when I click this, it brings me to the admin page just like that. So now let's work on that page because right now it just says to do fix. So let's go ahead and actually fix this. For this page, I want to have a grid-based structure. So we'll come in here. I want a div class is going to be container my6. And then we're going to come in with a grid location. So we'll get grid columns 1. Small screen sizes, we'll have grid columns of 3. We're going to have large screen sizes of grid columns of 5. And on medium screen sizes, we're going to have a grid columns of 4, and then finally a gap of 4. And then we can get rid of this import. We don't need that. So now inside of here, I essentially want to have a bunch of different cards. So we're going to have a card. Each card is going to have a card header. And this card header is going to have a class name of text center to center our text. We're going to have a card description inside of here. So for example, this first one will be our net sales. And then below that, we're going to have our card title. And the card title is going to have a font of bold and some quite large text. There we go. And this will just say something like format, price, and this is going to be our net sales. So we'll go ahead and we'll get whatever this value is going to be. But essentially, this is the card format that I want to repeat multiple different times. So I'm going to bring this out into its own function. We're just going to say function. This is going to be stat card. I'm going to render this out right here. And this is going to take in 2 values, which is the title, and then it's going to take in the children. There we go. Title is the string. Children is going to be a React node. So now here, this can say, whoops, title, and this right here can be the children. There we go. So now we can just use that stat card instead. And for this particular one, it'll say net sales as the title. And then of course we need our children, which in our case is this format price. And there we go. That's going to be our entire thing. So now we just need to get all the information we're going to use for our different stat cards. So let's start with the most complicated one, which is all of our purchasing related information. So we'll create an async function called get purchase details, just like that. This, of course, we're going to be caching, but I'll wait to do the cache till afterwards, again, to worry about any potential issues with our cache. We'll say await DB. I want to select some values. Let me make sure I import my database. There we go. Select some values. And we're going to figure out what those columns are in a second, but specifically I want to get this from the purchase table. There we go. Make sure I get the correct purchase table. And for getting our columns, we have quite a few things we want to get. For example, I want to get my total sales, and the total sales is just going to be a custom SQL function that I'm going to run. So we're going to use SQL here, and this is going to be returning to us a number. So let's make sure we have that as a number. What I want to do is I want to call the coalesce function, and I also want to call the sum function. So I come in here with a sum, and the sum function is actually built directly into Drizzle. So we can say we want to sum, and I want to sum the purchase table dot price paid in cents. So I'm just going to take that number, and if that number is null, I want to return 0. That's what coalesce is going to do. It's going to say, hey, return to me this value. Otherwise, if this value is null, return to me the second parameter, which we're going to return as 0. And then I need to make sure that I convert this to a number. So afterwards, I'm going to say map with number to convert this from a string to a number, because coalesce is essentially going to return to me a string. Next, I want to get my total purchases. So we're going to say total purchases. This is just the number of times someone has purchased something. We're going to do a quick count. Make sure I get the correct count. There we go. And this is going to be my purchase table .id. Then what we're going to do is get is refund. And this is going to be is not null for purchase table .refunded at. So we're going to determine the refund values as well. And then we're going to get the total users. So here, the total users is a count distinct for each purchase user ID. There we go. And the reason I have this is refund section is because I'm essentially going to group this by the refund value. So we're going to say table.isRefund. There we go. So what I'm essentially doing is I'm saying, okay, group by this refund value, and I want to get the total sales, which will be either the net sales or my refund amount. I want to get the total purchases, which will either be the net purchases or the amount of refunds. And I want to get the total users, which will either be the total amount of users or the total amount of people that have got refunds. So now I can just take this data and parse it into something that I want to actually use. So let's go ahead and we're going to get our refund data, which is going to be equal to data.filter, filter, where the row is row.isRefund, because essentially this will return to us 2 rows of data. One is the refund row, and one is for our sales data, which is where the row is not equal to refund. Since we're grouping by a true false, we should only get 2 values. Now our net sales is just going to be taking our sales data dot total sales, or 0 if for some reason we don't have any sales yet. And what I want to do is I want to divide that by 100. Divide that by 100. There we go. That's going to convert this into dollars. Now I want to do the exact same thing with our total refunds. And this is the same thing, but we're going to take our refund data and divide that by 100. Now I want to get my net purchases. This is going to be our sales data dot total purchases. And again, if we don't have any, I'll default that to 0. If I want to get my refunded purchases, that's going to be the same thing, but using my refund data and getting the total purchases for that. And then we're going to do a little bit of an interesting one, which is our average net purchases per customer, which is going to take our sales data dot total users. And if that is not equal to null, and our sales data dot total users is greater than 0, then what we're going to do is we're going to take our net purchases and divide them by the total users. Otherwise, we're going to return 0. So what this one essentially is doing is trying to figure out how much on average each customer spends in our store. Now we can just return this information. So we can say that we want to return our net sales, our total refunds, our net purchases, our refunded purchases, and our average net purchases per customer. This is all the information that we need to use, and we can use that all the way up here for all of our different stats cards. So we can say const, get some object from that, const equals get purchase details. I want to await that, and let's go ahead and throw in here our cache. This is going to be a really simple one because we just want to cache for all of our purchases. So we're going to get the global tag for that. There we go. Make sure this is an async function. And now we can get all the different information from here. There we go. So now we have our net sales, and you can see in total we've had $325 of sales. And if we look at our sales, 120 plus 120 plus 60 is going to be 300, plus 25 is going to be 325. So that is adding up correctly. Now let's get all the rest of our stuff as well. For example, we wanted to get our refunded sales. So this is going to be our refunded sales, which we called our total purchases, or total refunds, sorry. So there we go, we've refunded $50 worth of sales. And if we look, this one sale was refunded for $50, so that is adding up correctly. Let's get some more stat cards down here. This is going to be for our unrefunded purchases. And for this one, we want to just format a number, format number, which will create the function for that in just a second. That's going to take our net purchases and render that out. So let's create this format number function. We'll come all the way down here. And I might as well just copy this function over. It's really straightforward. All we're doing is we're taking a number, passing along our options for our formatter, and formatting it using an undefined locale. So it's really just a wrapper around that normal format function. So here we go. We can format that number. And now you can see we've had 4 unrefunded purchases. We can also determine how many refunded purchases we've had. This is going to say refunded purchases, and this is going to be our refunded purchases. So we should have 1 refunded purchase. That's perfect. And then we're going to want to have our final stat card for the purchase related information. And this is going to be our purchases per user. And for this one, we need a little bit of a fancier formatting for this. So we're going to take our average net purchases per customer, and we're going to get a maximum fraction digits and set that to 2. There we go. So on average, each customer purchases 1.33 products. Now the next set of data I want to get is going to be determining like how many students we have, how many courses, how many products, how many lessons, just generic information. So we'll come in here with an async function, get total students, just like that. And this is going to return to us, we'll get some data actually from it, is equal to await db.select. And I want to get the total students as a distinct count from our user course access table .user ID. And we're going to get that from our user course access table. So essentially I'm just adding up how many different users we have. If our data is equal to null, return 0. Otherwise return data.total students. So this is going to be pretty much the format for all these different functions. We're just going to take a table and we're going to add up specific values inside of it. So let's cache this. There we go, cache tag. This is get user course access global because it's going to be using all of our global access. Now I'm going to pass this down a couple times because we're going to get our total courses. This is our get course global tag. And for this one in particular, I want to add up my total courses. There we go, total courses. That's going to be a count. We don't even need to make it distinct because it's going to be counting our course table ID from our course table. And let's make sure we import the correct course table. So I imported the wrong one here. There we go. And of course, I imported the wrong one a second time. There we go, now I got the correct one. And instead of making you watch me type out the same thing 3 more times, I'll paste it down and show you exactly what it is. So here, we're gonna be getting the total products. Let me make sure I import the right stuff from here. There we go. Getting the total products, just taking our product table, summing up all of our products. Getting the total lessons is the next one, and it's as you expect, we take the lesson table and we're adding up all the different lessons inside of it. And then finally, we have here for our different sections, and again, we're just taking the section table and adding up all of our different sections. So we can now use these to create more stat cards. So let me just copy this one, or let's do this one, it's a little bit simpler. So for this very first one, we're going to do our students, just like that, and we're gonna format a number, which is just await get total students. There we go. And now we should see that we have 3 students in our application. Now let's paste this down, and for this one, we're going to have this say products, get total products. Next one here is going to be courses, then sections, then lessons. So let's say courses, get total courses. This is course sections, and this one is lessons. There we go. So now you can see we have 3 students, 3 products, 2 courses, 5 sections, and 7 lessons. And if we expand our screen, you can see this kind of fits really nicely where we have all of our sales related data on the first row and all of our more general product and student related data on the second row. And this should be the perfect count of all the different stuff that we have. And if we were to change something, like let's say we were to come into our courses, let's edit this particular JS simplified course, and we're going to remove a lesson from it, we should hopefully see that our count for certain things is going to be updated. We'll like add a section and maybe remove a lesson. And of course, it looks like it's taking a very long time to render out that page. Let me just try clicking that page again and maybe restarting my server, because again, Next.js really does not like to play nice with this canary version of different things going on. Give that a quick refresh, and that should hopefully render up my page relatively quickly. There we go. So let's add a brand new section. We'll just give it a name, it doesn't really matter, and we'll delete a lesson. Let's say that we want to delete this lesson right here. There we go. So now we can go back to our main page here, and we should see that those values have updated. We should see that our section count has increased by 1. I think we should have about 5 different sections, and we should also see that our lesson count has decreased by 1. So we'll give that a quick second to reload again. There we go. You can now see that we have 6 sections and 6 lessons. And if we come over to our courses page, you can see here 4 sections, 2 sections, 4 lessons, 2 lessons. So it is the exact perfect count. Now, if you enjoyed this video and want to see other massive project-based tutorials, I'll have them all linked right over here. And I would again highly recommend you check out Clerk and Arcjet. They're both going to be linked in the description. I really love their tools and believe in them. And the sponsorship that they're able to provide me to create tutorials like this means that I can create these tutorials entirely for free for you. I don't have to charge for like GitHub code or anything like that. Everything about this tutorial is entirely free thanks to Clerk and Arcjet. So I highly recommend that you check them out.